can still hear the music as well, by the way. Hello everyone, welcome back then to GYG for the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. As you can see, we're on a different live stream now. We've had a bit of a red flag break there for one of our drivers in the previous heat, who is now being tended to. But we look on then to our last of the first round of heats here in Senior Rotax. Rory Hinckley and Jarek Metters on the front row, George Cole, Caden Welch, Max Davies, Isaac Parkinson, Max Chow, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Kieran Denyer, Lewis Holt. There's your top 10. Roddy Smith, championship leader, just outside of the top 10 there in 11th. He's not had the best weekend, has Ronnie, sadly for him. And let's see how he takes to this one, see if he can make up a few places here in the first heat of the day. I think we should get this one underway first time of asking then. Hinckley and Metters on the front row. Metters, your victor in the final yesterday and seeded second because he finished second in the championship last year as well. Can he hold on to P2 though? As he gets round the outside, he might get chucked onto the grass. Well held, Jarek. That was impressive. It's going to loosen some time in a couple of places as well. Two drivers sneak on by. Seeking suspicion, that's George Cole and Caden Welch potentially. As there, straight back through goes Metters. Nice move. And that's on the 95, of course, of Caden Welch, the Lightning McQueen liveried kart. What a brilliant livery that is on Caden Welch's kart. All the other drivers must be called Thunder, because Thunder comes after Lightning. Well, at the moment, he's there in fourth place, so three of them a little bit ahead of Lightning. Anyway, we press on doing this first lap then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock yet again here for Senior Rotax. And through to the end of lap number 1 we go then. Hinckley leading the race ahead of Cole, Metters, Welch and Davies. Top 5 unchanged. Ronnie Smith has made up a couple of positions on the first lap. Up 2 into P9 is the 96. Max Chow that's lost out. He's gone from 9th to 11th. Through we continue on then. As we say, I was talking about championship. No, Ronnie Smith was leading the championship going into yesterday, but it's so close at the sharp end in Senior Rotax. The poor performances from yesterday, sadly, from Ronnie, has dropped it down to 5th in the standings. When I was having a chat with him yesterday, I think it was just chassis issues for him, lacking pace on the wagon. I think struggling again here today, as he's now dropped behind Lewis Holt back into P10, has he? No, he's getting another place, apologies, through into P8 now. So another position gain then for Ronnie as he tries to scamper his way up the pack. It's been a good start for Morgan Hudson-Brown. 4 places gained so far in this race. From 8th to 4th, and he's just got the fastest lap as well as Morgan. Now he's number 3 seed, as you can imagine, for finishing 3rd in the championship last year. It was Lucas Blanford, who was very dominant last year in Senior Rotax here in the SuperOne Series. He has moved on now to racing in KZ2s, as Lucas Blanford. Always a nice chap to chat to is Lucas. Shame he's not racing here anymore in Senior Rotax, but gives the opportunity for someone else to take the championship here in 2026. Well, with a third and a second from yesterday, George Cole it is, who now leads the standings by a good margin as well. Decent few points. I think that's 12 if my eyes aren't telling me porkies. Oh, good round yesterday for George Cole. He's still sitting there in second place. Under a bit of pressure there down through into the carousel from Jarek Metters. And Metters, of course, missed the Rower rounds, round 1 and 2. So despite a second first yesterday across heat 1, 2 and then the final, great points on the board for him, but he's lost out on a lot from the previous 2 rounds. So championship already almost gone for Jarek Metters. Now, saying that, across the season, you can drop 2 rounds. So potentially, Jarek could drop those first 2 as long as he does all the rest, but a lot of pressure for the rest of the season. There's the 59 off of the road. A shame there for Riley Mason-Lewis, that is one of our rookies in the field. Riley heading off stage right, part of the JWR outfit. But his teammate, Rory Hinckley, still at the sharp end of the field here. And these 4 still absolutely nose to tail. I say 4, we still have, what is it? 4 seconds within the top 11 here, and we are just about to hit half race distance in this one. Continued reshuffling in amongst this pack. Oh, we've lost one of them from it though. No, we've lost 2. Isaac Parkinson and Max Chow we've lost from this leading battle. So something's happened. Oh, nope, there goes Isaac Parkinson back on the timing. So it might just be Max Chow that we've lost. He hasn't come through, so it might be a timing. We'll wait and see if the number 5 has dropped down the order or whether he gets popped back into this battle. He does. He goes back into 11. So only a timing issue for those two, don't worry. They are back in where they should be on the live timing on the left-hand side of your screen. Already, though, coming up on a back marker, this will be drivers who had issues earlier on in the race, that of Riley Mason-Lewis. So we saw he was off the circuit a few moments ago. Yellow flags up into Spoon once more. So Riley Mason-Lewis checking over the shoulder, seeing when the leaders are coming through, and I think we'll move out the way. Well, that'll be why we got yellow flags. Look at that, 2 drivers off. The 86 and the 50, that is. Harry Gill and Archie Doherty there off circuit. And they've got quite a bit of wet grass to contend with before they can get back onto the black stuff. And they've at least lost the lap now as all the leaders scamper on by. Well, now, JWR teammate catching JWR teammate, just 1 lap down. We'll hope that Riley Mason-Lewis doesn't make it too challenging, not only for the driver in the lead, but also for the rest of the drivers in this leading pack. Of course, it will be blue flags out for him, but equally he doesn't want to lose too much of his race time as we press on through onto lap number 8. Rory Hinckley still leading the race. Rory Hinckley, yeah, still leading then. Cole still there in second place as they are now right on the back of our back marker. As there we go, moves over. That's nearly caught out Rory there, almost. So they headed through into the right-hander. I think a good place there to move over though, so well done to Riley Mason-Lewis there. But still as we were then, with just over a minute left to go. And still more changing around in this leading pack. So it's Hinckley from Cole, Metters, Welch, Hudson Brown, Denyer, Lorna Bennett, Chown, Hall, Edgecombe now your top 10. As Isaac Parkinson gets put back into 6th place. And again, Isaac's got an issue with his transponder, it seems. Ronnie Smith is dropping down the order. He hasn't had transponder issues so far this race. I'm a little bit worried Ronnie might be out of this one, which again would be his luck be going from bad to worse here at GYG. It has not been an ideal weekend so far for Ronnie Smith, and this would just be the nail in the coffin, a DNF in heat number 1. Again, would then have the bit between his teeth to gain points back from today and try and get back towards the sharp end of the championship. There he is. There is Ronnie Smith parked up at the final corner, but he's still sat in the car, revving the engine, so see if he can get back underway. But this race has very much gone away from him, sadly, for Ronnie. Pressing on then through into the final lap of the race. There'll be 1 more lap to go after this one. And thank you for your concern in the live chat, Santiago, but I'm afraid we will not be delving any further into that issue. So please refrain from chatting about it on the live stream once more. I know you just want to check if your friend's okay, but I'm afraid we don't have any information. If we did, we would not be speaking about it. On to the final lap we go then. Hinckley still leading the way. Cole and Metters there almost side by side. Metters gets sent to the outside line and can't quite get the move done. And now he knows. Poor exit off at the top of the corner, and Lightning McQueen's getting back involved. Up and under will try Caden Welch, but he now can't pull alongside. And sadly, Metters, that move not working, and now has to turn his attention to holding on to 3rd place. They head down through compression once again. And looks as though Hinckley's got this one side sealed and delivered. He's weathered the storm here at the front of the order. And despite the pressure, he's remained firm. Hinckley wins in heat number 1. Lovely job there from the number 12. Cole with the fastest lap, 42.278. How close the lap times are amongst the entire order in that one. I genuinely think 75% of the grid there are in the 42s. That is crazy how close the drivers are. And again, as shown on the timing, of course, the 98 of Cole has the fastest lap overall, but 2 other drivers have the fastest sector 1 and 2. It's the 28 of Max Lorna Bennett who had the fastest sector 1, and the number 5 of Max Chown who had the fastest sector 2. So Max is clearly enjoying this GYG circuit. There's your full results then from Senior Rotax Heat 1. Hinckley from Cole, Metters, Welch and Hudson Brown, your top 5. Then Parkinson, Denyer, Lorna Bennett, Chown, Hull, Edgecombe, Adrian, Steele and Barron there, the top 14. A lot of finishes in this one. Behind them was Nottingham, Good, Daniels, Davies, Rowley, Eastick, Lawton, Wasama, Williams, Moore, Pearson, Ollison, Follonew, Stoner, Brain, Knight, Gill, Doherty, Smith and Mason Lewis. So I think Smith and Mason Lewis then not making it to the checkered flag. The rest of the drivers do, but a lap or so down. Well, there we go then. That brings us to the end of the first round of heats here from the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. And that brings us to the lunch break here at Glan Igor Park. Of course, we had that red flag, and of course, similarly to Santiago, my heart is out for DJ McLeish. I hope he is all okay. But we press on through to the lunch break. With that hold up in with the red flag, I think we would have lost a bit of time. I'm trying to spot. 1:15 we were supposed to go to lunch break. To be fair, it's bang on 1:15. So somehow we've done a great job earlier in the day to consolidate for that time lost over the red flag. So we should be straight back on schedule then. Lunch break starts now, and we'll be back racing again at 1:45. All of our drivers will have a second run of heat, 7 minutes plus 1 lap again, and then the finals later on this afternoon, where points really do mean prizes, and the drivers get to take home trophies for the mantelpiece. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for those races. Make sure you stick around for that. We'll be back in about half an hour's time then to kick off the second round of heats. We'll see you then.
He's got actual like ready. Ah! I did! Were you guys over there? And then Charlie can go. Charlie can go. He will get me on him. I mean, Oscar, it looks like you can find your house. I did this real fast. No. That was it.
Oh, Matty!
Matty, wrong finger.
Who's that to? My girlfriend? Oh!
Oh.
I'm a girlfriend.
He's got a boyfriend.
Cooper! I love you!
I dropped it.
What should we do?
Oh no. No. How can you afford a belt helmet?
Right, guys, remember, it's filming for you, so...
Is it filming now? Are we? Yeah, like TV.
Yeah, I'd kill for it.
I did the Macarena.
What is it? I see it.
Macarena on live TV. Woody. No, we can watch it. I know we can. You got that.
6, 7, sweet! He's an Iami! I'm sitting on the tire. Where's your helmet? Hey.
I'll run and get your helmet, dude.
I know. It's
I spent about half an hour doing that, so. Hi, Stu.
Oh, it's Harry.
Wait, there you go.
You're not getting in the tea as Mashallah, helmets. Look, I'm watching now. Got the same boots. Oh, I didn't put any attention. Let's get the biscuit.
I think right before the Jake like kids, like, have you seen that?
Well, get them all in.
Guys and girls, can we all get home? Ready for lunch? Photos, video, please.
Yes, I did. That's why I'm huddling around.
Okay guys, if you can all get ready, we're going to be videoing, so you can wave, smile, blow her a kiss. Amelia's coming. And Alpha Live.
Ready?
Come on, Sally!
Oh, I have.
Give a nod.
George! He does wear so He's not very often.
Always. Shut up, mate.
Where's the point of my sponsor?
Let's roll.
She was here at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, we're doing the draw now. You've got to be here. So Amelia and Megan are going to do a random draw now. Hayden Welsh. Hayden Welsh. Caden Welsh, even. Is he here? No, you've got to be here to win it.
Just like that billion. Oh, come on.
Noah Gallagher. Hey, come on, Noah.
That is.
Okay, everybody, thank you for coming to Drivers Parade. That's amazing. Have a good weekend racing. Appreciate it.
Hello everyone, welcome back then to Glanigorsh Park here in North Wales. You join us here for the continuation of round number 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series here from GYG, and we're about ready to get going for our first of our second round of heats here. Let's crack on with it then. Mighty Heat number 2 is just heading out on circuit. Your winner in heat number 1 was Luca Pede from 8th on the grid. Let's see if we can do it again because of grid. Of course, the grid set from qualifying earlier on, so it's exactly the same as we saw for race number 1. Oliver Reynolds and Eli Parkhouse on the front row, with Teddy Veslowski and Jensen Paris on row number 2. Joshua Chung and EJ Deera are on row 3, with Aidan Castleman and Luca Pede on row 4. Oh dear, we've already got a kart stop there up the Dragon Straight, so I can be a bit more relaxed on this run through of the order. Max Tetlow and Ayrton Orgler, they're on row number 5. I'm going to get that right because I've literally got it written down and I've got the time. Orgler is how we pronounced Arton's last name, and I keep calling him Ayrton as well. I'm so sorry, Arton. There, he rounds out the top 10. Followed by Harriet Jones and Fabian Smith. And then Archie Watkins and Astro Matthews. Then behind them, Jack Wass, Fraser Payne and Dax Miller. That rounds out the order of drivers for this one then. As we say, back to Bambino classes. Quite the spread in terms of the field, in terms of pace here in the Bambinos. Understandably so. To remind you, drivers 6 to 8 years of age in this one. They're all learning, getting themselves up to speed with kart circuit racing. And, of course, some of them with a bit more experience than others. But at the sharp end, at least in qualifying, the top 9 were all on a 1 minute, between a 1 minute point 2 and a 1 minute point 8. 6.5 tenths between the top 9 in qualifying in a class where the drivers, their age is only 1 number. That's amazing. The talent on show amongst this mighty field, and across all the Bambinos, to be fair. Of course, we've got the Iami M1s, Koma C50s as well. So much talent on show here at the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Well, we look forward to go then. You can see there, waiting at the side, John is ready with the board. As soon as we get the all clear, it'll be 5-second board up. Drivers watch the lights and pedal to the metal. Well, dads, mechanics, friends and family all watch on the sidelines as we're almost ready to go then for the first of our second round of heats. To remind you, we 1 more heat for every single class racing today. All of those 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And then there'll be no break between the heats into the finals. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for those, but we'll get excited about those when they come to us. Firstly, we crack on with heat number 2s then. Off we go for the Mighties. And straight up the Dragon Straight already. You can see the classic tactic, holding that inside line there through the first corner and all the way up the straight. Still working for your leader of Oliver Reynolds as he comes up over into Spoon for the very first time. Oh, a little bit of contact there, front to rear, between the 42 and the 55. Joshua Chung just brushing the rear bumper there of Jensen Paris. We've lost 1 driver from the front here. It's Teddy Veslowski. I think he's dropped down a couple of places. Yes, so Veslowski has lost out to both Paris and Chung on this race start. And there is Luca Pede looking to press on as well. He now finds himself in the wheel tracks of EJ Deera at the moment on the UK plate. As he's going to the inside of 2. Luca Pede, what a move. Fantastic overtake there from Luca Pede. Your O plate gets 2 positions for the price of 1 there through lap number 1. And he's already up to, what is that, 5th place? Yeah, 5th place for Luca Pede after lap number 1. 3 places gained on lap 1 and 2 of those were at 1 corner. Well, that shuffles Veslowski further back, sadly for Teddy. Down to 6th place he goes. Castleman 7th, EJ Deera shuffle back to 8. And then Ayrton Orgler there in 9th place. Fabian Smith rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Up and over the top we go. That looked wobbly for the driver in 3rd place, but he's held it. Very wobbly there over the crest for the 55 of Jensen Paris as Luca Pede makes another move. This time into 4th place goes Luca. Gets that one done up at Spoon. It's a little bit wide there off the corner for the 2nd place runner of Eli Parkhouse. Keeping Reynolds in check for the moment, but Reynolds probably needs to check over his shoulder and realise that he's got quite a gap now to Parkhouse and then Paris, or make that Pede now as he moves through past Jensen Paris and into 3rd place. And look how quickly there, he's immediately closed the gap to 2nd of Eli Parkhouse as well. And similarly, as we saw in race number 1, if Reynolds had have hit the usual markers here and pressed on his own and just tried to run off with the race, he could have won race number 1. but because there was defensive moves, as he's doing now, holding the inside line, that's allowed for the pack to stay close together behind him. Luca Pede picks his way through it and gets to the sharp end, but here might be the move for the lead. Parkhouse trying to get the inside line. He can't get it, and Pede's up the inside now. Contact and over! Over the top goes Luca Pede. Thank goodness they both seem okay and can't seem okay after that one as well. That could have been a much bigger accident there for Luca Pede. Both of them, thankfully, landing back on all four wheels, but they have well and truly dropped down the order. So this opens up the opportunity here for more drivers to get stuck in. And not only that, for Reynolds and Parkhouse to, Reynolds and it will be Paris now, won't it, to now try and scamper off in the lead of the race. Because Parkhouse looked for the move up and over the crest. He got the inside line and couldn't quite get the overlap on Reynolds, slotted back in, and that bit of loss of pace, Luca Pede was like, thank you very much, I'll take that invitation to the inside line there at Spoon, but a little bit too far back, and door was closed by Parkhouse. And up and over went Luca Pede. Thank goodness he didn't roll, kept it all down on all four wheels and presses on. Those two have dropped down to 10th and 11th place respectively then. They've got about 2 seconds to find to Fabian Smith ahead in 9th place. And then it's only a little bit further to this whole battle from 3rd place backwards. So we're only just hitting half race distance here. It's not out of the question that Parkhouse and Pede can catch these drivers up. Up the inside goes EJ Dira. Up into 3rd place he goes, trying to follow through. There is Teddy Veslovsky, I believe. Veslovsky getting back past then the 55 of Jensen Paris. So after a difficult start to the race with the 25, he's been making moves and back through he goes. Another position lost, sadly, for Paris as he tries to go back up the inside. Almost contact there with the 21, that is, of Ayrton Orgler. Arton, I've done it again. Sorry, Arton. I called you Ayrton again. It doesn't help when you're wearing an Ayrton Senna Farid helmet. Hey, we'll let it slide, Arton. We'll let it slide. You're now pressing onto the back of Teddy Veslovsky. Let's see if these two push each other back towards EJ Dira. And look at that. Pede and Parkhouse are almost onto this train already. There they are in the background. Pede still behind Parkhouse. It's Fabian Smith who's holding on to that bit of no man's land there before we get to this group of 5 ahead. He goes wide though, does Fabian Smith. I think he's managed to trot back across, but lovely up and under then from Parkhouse as there's a move down through the carousel as well. That's Arton getting shuffled out wide. The 42 of Joshua Chung finding his way back through and aggressively chopping across the nose of Arton to consolidate that position. So he moves back into 5th place then as there's more contact in the background. That was a close one as there's Luca Pede scything his way through. It's 57 of Max Tetlow there with a bit of contact as he gets a bit wobbly there down through Devil's Elbow. Those corners really do chuck you around, and how you weight transfer through those corners can make the card all sorts of slidey. And Tetlow did a good job there. Holds the slide and presses on, but look at this. Pede and Parkhouse now well and truly into the pack. Pede goes to the outside line here up the Dragon Straight. To the outside of Jensen Paris he goes. There is your race leader of Oliver Reynolds. Oh, actually, no, that was out Aidan Castleman. Reynolds is even further away than that. Those two have properly scampered off, and Castleman has made the most of it as well, up into P2. From, what was it on the start of the grid? 7th place for Castleman, so he's made the most of all these issues ahead. He's done a great job up into 2nd place. It was a really good result for Castleman here in heat number 1. A little bit more contact there down at Carousel. Drivers leaning on each other as we press on through. That looks like Fraser Payne that these drivers are coming up on now to put a lap on at one of the most challenging parts of the circuit to find a slower driver. Round the outside, they'll try and go just about giving the space, but no, there will be a bit of contact, and yeah, getting all sorts of shoved around there, the back marker of Fraser Payne. Not much more he can really do there. He was driving his line, but again, drivers in this race are between 6 and 8 years of age. To deal with a situation like that while racing your rivals is easier said than done. But fair play, they've all made it through. There was a bit of argy-bargy, but they've all made it through nonetheless. Good to see. We press on. You can hear the screams from the parents and guardians and fans trackside as they wish on these young drivers through to the checkered flag. This will be, I think, the penultimate lap of the race, just about. With about 20 seconds left to go on the clock, then I think they will. It will hit 0 by the time they get to the line. Here is 2nd place. Oh, he is closed up. Aidan Castleman is closed up to Oliver Reynolds here. Could there be a bit of last lap shenanigans here for the lead of the race in mighty heat number 2? Through they go into the final corner for the penultimate time. Last 1.1 kilometres of this race. Let's see if Castleman can launch a charge. He's just popped in the fastest lap time of the race as Castleman on the last lap. He's closed that gap from 1.3 seconds to 0.2. But now he needs to find a way of overtaking Oliver Reynolds. Reynolds covers it off down through Spoon. Castleman looks to set up the better exit. And now can try and think about it down into Carousel. But he missed the apex a little bit there off of the left of Carousel. That just lost him all that momentum he gained from taking the wider line into the corner. So that takes away a couple of opportunities there down through the Carousel. But again, Reynolds going very defensive. Will it be enough though? Down through into Devil's Elbow we go again. Only one or two more overtaking opportunities really for Castleman, but equally doesn't want to chuck away this second place. This is great points for him in the championship. Racing for the RCE team here in My Tees. Through into the final couple of corners they go then. It's going to be a drag to the line. Lovely exit. Not quite for Castleman. Reynolds takes it by just over 1/10 of a second. But lovely to see both of them celebrating across the line. Very happy with their performances. Veslovsky gets third. Wow, that all changed on the last lap. What happened in that squabble? Ayrton Orschler, 4th. Joshua Chung, 5th. Jensen Paris, 6th. Luca Pede, 7th. Fabian Smith, 8th. Eli Parkhouse, 9th. Max Tetlow down to 10th. And EJ Dira was up in 4th at one point earlier on in that battle. But drops to 11th of the checkered flag. And not only that, 5.7 seconds behind Tetlow in 10th. So something's happened there, and Dira's gone off on the final lap. But there we go then. Heat number 2 for My Tees, done and dusted. As we say, Oliver Reynolds, Aidan Castleman, and Teddy Veslovsky, your top 3. Ayrton Orschler and Joshua Chung in the top 5 in that one. They were followed by Jensen Paris. Luca Pede, he won't be happy with that one in 7th place. Before today, he's only got 1st and 2nd places. Less than ideal coming together there with Eli Parkhouse. He finished down in 9th. Between them was Fabian Smith. Then Max Tetlow, EJ Dira, Harriet Jones, Archie Watkins, Jack Ross, Dax Miller, and Fraser Payne rounded out the order there in Might Ease. But immediately then, we crack on. We've got 2 more Bambino heats still to come then. The first of those will be heat number 2 for Iami M1. I really shouldn't have taken the first sip of a 7-Up just before I turn the microphone back on. Oh, wow. All right. Carry on then. Right. Next Bambino heat. Army M1's cracking on. Good to see a future Bambino there watching the action. And it's lovely to see the mothers' meetings around the circuit. Lots of nattering going on as they watch their children hammer it around this beautiful Gunny Gosh Park circuit. But on we go then. Iami M1's about to kick off. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. Oakley Rudman is on pole position. He's got Presley Knight alongside him, Teddy Smith and Jules Nash on row 2. That's an all top 4 RCE team to remind you. Jed Evans and Shay Downey are on row 3. Jed had a less than ideal heat number 1 earlier. He'll be hoping to turn around his fortunes here in heat 2. Behind them, Stanley Thurston and George Miller. Then it's Henry Exton and Freddie Hyatt. They're followed by Gabriel Chu and Briella Stevens, Frank Tingle and Nicholas Anser. Then Albert Ohm, Jack Rossi Minna and James Talbot rounds out your 17 runners here for Iami M1s. Any chance I can have the live stream, the chat back, please? Apologise, guys. I pressed the talkback button on Commentator 2 there. So you all heard me ask to have the live chat back from my producer. I promise you I'm a professional. Thank you, Stuart. He has indeed got me the live chat. Thank you all for joining us back again, of course, on the second live stream of the day. Thank you for jumping back on board. Yeah, classic. I pressed the talkback that was nearest to me, forgetting I was on Channel 1. Good effort there from John. But I have got the live chat back. Good to all have you back with us. Yes, Jack Rossi Minna, Bob Spence, let's have some more of the same. Plenty of overtaking. I think we can expect that in this one. 16th place on the grid again for this one. And in heat number 1, he went from 16th to 2nd place. Amazing from Jack Rossi Minna. He's doing a great job this season, both in SuperOne and the UK Kart Series. And yeah, we hope for more overtaking in this one. Having a look through some of your chats. Lovely to have you all back with us. Do you cover any events in Scotland? It's a great question. Certainly not any kart clubs or specific club racing at Knockhill, say. But if a championship that we cover does go up there, of course we do. There's been plenty of previous rounds for the British Kart Championship at Lark Hall, for example, and things like that. But Craig, if I'm honest, none in particular that I can think of off the top of my head. Lots of chatter going on. which is good to see. And thank you all again. Thank you for joining us on the secondary live stream. Of course, apologies that we did have to change to a secondary live stream. Of course, with all that occurred earlier on with the red flag, it was the right thing to do, and we've changed over to this part 2. So again, thank you so much for joining us. Right then, Iami M1's heading back out onto the circuit as we get ready for this one then. Right, Rudman and Knight on the front row. If we look back to the finishing order from race number 1, it was Rudman. Lights the flag victory, but it definitely wasn't that easy for Rudman. It was Rossi Minna in 2nd place, Teddy Smith 3rd, and Presley Knight right behind them in 4th. But he got a causing a collision 5-place penalty. So that dropped him from 4th to 9th in the final finishing order in heat number 1, which is less than ideal for Presley, because as we say, before today's event, well, going into today, he's still leading the championship by 5 points ahead of Jack Rossi Minute. It was a 2nd, 3rd, and then a 19th in the final for Presley Knight yesterday. That was courtesy of Presley Knight's mechanical issue before the race even started. It was a DNS, James Stanley, in that one. Now, Rossi Minute never got into the top 3 yesterday. A 6th, a 5th, and a 4th. So a few points lost. But fair play to him, coming back stronger here today for round number 4 and driving through like his life depended on it from 16th to 2nd. As you say in the live chat, Bob, let's wait and see if we see more of that then in this 2nd heat of the day here. Iami M1's our 2nd of 3 Bambino classes here in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series for 2026. Who's going to win in heat number 2? Drivers look to the lights then, and soon enough we go pedal to the metal. Let's get racing here at GYG once more. Poor start from the 19 of Teddy Smith. He drops back down the order. That's going to lost him at least 3 or 4 places. He's going to have to hope someone pushes him here up the hill. I think one person finally does, but after a few, continue on past him once again. No changes already at the sharp end in this race. There's a move up the inside, nicely done there from the 16. That is a Presley Knight finding his way back through. So up into 3rd he goes then, shuffles his teammate, I think that is another RCE kart, back down into 4th. So Rudman, Knight, Nash still at the sharp end. Whereabouts has Jed Evans gone on this? He's easy to spot because he's got a yellow kart. There he is on the E-plate. He's ahead of the number 19. It's been a good start, but then gets back through there, down through compression does the 19. So Teddy Smith finding his way back up the order. And we had one driver there parked off at the side of the circuit. Saw it started with a 3, but I didn't quite spot that. I was too focused on the drivers we were thinking about before. We'll see who drops down the order when they come through. It was the 37. Thank you very much, Stuart. It was James Talbot. Started at the back of the grid for this one, sadly, James. And dropping further down. A shame for James. 5 more minutes for him to try and scamper back up to the back of this pack, but that'll be easier said than done. He's 10 seconds down there at the back of the field. A real shame on the first lap for James Talbot. Well, still Rudman in the lead then. Nash under pressure, though. Up the inside goes Presley Knight, your championship leader, back into 2nd place. But he was your championship leader before heat number 1 with that 9th place. I think Rossi Minute has just about stolen it back for now. But hey, for now, in this one, Presley Knight's back up to P2, and Rossi Minute, he's up to 9th at the moment, but he is involved in this leading train as that was a bit of a wobble there from Presley Knight. Down through Devil's Elbow. He said that weight transfer down through that corner is really challenging to deal with. You saw that, nearly caught out your championship leader. Up the Dragon Straight we go once again. Rossi Minute has the fastest lap of the race. 8th place now for Rossi Minute. He's got past Henry Exton, and he is getting stuck in with this train of drivers. But we are very much still an RCE top 4 in this one. Rudman from Knight, from Nash, from Smith. So a good drive back from Teddy Smith. Back into 4th place he goes. But I know he'll want more than that from this one. Of course, your winner in the final yesterday at round number 3 was Teddy. And lovely to chat with him afterwards as well. Interviews all the race winners from round number 3 over on the SuperOne Facebook page if you want to go and give those a watch from yesterday. Some really cracking interviews with the drivers. We press on then, on to now lap number 4 of this race, and it's Presley Knight who nicks the new fastest lap by half a second as well, ahead of Oakley Rudman. So he is right on the wheel tracks of Rudman now. Crucially though, Nash and Smith both faster than Rudman as well. So we might just see this all closing back up again here in the battle for the lead. There's then the driver in 5th place, Shay Downey. Then it's Jed Evans, then Jack Rossi Minute. So they've shuffled Stanley Thurston now back as well. And a bit of a gap from Thurston back to the next pack, which is Briella Stevens, Nicholas Anser, Frank Tingle, Gabriel Chu, George Miller, Freddie Hyatt. All those 6 battling really nicely for the last place in the top 10 at the moment. And you just never know what could happen ahead of you as well. Rossi Minute putting the pressure on here on Jed Evans. He's not found a way through just yet. But given his performance in race number 1, it seems only a matter of time. But only 2.5 minutes left to go now. And now Rossi Minute's getting stuck in with these battles. Actually, might get overtaken here. Getting very close there as all battle for the lead is on. Up the inside goes Presley Knight there into Spoon. Lovely textbook move there from Presley Knight. And he shuffles his teammate Oakley Rudman back into 2nd place. But Rudman isn't going to take this one lying down. Immediately looks to fight back. But can we see, will he find a way back through? Of course, ultimate pace now goes to Teddy Smith. So they switched around in behind as well on the previous lap. So Smith is now the one leading the charge to these top 2. Jules Nash still following in tow, and they've well and truly broken away now from the battle for 5th. Downey, Evans, Rossi Minute, Exton, Thurston all got too interested in each other, and they've dropped 2 seconds off of the leading battle. Rossi Minute's back through into 2nd in that next train, but really that battling for them means that I think 5th place for them is the lofty heights that they could get to in this one. Of course, assuming we don't see a bit of a ding-dong between the 4 RCE teammates, and that is certainly not out of the question. Knight defends down into the carousel, and now Teddy Smith right back onto the rear bumper of Oakley Rudman once more. Difficult start to the race from Teddy Smith, but that just shows a far older head on that young body, and he is able to keep calm despite that difficult start. You often see drivers of this sort of age get really frustrated with themselves and start dropping back further, and that's race gone and their head's gone from the race start. Teddy Smith locked straight back in, picked his way back up the order and gets stuck in with this leading battle. Fair play to Teddy Smith. He's been super impressive so far this weekend. And as I say, he was great to chat to Eddie yesterday as well. Right then, pressing on to a new lap. Oh, these drivers doing 52, 53 second lap times. We might just eke out 2 more after this one. Let's wait and see. We'll have to find out how much these 3 hold each other up here as we press on through. Still as they were behind. Jed Evans ahead of Jack Rossi Minute. As all they be going, might change though. Rossi Minute up the inside at Carousel. Just about given the room there by Evans, and Evans gets a bit of a slide on corner exit. Has to give up the place. And Henry Exton there loses out to Shay Downey, I think that is. Down through compression as well. Thurston trying to keep himself involved. Is that changed at the front? Yes, Rudman's back through. Oakley Rudman's back into the lead then as they head down through the final sector, and they cross the line with 5 seconds on the clock. So it will be 2 more laps of this Iami M1 heat number 2. And they're coming up on, that's James Talbot, isn't it? After his earlier spin, a real shame for him on the first lap. Dropping out of contention before he could even really get started. But Rudman's back in the lead once more then. Rudman a 1st, a 2nd and a 3rd yesterday. Some really impressive performances. And earlier he took the win, of course, in heat number 1. He's looking to make it 2 from 2 from today. Can Oakley Rudman have a perfect round here at round number 4? Well, he's got plenty of drivers behind him who are trying to make sure he doesn't do that. And the first one in line is Presley Knight. Teddy Smith and Jules Nash still hunting them down as we head on to the final lap of the race. And just as they're beginning to catch the 37 of James Talbot here, James Talbot hopefully has his wits about him, or he could be crucial in how this battle changes. Up the inside, side by side over the crest. Room given by Rudman. That was lovely reading of the situation. He goes up and under. Beautiful move from Oakley Rudman. That was fantastic. Back to the lead goes Oakley Rudman, and they get on by the number 37 of James Talbot. What a move. That's move of the day so far there from Oakley Rudman. Allowed Presley Knight the space at the apex, carried the speed, got the up and under. Beautiful scenes from Oakley Rudman, but still potential overtakes here down through the last couple of corners. Is Knight quite close enough? Oh, a little bit off camera on the exit there for Rudman, chucks him out wide. They'll head through to the line, but I think he's done enough. They run to the line, and Rudman wins in heat number 2. It's a perfect day so far in Iami M1s from Oakley Rudman. Good showing from him there, and less than a tenth back to Presley Knight. 3.5 between the top 3. That's how close it was there in Iami M1. Fantastic. I'm sure RCE will be pretty happy about that one. Top 4 at the finish. So, final results then from that one. Oakley Rudman, Presley Knight and Teddy Smith were your top 3. That was followed by Jules Nash. Jack Rossi Minute then your top 5. He got to the head of that train, but by that time they'd already broken away in the top 4 and Rossi Minute couldn't really get much further. Jed Evans behind in 6th, followed by Shay Downey, Henry Exton, Sandy Thurston, Frank Tingle, Nicholas Sansa, Bradley Stevens, Gabrielle Chu, Freddie High out there in 14th place, followed by George Miller, Albert Ohm, and James Talbot. The last year runners in that one. A shame, James spinning there on lap number 1. Hopefully we see him back and stronger in the final later on today. One more of our Bambino classes out there on circuit. That'll be coming up in a moment's time. And that is indeed going to be our Koma C50. So as this class heads back into pits, Iamis are done and dusted until they head out for their final later on today. We'll head soon enough to heat number 2 for Koma C50. Right then, here we go. Koma C50s, heat number 2. Let's have a look at the grid then for this 3rd race of the afternoon. As you said in heat number 1, this entire season has been the Pearson and Hannon show, hasn't it? And once again, they line up on the front row. Matthew ahead of Jace. Send Logan Grassi and Dalton Dyke Whitfield on the 2nd row, followed by Aidan Hughes and Noah Gallagher. Then Robert Hanley and River DeGiorgio Miller are on row 4. Followed by Ayrton Edwards-Jones and Jude Campbell. That rounds out the top 10. They're then followed by Jacob Hayward-White and Reggie Rhodes, Tristan Begley, Henry Isles and Regan Abercrombie. That rounds out your 15 karts on the grid for this race. Well then, as I said previously, that you might have spotted that Ayrton Edwards-Jones on kart number 17 has a very striking Glanigor karting livery. That is because Ayrton is, in fact, Welsh. I think he lives pretty close to the GYG circuit here up in North Wales. Good to see him back fighting in amongst the SuperOne Series. And also lovely to see that GYG are sponsoring a young driver on their ascension through the motorsport ladder. Lovely to see that clearly the Edwards-Jones family are good friends with Ash and the family here at GYG who run the circuit. And I've got to say, in terms of the people that you come into contact with here at GYG, everyone that serves you in the restaurant, everyone that you see walking around, are absolutely lovely. Some of the nicest people that work at a kart track around the UK, I'm safe to say. That GYG Cafe has a lovely vibe in it, and everyone in there is fantastic. So if you've not been down to GYG before, you've got to make the trip. The circuit is amazing, and yeah, the cafe is class as well. So make sure you get yourself down. Right then, Koma C50 heat number 2. Less about talking about food in the cafe, more about wheels turning around on the black stuff. Drivers head through round then to the standing start. As I said earlier, it is the Matthew and Jace show, the Koma C50s. It is only these two that have finished in the top 2 positions in any heat and any final so far this year. That is unheard of. And they go into today joint on points, both with 378 points so far this season. How amazing is that? Well, from heat number 1, it was Hannon versus Pearson. Pearson tried to move on the final lap, didn't quite work, and Hannon took the win. So for now, advantage Hannon, but only by 1 point. 34 points for Hannon from that first heat, and 33 for Matthew Pearson. So again, all still to play for here in their 2nd heat of the day. And those two once more, starting from the front row. Parents and guardians and mechanics jumping into action there to get the karts ready to go there on the grid. And again, I believe our final standing start of the day. Of course, you're used to seeing Honda cadets doing standing starts, but because they're on a split grid with another category that does rolling starts, the Hondas do rolling starts here in the SuperOne Series as well. So only our 3 Bambino classes that do standing starts, and we're off and racing then. Off we go, and yet again, a lovely start from Jace Hannon. just like in the first race, he got a beautiful start, chops off immediately and covers off. And look at this, Matthew Pearson gets the push from the 66, and now we're going to run 3 wide up the hill. That's Aidan Hughes getting involved. He might go all the way around the outside here. 3 wide, and Aidan Hughes takes the lead. What a start from the Irish driver. Absolutely fantastic start from Aidan Hughes. And let's see if he can hold on to this race win for the next 6.5 minutes. A couple of drivers going a little bit wide there up at Spoon, but all keeping it on the black stuff, which is good to see. Who's that getting sliding down at Carousel there in 4th place? It is the 14 of Dalton Type Wickfield, I believe. Because, yeah, amazing to see that from Aidan. He got a brilliant start, even better than Jace Hannon. But as he came out the first corner, he gave Matthew Pearson a push, which made me think, oh, we're going to lose all that exit speed, and that potential race lead that you could have got there, Aidan, is gone because you should have gone on your own. But no, even after pushing Matthew Pearson, he still had enough legs to get up round the outside and take the lead. Brilliant start from Aidan Hughes, and he leads us on to lap number 2. Pearson back through to 2nd place. So Pearson now ahead of Hannon, and they want to work together, tapping the helmet. Pearson and Hannon are used to working together here, and they try and use 2 engines are better than 1 to drive right round the outside of Aidan Hughes, but it's not going to work. Not enough there. As trying to get involved is the 14. Dalton Dyke Whitfield sticking the nose in there out of Spoon, but Jace Hannon might have the overlap here on Matthew Pearson. Down into the carousel we go. All closes up at the apex with good room given there between all the drivers, and Pearson able to hang it round the outside. Here comes Dyke Whitfield then. Up the inside he goes into 3rd, and following him through as well into 4th. There goes Logan Grassi. It's contact and round. Round goes Matthew Pearson. That was contact with Dalton Dyke Whitfield there as they headed through compression. I didn't see how that one actually occurred, but there was definite contact, and round goes Matthew Pearson. Well, I can tell you, that run of only Jace Hannon and Matthew Pearson getting 1st and 2nd in every heat and every final is about to end here in heat number 2 of round 4. Still got Aidan Hughes in the lead. Jace Hannon's dropped to 4th, and Matthew Pearson's dropped to 8th in all of that. Fair play to him. He's only 3.5 seconds off across the line. He got back from that spin very quickly. Fair play to Matthew Pearson. Yet again, another driver who's come through from the Rye House Kart Club onto the national stage. And another driver who's doing a really good job of it. Shame there for Matthew Pearson, though. That bit of contact with Dyke Whitfield sent him spinning around. And he did get out of the way. Managed to rejoin the pack very well. And now look at this. Dyke Whitfield and Logan Grassi. I was going to say working together. Logan almost looking to the inside there, though, down through compression. And they have very, very much caught Aidan Hughes. There's a little bit of contact between the 3 of them there. As I think Logan Grassi had the best exit out of the 3. Pushing them both on through. Looking down the inside already. Oh, Dalton Dyke Whitfield's going for it. This is surely contact, and it is. Contact at the first corner. They get stuck together. They get stuck together, and they lose all their momentum speed. It's Logan Grassi to the lead of the race. Wow, you could see that coming a mile off, couldn't you? As soon as Dalton Dyke Whitfield looked to the inside line there, that was inevitable contact, and it happened. Well, look at this. Back round the outside now is looking Noah Gallagher. Gallagher's involved in this now. As is it Reggie Rhodes that's gone with him? No, it is Jace Hannon who's there with them. Reggie Rhodes there in 4th place. So this has been a really topsy-turvy Koma C50 heat, this one. Really, really eventful. A polar opposite of heat number 1, which both the top 2 just scampered off as usual. Pearson and Hannon worked together so nicely to press away, cleared off, and then left the battle into the last lap. But they couldn't do that this time because Aidan Hughes stuck ahead on the first lap. So I want to see that in the final as well. Someone sneaking ahead and creating the chaos that we've seen in this race. Well, Logan Grassi will lead us on here to lap number 5. It's Gallagher in 2nd, Hannon in 3rd, Rhodes in 4th, Hughes in 5th, Dyke Whitfield in 6th, and look who's back on the scene. It's Matthew Pearson. Matthew Pearson is now pushing Dalton Dyke Whitfield. After Dyke Whitfield and Aidan Hughes came together a few moments ago. There is Gallagher looking around the outside again at Spoon. That doesn't work. And now to the outside will try Jace Hannon. Does that scupper his exit, though? Could he get the overlap? That would be amazing if he get the overlap. Not quite. Has to slot back in once more down through the carousel. Up into compression then. Trying to work out how long we've got in this race. 2 minutes left to go. They're doing just over a minute lap time. So I think it will be 3 more laps of this race. Just about. But look at this. Logan Grassie's been doing a great job here at the sharp end of the field. I think this is the first time, potentially all year, that Logan Grassie has been leading this race. But I mean, I could say that for pretty much all the other drivers in the field that aren't called Matthew Pearson and Jace Hannon, really. But Jace Hannon's getting stuck back involved now. Let's look at this to the inside line. Noah Gallagher's looking for it. Does he find the space? No is the answer. But thank goodness they didn't make more contact there. Grassie takes the corner and retakes the lead. Well, that shuffles Gallagher out wide and he loses second place. Jace Hannon is back through. And Jace Hannon can still win this race. And this would be big for him in the championship. If he can win and Pearson finishes down in 4th or 5th place, it'll finally give him a little bit of a breakaway. Contact warning for Logan Grassie. That was for up at the top of the Dragon straight. Does well to defend there down through compression and into Devil's Elbow yet again. Again, getting so used to Ryan House commentary. Through the final corner, they go once more. And yes, 40 seconds on the clock then as they cross the line. And Matthew Pearson's back into 3rd place. Pearson and Hannon are on a charge yet again here. They could still carry on this only those two finishing in the top 2. This is insane. I cannot believe that they're back on to continue their domination in the series. Hannon is into the lead. Pearson trying the outside line here on Grassie. Again, that outside line easier said than done up at Spoon, but he's got a lovely exit as Matthew Pearson, and through he goes. Wow, look at that. Hannon and Pearson back to the front after I called it pretty aggressively that their margin had gone. Their opportunity to carry on the domination in the championship had gone. Well, it hasn't. I have to eat my words. As back up the inside goes Grassie. Contact, and nearly off goes Pearson. Pearson shuffled out wide there. Thankfully, he's able to keep it on the black stuff and only loses that 1 place to Logan Grassie. Well, Jace Hannon, for the first time in quite a while in this race, leads us. And crucially for him, he leads us on to the final lap. 1.1 kilometres left to go in this race. Still Matthew Pearson, your fastest driver out there, but he's stuck now behind Logan Grassie. And actually, Reggie Rhodes is looking to attack him now as they come up the hill. And Reggie Rhodes has done it. Rhodes is through into 3rd place. Pearson dropping out of the top 3 once again. And Noah Gallagher now thinking up the inside. No, Gallagher in the 66 of Aidan Hughes coming together. Not happy with that. Is Noah Gallagher. Well, Dyke Whitfield, I think, slipped back through in all of that. Hughes and Noah Gallagher, not the best of friends after this one, I don't think. But Noah Gallagher, after leading this race for quite some time, he's trying to get his way back into the top 5. If we press on through into the final sector once more, then it looks as though Jace Hannon has one hand on the victory here in heat number 2. It was a win for him in heat 1, but my goodness, has he had to fight for this one in heat 2. Jace Hannon wins again here at GYG. What a performance. Logan Grassie in 2nd. That's a great result for him. Same for Reggie Rhodes, who came from 12th on the grid in that race to 3rd. Fair play to the E-plate, gaining 9 positions across that race. And then Matthew Pearson, fastest lap of the race, but 4th position. Still, after facing the wrong direction in that race, he should be pretty happy with 4th, but I could understand the top 2 was still on there for Pearson. A real shame, and that's lost him a few points once again to Jace Hannon. Well, there we go then. Hannon from Grassie, Rhodes, Pearson and Hughes, your top 5, followed by Dyke Whitfield, Gallagher, DeGiorgio Miller, Campbell, Hanley, Edwards-Jones, Haywood White, Isles, Begley. That is your 14 finishers in that one. All drivers that headed out from the pit lane, making it through to the checkered flag, which is always what we want to see. Well, there we go. All of our Bambino drivers are done and dusted for their heat. The next time we see them out will be for the finals later on. They're about ready to go, though. Microax and Iami Water Swift Restricted coming up next. Well then, some slightly older drivers heading back out now for Microax and Iami Water Swift Restricted, their 2nd heat of the day. Well, they wait down in pit lane to be released onto the black stuff once more. And as we said in all of these, don't forget, all the grids just the same as we had for heat number 1, all set from qualifying earlier today. Ezra Robertson Matthews back on pole position then for this one. Alongside him is Buster Scott. And again, big shout out to Buster Scott for assisting with Eleanor Shelby Parsonage crash back at Rowrah, getting the car off of her. Amazing for such a young driver to have the awareness about him to stop his car, get out and help. Amazing there from Buster Scott. He lines up in second place. Tommy Delaney and Hugh Riley are on row 2, followed by Archie Mostyn and Alfie Ward. They're on row number 3. Row 4 is Ellis Holt and Hayden Bailey. Then it's James Hudson and Jensen O'Connor. They round out the top 10. Following then, Ralph Ewer and Jensen Drummond. Then it's AJ Halil and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Following them, Charlie Cale and Max Stone. Then Cooper Galloway and Daniel Thompson. Jackson Foots and Daniel DeBreo. Then William Ewer, Sam Hope, Matty Smith, Ralph Dempsey, Oakley Howler, and your lone Iami Water Swift Restricted of Santo Amico. Well, looking back at the race earlier, yeah, it was an interesting one to say the least. A shame for Ezra Robinson-Matthews. Tried to make the move up the top section of the circuit, and it all went a little bit wrong. Off to the scenery he went. I'm trying to remember who it was that he was battling with for that position. Looking down the order, I think it was Buster Scott, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Buster Scott getting back to 14th place by the flag, but less than ideal. Buster, once again, another opportunity of this, though, starting on the front row of the grid. And that meant that Ralph Ewer took the win in heat number 1, up 10 places. 11th to 1st is an amazing showing in a 7-minute +1 lap heat. You may have seen down through the final sector that we've been told we are indeed going round again. So another lap for the drivers to try and get a bit more heat in those tyres and get themselves prepared for a 2x2 tram line start. Wonder why I wasn't getting any of the live chats. Of course, I'm on the wrong stream. Good effort from me. Drivers continue to head on round them. And get ready for this one. Hello, Goody Bob. It was a nice drive from Jack Rossi Minute, wasn't it? Lots of overtaking. Great job to get up to 5th, but just got unlucky that the RCE drivers all broke away in that race. Some love for Freddie Hyatt in the chat as well. I think Freddie was in the previous race, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I do believe he was. So big shout out to him. We get ready to go then. Microax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. Heat number 2 of the day. Let's get it underway. Second time of asking drivers. It did take them a while in heat number 1 to get it started. Yes, it's going to take them a while, I think, again. Yeah, there we go. Chevron flag board is out. And we will crack on again then. Good to see all the drivers giving the little twizzle. As every kart driver knows, that means we're going round again. So no need to battle. And we'll get back into 2x2 formation once more. So in Microax again, to remind you, if you weren't watching earlier on, no Zane Sofuolu here today. A shame. He was here yesterday for round number 3. And I think won every single race. Yes, he did. He won the first heat, won the second heat, and won the final. He's won every single race this year in Microax in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Well, that's no longer true from today, because, of course, it was the turn of someone new to win the race, and it was Ralph Ewer who took it. No Zane Sofolu today. He had to jump on a flight late last night to head back to Turkey. I'm not sure for the exact reasonings, but yeah, no Turkish driver at the sharp end for this one. As we say, it opens up the opportunities for other drivers to scamper on through, and yet again, another good start for Buster Scott, just like we saw in heat number 1, and following him round the outside goes Hugh Riley. So yet again, the 2 RCE teammates taking to the front. And Robinson Matthews back up the inside. He's trying it on the exit of Spoon, as there were 2 drivers off there, I think, up at Spoon. There'd been some contact up there. As there they are, the 17 and the 32, not carrying on much further. That's Cooper Galloway and Jackson Foots as well. That's a big off. Spinning off to the scenery there goes the 86. That's Hayden Bailey. Hayden Bailey, usually a challenger at the sharp end, was 5th in the final yesterday. Well, that's made his job of the final later on that little bit more challenging. Well, as one replica Lando Norris helmet goes spinning off into the Welsh Highlands, another Lando Norris replica helmet leads us on to lap number 2. And it's Buster Scott at the sharp end of proceedings. Scott, Riley, Robinson Matthews, Delaney, Holt, O'Connor, Drummond, Mostyn, Ewer and Hudson, your top 10. Yet again, Ralph Ewer loves a bit of GYG. He's gained 4 places on that first lap. Your winner of heat number 1 is pressing on through the order yet again here in heat number 2. This battle's continuing on there. Top 3 already starting to break away. Robertson Matthews down the inside. Oh, that was late from Ezra. Just about saw it coming there, did Hugh Riley. But all that's done, sadly for them, is lose them a bit of time to Buster Scott ahead. And Tommy Delaney is closing back down on them as well there in the... No, it's the number 9 of Ellis Holt, sorry. But Delaney's lost 2 on that previous lap. Holt and O'Connor getting through. As Robertson Matthews is all over the back of Hugh Riley as they head up the Dragon Straight once more. Over the crest and beautifully picked up by our camera ops here with Alpha Live. Lovely switch back from Robertson Matthews, but does he get the overlap? No is the answer. And Robertson Matthews, you can see he's getting frustrated here. Feels as though he's maybe stuck behind Riley a little bit. Wants to re-chase down Buster Scott. Of course, we know what happened to both of those in heat number 1. Robertson Matthews tried to get past Scott up at the top of the Dragon Curve on the final lap of the race. And Buster Scott turned in. Inevitable contact, and off they both went to the scenery. Check over the shoulder there from Hugh Riley. So we've got a replica Lando Norris helmet leading a replica Ayrton Senna helmet. Always lovely to see in the younger classes. As there is our other replica Lando Norris helmet getting dragged off out of harm's way. Hayden Bailey is out of this race. A shame there for the Scottish driver. As we say, one of the drivers we'd expect to be up near the sharp end, but it's not gone his way here, clearly in heat number 2. Kart not wanting to go any further. Well, despite the battling here for second place, they've reeled Buster Scott back in pretty quickly. Still very much battle for the lead on here in Microax. Let's check in on how our singular Iami Waterstuff restricted driver's doing. Santo Amico is up to 18th place. So, of course, starts at the back for all of the races because he's the only driver in the class, but still is able to get stuck in, batting with the drivers in Microax. So, 8 positions gained off of the start. And continuing to press on through. Just getting another up to 17th goes Santo Amico. And again, I can't encourage you enough to go back and watch the interviews from yesterday over on the SuperOne Facebook page. That one with Santo was brilliant. Really, really good. So definitely go and give that a watch if you've got the time. Well, over half race distance now here in this second heat of the day for Microax and Iami Waterstuff Restricted. And it's Ralph Ewer. He's in the top 5 now, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. Ralph has been mighty impressive here. And I just spotted as well, he was second in the final yesterday, behind Zane Soforolu. So Ralph is the GYG whisperer, it seems. He is amazing around this circuit. There's the 119 pressing on through. He's got the 78 just behind him. So that is Santo Amico. Thank you to our camera ops and my producer Stuart picking him up in the Waterstuff Restricted. He's made that move then on the Sodi Matest driver of Daniel DeBreo. And now I think he's got a bit of time to catch the next drivers. Yeah, he's got about 2.5 seconds now before he catches some more drivers to squabble with. Lovely shot there through to the cows in the background. The lovely scenery here in Wales. I don't think there's anywhere in Wales where you can't see at least one sheep or cow or horse. There's so many fields. But I love it. I love Wales. I went to university in Cardiff, so it's got a soft spot in my heart. And also, I met my better half here at GYG a few years ago. Funnily enough, weird place to meet your other half, I know. But no, this place always brings back great memories for me. It always has a special place in my heart, this GYG. Well, Robertson Matthews has been shuffled back, hasn't he? My goodness. Now drops back behind Jensen O'Connor. So it's been a less than ideal couple of laps for Ezra Robinson Matthews. Was battling with Riley, got overtaken by Holt, and now he's off circuit, off on the grass goes the 91. And that negative momentum has dropped him right back into the pack. It's always the way in karting, you very rarely just lose one place, especially when the drivers are as close as they are out on the black stuff. And negative momentum throws you offline. More drivers come through, more and more and more and more, and suddenly you find yourself dropping down the order. But it's 8th place now for Ezra Robinson Matthews. A real shame this second day here at GYG not going his way. And of course, after a disqualification in the final yesterday, that's not helped him in terms of overall championship points. Down we go into the carousel once more. So this is the lead of the next pack. Drummond's now through on O'Connor, I believe. Unless O'Connor's scampered off, he must be. Yeah, there he is. O'Connor's dropped back behind Drummond and Kale. So it's Jensen, Charlie, Jensen. Charlie Kale finding himself in a bit of a Jensen sandwich at the moment. And Robinson Matthews still very much going with them as well. Hudson gains a place on the last lap to P9. Ward and Parsonage getting past on Archie Moston as well. As here, looking up the inside there. This is the battle for the lead. Riley applying the pressure to his RCE teammate there of Buster Scott. Ellis Holt and Ralph Ewer have gone with them. Ralph Ewer, what a showing from him this weekend at GYG. This has been awesome from Ralph. Now, Ralph didn't join us around 1 and 2 at Rowrah. He's turned it on here at GYG. 5th and 4th in the heats yesterday, then 2nd in the final. A win in Heat 1 today. And there you go, he's made another move. Up into the podium places goes Ralph Ewer as the clock strikes 0. On to the last lap we go. And Buster Scott has led this one from the start. But it's not been a relaxed one, to say the least. He's had Ezra Robinson Matthews, Hugh Riley, loads of them all over his bumper. And now Ralph Ewer turns his attention to Hugh Riley, and I think Riley's very much turns his attention to Ralph behind as well. Trying to set up a move there as they drop down the hill to the carousel. Not able to be done this time, though, for Ralph. And again, Hugh Riley really checking over the shoulder. I think they've all accepted they can't get Buster Scott now. And Hugh just trying to consolidate this 2nd place. Looking up the inside, though. What a move from Ralph Ewer. Perfectly done under brakes there. And now just has to hold on for the last couple of corners. Buster Scott will win here in heat number 2 in Microax. And it will be Ralph Ewer who takes 2nd place. It's a run to the line between Hugh Riley and Ellis Holt. And Riley just about holds on by about 3.5 or 35 thousandths of a second, I should say. And the top 4 separated by a second. What a race there in Microax. And where did our Water Swift driver get to? Santo Amico, 16th place in the end. He did catch that next tail of drivers. He was just a couple of tenths off by the checkered flag. But yet again, another great race. Let's have a look at the results then for that one. Buster Scott, Ralph Ewer and Hugh Riley, your top 3. They were followed by Ellis Holt. Charlie Cale then headed up the next group with Ezra Robinson Matthews behind. So we got back up from 8th to 6th in the end with Ezra. But still, he would have been hoping for more from that one, I think. Then the 2 Jensens, Drummond, followed by O'Connor. Then Tommy Delaney, James Hudson, Alfie Ward, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, Archie Moston and Oakley Howlett. And then behind them, lots of drivers involved in this one. Max Stone, Santo Amico, AJ Halil, Daniel DeBreo, Matty Smith, Sam Hope, William Ewer, Ralph Dempsey, Jackson Foods, Daniel Thompson, Cooper Galloway and Hayden Bailey. They're the last of the drivers. Of course, sadly, we lost Hayden Bailey before that one really got underway. And that will scupper his grid position for the final. He'll be one to watch coming through the pack. Now, hopefully, we'll have Eleanor Shelby Parsonage joining us in the commentary box in a few moments' time once she comes in from that race. We had her in earlier on, but the levels weren't quite right on the microphone, so I think we were struggling to hear her on the stream. So we'll get her back in to explain the situation from Rowrah and thank all the people that helped her get back out on circuit here for rounds 3 and 4 at GYG. But we move on then, another 2nd heat of the day to come. This time it's for Honda Cadet GX200 and Might E Cadet. Right then, let's have a look to the next one then. Yet again, another split grid for this race. And again, drivers returning to the grid positions that they were in for heat number 1. And to remind you again, if you weren't watching heat number 1s earlier on, cut me a little bit of slack because the electromagnetic field of these mighty cadets makes timing pretty much impossible. So we'll do our best to keep up to date with what's going on your screens. Reggie Duffersey and Jesse Bailey are on the front row with George Lilly and Aubrey Harrington Evans on row 2. Nico Veslowski, the older brother of Teddy, there on row 3. Alongside him is Phoebe Shelton. She's been racing brilliantly this weekend. See what she does there from row number 3. Freddie Williams and Alfie B, and then Jaden Bond rounds out the grid for Honda Cadets. Following them, it's the grid for Might E Cadets. Daniel Stangarine and Jax Wong on the front row. They're followed by Freddie Dye and Arthur Thompson, then Jacob Amis and Frank Pearson, then Pierce Gauntlet, Freddie Howell, Harry Wass, Emily Christie, then Samuel Kelly and Gianluca Hudson rounds out the grid. 21 drivers in total, 9 from Honda Cadet and 11 from Might E Cadet. Sadly, it might be 10 from Might E Cadet, as it looks like one is already parked up at the side of the circuit. Looked like it ended with a 5, so it might be Frank Pearson potentially. Hey, we're going to go round again, though, of course, with the driver stuck on the side of the circuit. We will go round for another warm-up lap. The driver's still hammering it there around the first couple of corners. Might as well get a bit of practice in, but make sure you're lifting off as you go through the yellow flag zone, drivers. As we do have someone tend to that driver stuck on the side of the circuit. Again, with the lack of timing, I'm going to struggle to work out who that is that hasn't come round. But we shall do our best. We'll see if we can see the car being dragged away and spot exactly who it is. But at the moment, drivers getting another whole lap to press on and get themselves prepared for the race restart once more. I say restart, the actual full start, because we've only had a false so far. Drivers nowhere near 2x2 formation, though. Are we going round again? Yeah, we must be. There was no attempt to grid up there, was there? So we're going round for yet another time. Now, Honda's pressing on then. We've went to 2x2 formation for Mighties, but if I'm not mistaken, Honda's go first, right? So these guys will have to go round again. I might be mistaken. I usually am. I think I did see the marshal there at the final corner giving the go around sign. Yeah, I can see on one of the MIDI screens on my producer's screen to the right of me that yes, they have been told to go round again. So yet another lap to try and get some heat in those tyres. We've not seen any rain just yet here today. Might be the perfect time to just double check whether we are going to get any. Use my location. Yes, please. Let's see what it says. It's cleared up. Well, look at that. There was a bit of precipitation in the air throughout today, and there was supposed to be rain about 4 or 5 o'clock. That is gone. It's a dry day here in Wales. Whoever thought you would say that? Off we go. Honda Cadets kick off their second heat of the day, and the 24 immediately chopping across to hold on. Reggie Dufficy consolidating his lead. It all gets a little bit close, though. Up and over the brow there at the top of the Dragon Straight. Phoebe Shelton gets clattered into by another driver. I think that was Nico Veslovsky, and she gets a bit sideways on corner exit there as they're having a full conversation down into the carousel. The 51 arguing with the 38 there. That's George Lilly arguing with Aubrey Havington-Evans. George Lilly not happy with something as he throws his hands around in dismay. Well, there goes our electric go-karts. The Might E Cadets head on for their race starters. Oh no, broken for Phoebe Shelton. Is it broken? She was turning and the kart was still going straight, which led me to believe it was totally broken, but maybe not. She carries on anyway. But she's dropped well behind the rest of the pack there in Honda Cadet. She must have got caught up with another driver there, and that's why the turning looked as though it wasn't doing anything. But as soon as she was uncoupled from them, she's been able to carry on. But yeah, easier said than done here for her to chase down the rest of the pack here in Hondas. As here they are. 24 goes off and wide. Your race leader nearly drops it there through carousel. Reggie Dufficy flirting with the track limits there, and now Jessie Bailey's trying to hang it all the way around the outside at compression. It's not going to work this time, sadly, for Jessie. But a bit of time lost then for both of these drivers is bringing 2 more back into the fray. As, oh dear, we've got a driver off at the top of the hill now. So Veslovsky and Lilly rejoin this squabble. Veslovsky in 3rd, Lilly in 4th. Lilly a little bit further back is George. But he was able to clear off from that squabble behind. You can see he was getting frustrated with the drivers around him on that first lap. There's Jaden Bond trying to keep ahead of Alfie B. Freddie Williams going with them as well. As our top 3 head down into the carousel once again. They're already catching a couple of back markers here in the Might E Cadets. That race continuing to press on. It will be Daniel Stangarine and Jax Wong at the sharp end of that one. 49.8 looks to be the fastest time, and that is by Jax Wong. The Honda Cadet still absolutely nose to tail though here. A little bit wide out the final corner for your race leader though. Reggie Duffy still under a lot of pressure. But these three have well and truly dropped George Lilly now, I'm afraid, for George. He checks over the shoulder to see quite how far back the likes of Jaden Bond, Freddie Williams and Alfie B are. So Bond got past B. Williams now past B as well. And Phoebe Shelton's almost back on the scene. She's just past Aubrey Hamilton-Evans. So back into 8th place goes Phoebe Shelton. With 4 minutes on the clock, it's not out of the question here that she can get back into at least this battle from 5th place backwards. It looks as though we got a nice train actually at the sharp end in Mighty Cadet. Looks as though we've got Jax Wong, Daniel Stangerine, Freddie Dye and Jacob Amis all following each other here at the sharp end of the field. Through on to lap number 5 go our leaders in Hondas, and Veslowski's lost a bit of time there over that second part of the lap. You might have seen it on your screens. I was too busy looking at the timing, apologies. Either way, Veslowski's lost time, drops off the back of our leading 2, and now it's solely up to Jesse Bailey to find a way past Reggie Duffy. Well, earlier on in the day, of course, we had these drivers out for their first heat earlier on, and it was George Lilly who took the win in Honda Cadets earlier on. Sadly, looks as though in this one, he can't quite keep the pace of the leaders ahead, as you see him there with the orange helmet on in a bit of no man's land there in 4th place. And it was Jesse Bailey in 2nd place. He's in 2nd again here in heat number 2, but trailing a different driver. Reggie Duffy dropped from pole to 5th in that first race. But again, our top 5 were separated across the line by 8.5 tenths of a second. That is how close it was. It was 29 thousandths between George Lilly and Jesse Bailey. Crazy how close it was on the sharp end. Jesse Bailey just clobbering that curb on the inside of Spoon there. That's going to hamper his exit speed. And indeed it does. Down through carousel they go, and you can see how much time the 30 of Jesse Bailey has lost because of that. To remind you, after yesterday, Phoebe Shelton leads the championship ahead of Reggie Duffy in 2nd place. And Duffy would be leading if it wasn't for that DNF in the final yesterday. A real shame for him. Nika Veslowski 3rd in the championship. George Lilly then 4th in the championship. And that race win earlier on would have helped him close that gap to your leaders in the standings. Don't forget, this is a 12-round season, so even after round number 4, you cannot call who is going to be at the sharp end into those final couple of rounds later on this season. These drivers here in Honda Cadet continuing to press on with this one. Looks as though your leader of Reggie Duffy just about able to keep Jesse Bailey at arm's length. Here are 2 of our Mighty Cadet drivers, the 27 and the 22. Can't have been the 27. I've not got them on my screen. I must have been imagining things, or might not be on the timing actually. Well, I'll double check as they come down through the bottom section. Look, thank you, it's on your screen. Freddie Dye it is who's battling for the lead. Thank you, Stuart. That is with Daniel Stangerine. So done well in this one so far as Freddie Dye. Oh, it is on my screen. I'm just absolutely blind. So thanks anyway, Stuart. Those 2 continuing to battle. Here they are, down through compression and Devil's Elbow once again. But the 27 of Freddie Dye in the lead of this race, I think. They're catching up to the back now, the 83. Whoa, close to the first corner. That was nearly catastrophic there for Freddie Dye. Hit the back of Samuel Kenny's cart there as they go to lap him. As we're side by side for the race lead in Hondas as well. We don't know where to look here on this split grid. There's action every which way you look. And the 24, Reggie Duffy, still trying to keep Jesse Bailey behind. I think they'll just about sneak 2 more laps out of this race. They will. On to the penultimate lap we go then here in Hondas. And they have massively broken away. Here's the move though, up the inside. Lovely. That was beautifully read by Jesse Bailey. Saw that little wide moment out of the final corner there for Reggie Duffy. As they headed out of Paddock Bend, Jesse Bailey was able to use that exit speed to perfection. Gets the move done, and to be fair, you've got to give that credit to Reggie Duffy as well. He saw him coming, he gave him the room at the exit. That was lovely racing between both of them. Great respect here between the Irish driver of Duffy and the English driver of Bailey. But Bailey now heads to the front of the field. Of course, Jesse Bailey has been very fast all weekend. He was your winner in the final yesterday. As, oh dear, someone else's round. That is in the Mighty Cadets. Looked as though it was the 83, I think, potentially. It is. Yes, the 83 of Samuel Kenny. Sadly is round there at the final corner. As he just popped in his personal best time of the race, so he's clearly getting faster, but I think maybe has come together with a driver lapping him potentially there. As now we're on to the final lap of proceedings then. And for the first time this race, Jesse Bailey leads, and it's on to the last lap. If you're going to lead any lap, it's good to be this one, but it might not be for much longer. Up the inside goes Reggie Duffy. Little bit of leading on each other, but room given, and back round the outside goes Bailey. Up the inside though, down into Reggie's elbow. Well, Jesse Bailey's not happy about that one. We couldn't quite see from our camera angle if there was any contact. Either way, Duffy's through, and Reggie Duffy wins in the Honda Cadet Heat 2. Bailey in second. Veslowski ends up about 2 seconds off, down in third place. So they dropped him pretty nicely there through the rest of that heat. And that is your top three there in Honda Cadets. Where is our... There they are. They've just come across the line, you will have seen there. I didn't quite spot who came across the line first, those two. It was Stangerine and Dye at the sharp end. Amis getting involved at the end of that as well. I think Freddie Dye just about held on to that one, which would be mightily impressive for him to win that race. But as we say, we've got no live timing here in the box. It's all manual timing circuit side, so I can tell you in a little bit once all that result is finalised. But for now, anyway, we struggle to give you any results, and that'll be the same when the mighty Super Cadets are out in a few moments' time as well. Well, there we go then. I can definitely tell you it's Duffy from Bailey from Veslowski, your top three there in Honda Cadets. Well, both of those classes, we'll see them back out in a few moments' time for their finals. But before we get to that, we've still got some Heat 2s left to come. 3 in total. And first one to kick off then is Junior Rotax Heat number 2. Welcome back, everyone. Your headset is on the floor. Let's get that sorted. If you want to pop that on your head for me, thank you very much, Eleanor. As we get ready for Junior Rotax yet again. Let me go back up. There we go. Right, Eleanor, you're back with me. I know, a shame you have to talk to me again. I'm really sorry. But we had some issues, I think, with your mic the first time of asking. We couldn't quite hear you well enough. We want to make sure that we can, because it's the most amazing story from Rower. So I'm afraid you're going to have to repeat yourself from earlier on. So, of course, I'm sure people would have seen, but if they haven't, back at round number 2 at Rower, you had a bit of an incident. Do you want to talk us through what all happened?
So I was going around the chicane at Rower when the race had just started, and someone in front of me span, but then to the 2 people next to me was separated and went round the spin, but then I had no other choice but to go over the person who span, so I flipped twice in the air and landed on my head.
It was a big one. I've watched it back on the live stream. Of course, it was Mr. David Sullivan who was calling it on the day, and yeah, he was quite taken aback by it. It was quite a violent roll as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But you managed to come out of it relatively unscathed. You got no injuries.
Well, I had a bad injury, but then at the same time, the weekend after that, I went to Wombwell, so...
You are a tough cookie to crack, Eleanor. That is impressive. Head straight back out the following week after a crash like that. And I know as well, not only were you a little bit shaken up from the incident, understandably so, the kart was a bit shaken up as well, wasn't it? What happened to the kart? Was it a total write-off?
Well, I haven't quite seen it yet,
Okay.
but my dad don't want me to see it because
Fair
it's
enough.
trashed, and I don't like seeing my kart trashed. But, so, yeah, I've got a brand new kart at the moment, thanks to my MJS Son's Recovery, Matty Smith, because he gave me a brand new kart because he wanted me to go back out again.
That's amazing. Have that support. You've got so much support from so many people, haven't you?
Yeah, and when I had originally crashed under, I was stuck under the kart, so Buster Scott, number 85, got the kart off the top of me.
Amazing, amazing. The camaraderie amongst the paddock, not only to get you back racing, but even in the moment there from Buster to pull over and get the kart off of you. That must be lovely to be racing amongst friends as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to CMT and Caps, my other sponsors too.
With a big shout out to all of them. Fantastic to have you back racing again, Ella. Thanks for coming and chatting with us again in the commentary box. Sorry you had to repeat yourself there, but great to have you back racing, and best of luck in the final later today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great to have Eleanor in the box. Thank you, Eleanor. Best of luck. We'll see you later. Bye. Right then, Junior Rotax has just about kicked off, and it looked as though it was a little bit scrappy there up through the first couple of corners. I mean, it was before we really got up to the second and third corner. Drivers off-track excursions. There's two more down through compression. 55 that was, and the 13. Arina Sipovalova and Jerry Dufficy there coming together. End of lap number 1 though, is that Isaac Jamieson in the lead yet again? Yes it is. So he's already got a race win from today in heat number 1, and Jamieson yet again another lovely start from second place through into the lead. But once again, has it been an awful start for Jake Cossey? I think it has, you know. Of course, fantastic to talk to Eleanor. I wanted to give her that time there, but I didn't quite spot what happened on that first lap. We saw one driver get sent to the grass on the inside and then had to catch it all back up and rejoin the pack. Well, Cossey's down in 17th, which makes me believe, I think that was him that was off track and going wide. Well, from the lofty heights of a final victory yesterday, the first driver in Junior Rotax in 2026 here in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series to get a second final win to his name. The luck has not continued on here to round number 4. My goodness. A DNF in race number 1. I say that. No, he did. No, it was a DNF. It was a DNF for Jake Cossey in race number 1. And now, from first down to, 17? He's back up to 16th now. Yeah, he's not doing well from these race starts, is he? What a shame for Jake Cossey. He's got a lot of work to do now to find his way back through the order. Laurie McVie, though, takes to the front. McVie gets the move done. McVie getting the move through and completed, and Laurie McVie takes to the sharp end of the order after getting the fastest lap as well. Onto a new lap, some reshuffling in the order. Amy Peacock getting forward, Elijah Hartley getting forward as well. So it's McVie from Jameson, Putterfoot, McCullough, Milan, Peacock, Dolby, Hartley, Ray Watson and Stockton. Your top 10 as we press on to lap number 4. Top 4 very close together, but it's now Alex McCullough in 4th place who's taken the fastest lap. 43.7, same as Jude Putterfoot. 43.8 for McVie, but a 44.5 for Jameson. Well off the pace of the drivers around him, at least on that previous lap. Might have been because of him being overtaken, and yes indeed, there you go, matching the pace now of the drivers around him, as so many people took the fastest lap there, but it finally goes the way of guess who? Jake Cossey. New fastest lap for Jake Cossey. As I say that, Kian Hundal has a mechanical flag. Oh, well, I've just remembered. Thank you, Kian. Well, it's a shame you've got that mechanical, but that's reminded me as, oh, he's off in a different postcode than number 95. Where's he off to? Back on the black stuff you go. That was Archie Ray Watson from 8th place as well. So clearly a big off-track excursion there. He's found himself so far from the track. Yes, that reminds me, of course, Isaac Jameson got a mechanical flag in that race, but we never saw a repeat of it and he never came in, which made me think maybe it was a mistake, and clearly confirmed it is, because he did get the win in heat number 1. So we thought things were shaking around a bit, seemingly was all okay. As we say, we leave those things up to much smarter people than us here in the Alpha Live Band. We'll let them carry on with it. McVie leading the race still then. Jameson and Twadderfoot still sticking with him though. McCullough had that fastest lap a moment ago, but now seems to be dropping back into the next pack really. Milam and Peacock and Elisha Hartley as well, closing up to McCullough in 4th place. There they are, I think. No, that's a different pack all entirely. That's the 91 and 66. So this is at the bottom end of the top 10, that is. That was Dolby, Jennings, Stockton and Taylor. Yeah, Jameson has turned this back on, hasn't he, Isaac? New fastest lap of the race. He clearly just got thrown off of his momentum when he was overtaken by Laurie McVie. That's why he had that slow time, but now 43.2. He's back on it. Someone's lost their exhaust, though. You can hear that. That is loud. And maybe that is the reason Makia Hundal's mechanical flag. I say that, though. He's already got in the pit, so either someone else having an issue or maybe I need to get my ears checked. But Jameson with that fastest lap now looking to apply the pressure. back onto Laurie McVie. But you really do need some extra pace to get a move done here at GYG. And you've got to be committed as well, and you've got to hope that the driver that you're overtaking works with you as well to make sure that everything can be done cleanly. And once again, Jameson and Pudderfoot, the two X-Kart teammates, nose to tail here. But unlike in race number 1, where it was first and second, it's now second and third as they continue to be stuck behind the Project 1 driver of Laurie McVie. Well, Jake Cossey's just got another fastest lap of the race. He's up to 12th now, but he is stuck in with the pack that's from Amy Peacock in 5th, backwards. The Peacock's back through on Milam to be at the front of that next train, and there it sort of is in the background. First, second, third, there's 4th on his own, and then there's Amy Peacock in 5th. And that pretty much starts the whole rest of the train down to Harry Ward in 16th. Less than a minute to go now on the live timing. Jake Cossey, another place gain. Into 11th he goes. There's Amy Peacock, Warwick Milam continuing to battle. Another X-Kart driver is going with them now. That's Elijah Hartley. Those three seemingly broken away a little bit from the likes of Dolby, Jennings and Taylor. Cossey's then going with them now as he's got that move done on Sam Stockton, as we mentioned. 30 seconds on the clock. We'll just about eke out 2 more laps of this race, I think, as battles up and down the order. It's these exciting races where you just don't quite know where to look. There's so much to keep your eyes on here. Well, it's Junior Rotax. What do we expect? On to the penultimate lap of the race we go then. Still potential for overtakes to be made. Thanks for proving me right, Hartley. Up the inside he goes there at the top of the Dragon Straight. Relegates Warwick Milam down to P7. Milam not very happy about it there. I'm not sure quite what that reaction was. Frustration at himself, maybe. Frustration at Hartley. They've lost a bit of time. But we're into the final couple of laps of the race. It's every man and woman for themselves now. It looks as though Jameson maybe not quite close here to launch an attack onto the final lap. Laurie McVie sends us on to the last lap of this race. Will Jameson be able to attack? He's dropped Jude Pudderfoot well and truly now. As there you can see on your screens, Pudderfoot has been really dropped by the top 2. And that means Jameson can have full focus ahead, but can he set up a move? Both of them check over the shoulder. Jameson should know now. He's got a nice gap back to his teammate. But he's not close enough to go for a move. McVie sort of half covers up a potential move and really covers it off there down at the bottom. Yep, closes the door there, through the left, down through Devil's Elbow we go. Last opportunity is the final corner, but McVie knows it, covers it off, and we're up and under potentially, or maybe around the outside, but no, parks it on the exit. It's a run to the line, and McVie takes it by 46 thousandths of a second. I think on the run to the line there, that's not a bad idea from Laurie McVie. Just, you know they're either going to go for the up and under, you just take that last corner really slow and block them through the exit. Even if they pull alongside, you scupper their exit and you know you've got the run to the line. Exactly what happened there with McVie. And we saw as you started that lap, it was definitely over a second back to Jude Pudderfoot. That gap dropping to only 3.5 tenths by the time they got to the checkered flag. Another good race there in Junior Rotax. But that is then 1 win for McVie, 1 win for Jameson. But a first and a second for Isaac Jameson will surely give him pole position for the final later on today. Let's have a run through the full results then from that race. It is Laurie McVie, your winner, from Isaac Jameson and Jude Pudderfoot. Then McCullough, Peacock, Hartley, Milam, Dolby Jennings, Cossey, the top 10 there. So Jake did a good job there to fight back to P10. Followed by Nelson Taylor, Sam Stockton, Tyler Banks and Nathan Ront. Behind them, it was Harry Ward, Fletcher Groves, Timmy Shahidi, then Ryan Wheatley, Aidan Young, Charlie Harewood, Liam Allen, Jerry Duffersey, Archie Ray Watson, and then Arina Sipovalova, Kian Hundle, your only non-finisher in that run, courtesy of his mechanical flag. But there we go then, 2 more heats left to come here, ladies and gentlemen, at round 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. The next one out is race number 15 of the day and our last split grid heat. It's our Intermax drivers and our Might E Super Cadet drivers. They're out next. Right then, On to another heat, and as I say, another split grid. And to remind you, these mighty Super Cadets really mess with our timing. So again, cut me a bit of slack here in the comments box. So try and keep you up to date with what is going on. And to do with that as well, I saw Beatrix in the live chat. Beatrix, apologies, I understand you're to do with Mr. Daniel Zangarin, as you have the same last name, asking to please show more mighty cadet. Our issue in these races is because it's really difficult for our camera operators to know who's in what position and for who to pick up, because we've got no line timing to go off. So it's really just off the information I can give. You know how touchy that can be at the best of times. So let's crack on then. It'll be Charlie Gregg on pole position. It won't be TJ McLeish alongside him though, sadly. So every driver will be getting bumped forward a spot for this one. Louis Granall, then Charlie Ford, Xavier Davison and George Allison just behind them. As we look further down the grid then for this one, it's Arlo Atwood, Eli Romalo, Calvin Sherwood, Finley Fawkes, Daniel Hulse, Leyland Bradnam, Evan Dearden and Oliver Wynne, the last of your Intermax. Then it's Harry Stinson, Will Beattie, Ansel Murray, Casey Baker, Jacob Hutchison, Logan Jackson, Zachary Parr, Brandon Hartley, Harry Watkinson and Oscar Dudley. Into the final corner then come our Intermax drivers. Can we get it underway first time of asking, guys? I don't think so. Look at the gap there in the field. It was never going to happen. Love it when I rush through a race start and then we go for a chevron flag. Anyway, it is what it is, as they say, and we press on then. Another lap to get some heat in the tyres. And another lap to get themselves ready for the race start, which can be a positive, can be a negative. Some drivers are locked in and ready to go, and it can sometimes be a little bit challenging when you're bigging yourself up for that race start, and suddenly it doesn't happen. You've got to set yourself in again and build up that momentum, build up those nerves before you go through to the race start once more. And then, once again, it will be pedal to the metal for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in this heat. As we say, the penultimate heat of the day here from Glan Igor Park. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Yeah, 2 more heats left to come in this one. Let's see if we can get it underway second time of asking then. As we say, sadly, no TJ McLeish on the grid with this one. Our thoughts and prayers are with him, but we press on through to heat number 2 for Intermax then. It's a lovely start from Charlie Gregg, the driver from the Isle of Man, as we would expect, making a nice break away there at the sharp end of the field. We go side by side, though, up over the crest. As they go into the braking zone of Spoon, it's all going to reshuffle itself up there. Lando Norris, one of the Lando Norris helmets there, is through up into, I think it was second, maybe third place. We watch now for the mighty Super Cadets to press on. They're so slow to the start that we might actually have the Intermaxes catching the mighties here. Through to the start we go then, 2 by 2 to the lights, and we do get it underway. Through the first couple of corners we go, and that is Harry Stinson and Will Beattie going together. Ansel Murray there on the O-plate there in third place. And the rest of the 3 going with them as well. That will be Casey Baker, Jacob Hutchinson and Logan Jackson there, your top 6, as they head up and over Spoon for the first time in this race. Stinson looking to put another win to his name. Oh, what a shame. The 15 is already off and out of the race. That's Oliver Wynne. Potentially we could get Oliver back into this race. But maybe he'll be up and out, and heat number 2 is already done for him before we've even really done a proper lap. Sadly, the cadets press on then down through to the final corner. So yeah, in heat number 1, it was Stinson from Murray from Beattie, the top 3. And in Intermax, it was officially Gregg from McLeish from Granall. Of course, we ended the race a lap or 2 early because of that red flag. But either way, Charlie Gregg looking to continue his dominance here at GYG, as he continues to lead this race. Right then, mighty Super Cadet, your leaders still as they were then. A lot of pressure being applied though by Will Beattie to head down through compression and into Devil's Elbow once again. So going into today, Stinson leads the championship, Murray in second, Beattie in third. 9 points separating those 3. So every point really matters here in mighty Super Cadet. And if you have a race that goes wrong, you have a DNF, really is going to blow the championship wide open here in mighty Super Cadet because of how close they are. They press on through into Spoon once more. So far this season, it's 1 final victory for Ansel Murray, 2 for Harry Stinson, and 1 of those was yesterday. A win already in heat number 1 today, and he's on course at the moment for a win in heat number 2. That'll be easier said than done. The Northern Irish driver has some very speedy pedallers right in his wheel tracks, but there might be movement. There's contact. Contact between Ansel Murray there with Will Beattie. Ansel saw the opportunity open up there through the left before Devil's Elbow. And a bit of side-pod to side-pod contact there. I think all fair in Love and War. And either way, that is Ansel Murray up into second place. Will Beattie shuffled back down into third. Not too far then to the next pack. That's now headed up by the 139 of Casey Baker. I do believe Casey still has Jacob Hutchison and Logan Jackson with him in the battle for fourth place. The 134 and the 112 it is. So yes, indeed it is. As they were off the start, basically, in Mighty Super Cadet, apart from that change now between Murray and Beattie, and already Ansel Murray right onto the back of Harry Stinson. Lovely battle at the sharp end here in Mighty Super Cadet. Looks as though... Yeah, of course, I remember I can't... Mechanical flag for Charlie Gregg. Charlie Gregg, your race leader in Honda Cadets, has a mechanical flag. I've just spotted that flashing up on the live timing. He has the fastest lap. He's been leading from the race start, but he'll have to come into the pits early. What a shame. I think he's already in, is Charlie. It was the second showing that I've just seen on the timing there. What a shame. Well, Charlie Gregg has been oh so dominant in Intermax so far here at GYG. But the driver, the Mancunian, will have to head back into the pit lane early and race over for him. That is going to really hamper him in terms of grid position for the final later on. What a shame. Well, here we look on then. As all round, big off there. 40 goes spinning off there, and he's in the middle of the circuit. Oh no, that is Arlo Atwood there, who's gone spinning around yet again. Hopefully, no one collected him there. It's a blind left-hander, but it is a decently wide part of the circuit, so you should have enough opportunity to move over. But Arlo drops down. He rejoins in 11th place. The last of the runners in Intermax, sadly for Arlo. He was up in fourth. He was having a great race, was Arlo. What a shame. What a shame. Well, it is now Louis Granell who leads this race on the number 11, at least according to the timing, which I know we can't really trust. But Charlie fourth second, Xavier Davidson in third, and then everyone fourth place there has gained a position from Arlo heading off. Here are some drivers battling. The 35 this is, so that's Holt, Romalo and Allison. These three are battling over fourth place as they now find their way past the 177 of Oscar Dudley. Him from the Mighty Super Cadet class. We get top three a little bit further ahead as they head down the hill. There is the 17, so this is the drivers at the sharp end then. Right in between some drivers from the other class, which makes it easy for me. The 130 and the 184. I have Brandon Hartley, the 184. 130, I don't know on my time. Who is that? Ah, it's Harry Watkinson. He's not on my timing at all, but he is on the grid. So those two just getting overtaken now by our Intermax drivers. Well, about 45 seconds left to go on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, so not a huge amount of time for this to continue. And for drivers to make up positions. Just though Granell has broken away a little bit at the front now in Rotax. Charlie Ford and Xavier Davidson still having a bit of a ding-dong. There is Louis Granell on the number 11. As he's now trying to make a move on the 144 of Zachary Parr. To be fair, I do think that the timing is mostly working. We're missing two people, I think, from Mighty Super Get, but otherwise everyone's in the right order, I think, which is make this a bit easier for me, so thank you to the racing gods for doing that. The electricity gods. Granell starts the penultimate lap of the race then. Timer hit 0. Only about 5 seconds after he crossed the line there. So Granell ekes out another couple of laps, which I hope not. It could be his downfall as well. That gets all super close. This is the battle for the lead. That's Stinson off and wide. I think it is as Murray. Oh, side pod to side pod contact there for the lead. Ooh, that was a close one there for our Mighty Super Cadets. But Ansel Murray is into the lead of the race then. So Murray takes to the front. Will Beattie now into second place. And that's Harry Stinson down into third as they now head on to their penultimate lap of the race. So first time in this one that Stinson is not at the sharp end, and he's got, well, 2.2 kilometers to try and find his way back to it. Here are your race leaders in Rotax. They will now head on to the last lap of proceedings. This is the 35 of Daniel Hulse trying to hold on to 4th place ahead of Eli Morado, George Allison, Finley Fawkes, Evan Dearden. So that's a 5-way scrap now for 4th place. As the drivers continue head on round. So these are your leaders once again there. That was in Mighty Super Cadet. We cut back to our Intermax because this is their last lap as we're battling for the lead. No, this is 4th place again. Sorry, I'm going to caught out once again. 35 Daniel Hulse defending like a lion, but we wait for our leaders. Here they are. The battle is on here for the lead in Rotax. Through they continue to press onto the line. Louis Gradle takes it ahead of Charlie Ford there in 2nd. Battles through to the line though. Xavier Davidson 3rd. And Daniel Hulse, I think, just about holding on. There they are. Wow, what a run to the line there for 4th. Hulse just about keeps it ahead of Romano. But where are our Mighty Super Cadets? We wait for them to come back into shot. Another yellow plate there down through Devil's Elbow. Where are our blue-plated drivers? We're looking for Stinson, Beattie and Murray. There they are. Murray still in the lead. Beattie just behind and Stinson still in 3rd. So they've not changed over the last lap. That move for the lead for Ansel Murray was crucial, and he takes it. Ansel Murray wins on the road. Ahead of Will Beattie and Harry Stinson, your top 3 there in Mighty Super Cadet. Well, we said that there wasn't going to be any rain this afternoon. The clouds still looking rather ominous around here. To go a full day in Wales without any rainfall is pretty much unheard of, but for the moment, still looking nice and dry. Well, we've got one more heat left to go before the finals, ladies and gentlemen. One more 7-minute plus 1 lap race, and it is 34 senior Rotax drivers taking to the black stuff then again. Let's do it. Senior Rotax Heat 2. It's coming up next. Where are they? Where are all our senior Rotax drivers? They've clearly been held up a little bit down there, getting into the dummy grid. So it should mean we've got a couple of moments then before we head on through to our last heat of the day. Senior Rotax about to get underway once the drivers have got themselves all sorted out, and we then press on through into the last heat. As I say, then all finals left to come, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this one all plays out then. The finals, as I say, slightly longer than those heats, 9 minutes plus 1 lap, so still not the longest race in the world, but a couple more minutes for things to change. Let's look back to that heat number 1 as you hear the dulcet tones of the Welsh Highlands, which is the baaing of a sheep there in the background. Yeah, looking back to race number 1, Rory Hinckley took the win from pole position. Very nice race then for Rory. Jarek Metters in 2nd place off of the grid, dropped to 3rd in terms of the race. Him and George Cole switching around, and it was George who got the fastest lap in that race as well. The drivers all getting ready to go then as carts go back down onto the ground. All 4 wheels in contact with the black stuff is usually positive, I find. And indeed, let's have a look down through the order then. So it's Hinckley from Cole, from Metters, from Welch, from Hudson Brown, your top 5 in the first heat of the day. Then followed by Parkinson, Denyer, Lorna Bennett, Chown and Holt. Biggest mover in that race. We had 2 of them, to be fair. 10 places gained for Charlie Good, our top rookie in Senior Rotax as well there, up from 26th to 16th. Great race from Charlie. And then similarly can be said for Jay Pearson as well, from 34th, so from last on the grid up to 24th place once all was said and done. Well done to Jay Pearson. Sadly though, we've got to call out our biggest losers in that race as well. Max Davies down 12 in that first race, from 5th on the grid to 17th. And then a real shame for Ronnie Smith, DNFing out of that one from, 11th on the grid. So as we said earlier, Ronnie has not been on the right side of Lady Luck so far this weekend. It's been a real shame, as Ronnie has been very impressive throughout the rest of the season. I mean, if you look back at Roundabout at Rower, it was a first in Heat 1, a first in Heat 2, and a first in the final. So a real, sadly for him, a real fall from grace here at GYG. But I was chatting with him earlier yesterday. He was telling me about he's basically just not happy with his car at all. The chassis just doesn't seem to be very fast. I think the thought is, yeah, if it doesn't pick up at all this weekend, which it hasn't really yet, sadly for Roddy, then it's going to be brand new chassis, which obviously is not the cheapest of changes, sadly for Roddy and his dad. But let's see what he can do from this one, because of course we set the grid again, as you see there. That is Roddy with his kart coming in to pit lane on the number 96. But again, he starts down in P11, so work to do in this one. Plenty of changes, though, in that first race, as we would expect from 34 senior rotax drivers taking to this Gleneagles Park kart circuit. As it looks now as though we've pretty much got all the drivers in position in their karts, ready to go for the last heat of the day. So if you're ready, Stuart, shall we go to the grids for this last heat then? Heat number 2 for senior rotax will be out on circuit in a couple of moments' time. And it's Rory Hinckley who once again takes to pole position. He converted it to a win in heat 1. Let's see if he can do the same again here in heat number 2. Jarek Metters alongside him on the front row. Your number 2 seeded driver, second place in the championship last year. And same for any drivers with the numbers 1 to 9 in any of the classes racing today. George Cole and Caden Welch are on row 2. And Max Davies and Isaac Parkinson on row number 3. Row 4 as Max Chown and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Again, third in the championship last year was Hudson-Brown. Very speedy peddler. Watch out for him coming through from 8th place. Kieran Denyer and Lewis Holt round out the top 10. They're followed by Ronnie Smith and Max Lorna Bennock. Tom Nottingham and Jacob Barron are on row 7. With row 8 having Melissa Adrian and Billy Edgecombe. George Daniels and Ollie Rowley, followed by Lucas Steele and Kian Eastick, who round out the top 20. Then it's Robin Brain and Harry Gill, Archie Doherty and Izzy Lawton. Then Franklin Masama, Charlie Good, Tom Williams, Emma Stoner, Alex Moore, Lucas Olofsson, Ralph Molyneux, Riley Mason-Lewis, Aaron Knight, Jay Pearson rounds out the 34 karts on the grid. And of course, Jay was one of our biggest movers in heat number 1, so watch out for him, starting all the way back on 34th place. When our leaders go to the race start, I'm not even sure he'll be totally round the final corner down in 34th, but luckily it's not a standing start like you get in circuit racing when you've got big grids and you can't even see the lights. You just got to wait for the drivers ahead of you to move, and you're like, guess we've started the race then. At least in these rolling starts, you go with each other anyway through the tram line, so you're not losing too much of being right there at the back. Of course, apart from being right there at the back. Here we go then. Last heat for round number 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series here at Gleneagles Park. Let's go. 2 by 2 we run down through the final couple of corners. I will say seniors have been fantastic at race starts all weekend. I mean, you'd expect it. They're the older drivers, they're the eldest drivers racing out here today. There's no 177s or anything involved here today that you'd expect there to be slightly older drivers in. It's all still young drivers, but all 15, 16 years of age and above, and they're smashing these race starts. And again, another beautiful one for heat number 2. Immediately sliding through, but look at the up and under from Metters. He's got the overlap as well. Jarek Metters immediately looking to seal away the race lead, and he will. Up and under, though, attempting to try and get the inside line back, though, to steal it into Spoon. Rory Hinckley can't quite do it, though, and the lead goes to Jarek Metters. Lovely done off the start there. Could tell he didn't quite have the jump, but he knew that Hinckley would cover off that inside line, and thus, if he could carry the speed through, there was still the opportunity on the exit. Exactly what Jarek has done there. Fantastic racing from him. The top 4 still as they were then, as we switch around only the top 2. It is then George Cole and Caden Welch. No, it's not. Caden Welch has dropped down quite a bit. He's down to 7th, I think. So, new driver in 4th place, I believe. So yeah, George Cole's up to 3rd, then Max Davies in 4th. 4 places gained on the first lap for Kieran Denyer. Great first lap for Kieran as a change to the lead. Contact a little bit between Hinckley and Metters. Shuffles Metters wide though, up and over the crest they go. And Metters outside line loses the lead. But this is interesting. Rory Hinckley's already defending. Okay. Well, as a neutral here in the commentary box, I'm more than happy to see some defending out of the sharp end when you've got 33 drivers sat behind him. Okay. Let's go then. Hinckley defends the lead. Metters now back down to 2nd. We've got Cole and Davies going with them. As you say, Denyer, great first lap. I think he was your biggest mover. No, Franklin Masama was your biggest mover. 6 places gained up into P20. So it's Higley from Metters, Cole, Davies, Denyer, Welch, Lorna Bennett, Hudson Brown, Chount and Holt your top 10. It's up into Spoon we go once again, or just about trying to open up the corner there, the JWR driver. Their teammates up in the lead. They were trying to take 4th place there, so I think that was that Kieran Denyer? No, it was the 3, I think, of was it Morgan Hudson Brown? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a look when they come through to end this lap. There's too similar numbers out there. We'll wait for them to go over the gantry because the positions will change. Ignore that on your timing on the left-hand side of your screen. That's not correct. On to a new lap we go. Hinckley still leads us on. It'll show them all as going up 1 position there. As Isaac Parkinson is reinstated now in 4th place. Hopefully that's correct on the number 34. As I think it was actually Max Davies that I was seeing earlier on making that move. Yeah, it was Max Davies. Okay, cool. So Max Davies now finds himself behind Isaac Parkinson. Davies, the driver for JWR, which is funny because those are my initials. We press on through this race. And yeah, he's making places. Good start for the driver behind him for Kieran Denyer, but Max Davies has pressed on through since then. Past Denyer and now all over the back of Isaac Parkinson as they try and close the gap now back to your top 3. So yeah, clearly transponder issue then for Parkinson, but the guys in the timing doing a great job to pop him back on where he should be. To make it a bit easier for us enjoying the action and for me here in the comms box. Trying to spot, we've got again how close it is in the field here of senior rotax. Again, 75% of the field down in the 42s. It's amazing to see. Fastest lap for Jarek Metters, but it's the fastest sector 1 is for, where's he gone on? Oh, there he is, Caden Welch. And then the fastest sector 2 is Rory Hinckley in the lead. So no fastest sectors from Jarek Metters. I say that, he now does get the fastest sector 2, steals that away from the race leader. Activates that human DRS down the Dragon Straight. As, oh no, driver out of the race. That is the 17 there, dropping down the order of Robin Brain. Sadly, Robin Brain's been robbed of a result here in heat number 2. And we'll see them hopefully back out in the final. Move for the lead down at Carousel. Metters finds his way back through. And Jarek Metters retakes the lead of the race once again. George Cole very much going with them though, and this is closed up now. Parkinson and Davies now closing up to the back of your battle for the lead. That tiny bit of time lost there as they squabble for the race win. It's allowed for it now to have a 5-way scrap for the race lead. And you see there, Caden Welch behind in his Lightning McQueen cart, pointing forwards, talking to Kieran Denyer, saying, let's work together. Look at them battling ahead, and they continue doing it. Through goes Hinckley back into the lead. Up and under goes George Cole, trying to hang it around the outside. It's Metters 2 for the price of 1. What a move for the 34. That was absolutely sublime from Isaac Parkinson. Read that like a book, and through he goes into 2nd place. He could see that Metters was squeezing Cole to the apex there. Took the wide line, up and under. Thank you very much. I'll have 2nd place. And now Metters has dropped down into 5th after all of that. Max Davies getting past as well. So it is Rory Hinckley from Isaac Parkinson. Then George Cole, Max Davies and Jarek Metters, your top 5. Is now Metters up and under, the same move again. This time it's Caden Welch who gets it done. Up and under, back through, John and Jarek Metters. Jarek Metters trying to force the door open there on Caden Welch, and he has. Oh, I think Caden Welch is going to tell him how he thought about that move. Again, I don't speak about such things. That's for the stewards. Either way, the 95 of Caden finds his way back through. So he's up into 4th place now, isn't he? Leading in the next pack. It's yellow flag, so we'll be hoping for a push here from Jarek, and he gets one courtesy of that yellow. Up the inside into 2nd place. I think actually that's defending, isn't it? George Cole trying to get back through on Isaac Parkinson. And again, don't forget Isaac Parkinson not there on the left-hand side of your screen, but he is definitely there in 2nd place. But that huge bit of battling. Now Caden Welch leads the next train for 4th place backwards, but they've lost so much time. So much time. Will there be enough time on the clock here for them to try and chase down your race leaders again. 30 seconds on the clock. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Still yellow flags up the Dragon Straight. Takes away at least one potential overtaking opportunity. Just looking up and down the order. We've had a lot of drivers fall by the wayside in this one. Tom Williams, Lucas Ollison, Ronnie Smith and Robin Brain all out of the race already as we press on through this penultimate lap of this one. Hayden Welch doing a good job to keep Jarek Metters behind. Of course, your winner in the final yesterday. I think Rory Hinckley might have just done enough here. George Cole and Isaac Parkinson absolutely focused on each other now, and you check over the shoulder there from Rory Hinckley as he drops down and activates the human DRS himself. I think that was a bit of a come on from him as well. He knows he's got a nice gap, he just needs to hit his markers over this final lap, and the race victory for heat number 2 is his. And that will be a perfect day so far from Rory Hinckley. Pole and 2 victories across the 2 heats. That will 100% unequivocally give him pole in the final. What a day it's been so far then for Rory Hinckley. There he goes into the final corner, doing his team proud as he continues the perfect day. Another win, this time in heat number 2. Whoa, it was so close across the line there between Cole and Parkinson. But of course, with the manual timing, I didn't actually spot who was ahead there across the line. It was mightily close. Photo finish for second place, but it was definitely Cole and Parkinson on the podium with Hinckley from that one. But what a great race then to end off the heats here from Glan Igor Park here for round number 4. The HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Well then, final result looks like this. Rory Hinckley from, I believe, Isaac Parkinson. Then George Cole, Caden Welch, Jarek Metters, Max Davies, Kieran Denyer, Max Lorna Bennett, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Max Chown, Melissa Adrian, sorry Melissa. Then Lewis Holt, Jacob Barron, Billy Edgecombe and George Daniels. Then following them, behind them on the order was, thank you, Lucas Steele, Tom Nottingham, Izzy Lawton, Harry Gill, Ollie Rowley, Archie Doherty, Charlie Good, Kian Eastick, Alex Moore, Franklin Masama, Riley Mason-Lewis, Jay Pearson and Raoul followed you. Then Aaron Knight, Emma Stoner, Isaac Parkinson, as we know, is actually up in second place. And then out of the race, Tom Williams, Lucas Ollison, Ronnie Smith and Robin Brain not making it to the checkered flag in that one. Well, there we go. We'll see all of those drivers back out later on today for their finals. And that is it. We're done and dusted for heats here at Glan Igor Park as the drivers all head into the collecting area and into the scrutineering bay post-race. We get ready for the first final of the afternoon. It's going to be our young drivers making a reappearance yet again. The 3 Bambino classes are about to hit your screens once more. And the first one to kick it off is the final for our Mighties. Well, the fans are on the balcony, ready and waiting for this race to kick off then and for the finals to begin here at round number 4 from GYG. Almost at the end of the day. I can't quite believe it. But don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. And we've got plenty more racing action to come this year. Sadly, I won't be joining you for any more rounds this year. Probably to the delight of all of you in the live stream. It'll be Mr. David Sullivan taking you through the rest of the season. Speaking of which, of course, here for round 3 and 4 at GYG. Round 5 and 6, it's off to Clay Pigeon. That is on the 6th and 7th of June. Then round 7 and 8 is Fullbeck on the 4th and 5th of July. Round 9 and 10 is off to Wilton Mill on the 1st and 2nd of August. And then the season finale over at Shennington on the 29th and 30th of August. To remind you, of course, all of the even number rounds will be shown to the public here on the Alpha Live channel. If you want to catch any of the odd number rounds, make sure you subscribe to the Slipstream Pass. You can purchase that by clicking the join button on the Alpha Live channel. And it's been great to see throughout today so many of you getting involved with Slipstream. Go back and watch the racing from yesterday. Get stuck in with all the extra content that Alpha Live offer courtesy of Slipstream. And of course now you've got access to all of the odd number rounds for Super One throughout this year. Right then, grid for the first final of the day. Might Ease Here we go. Oliver Reynolds and Aidan Castleman are on the front row, with Joshua Chung and Teddy Veslowski on row 2. Eli Parkhouse and Luca Pede round out the third row. They're followed by Ayrton Orgler and Jensen Paris. EJ Deera and Fabian Smith round out the top 10, followed by Max Tetlow and Harriet Jones. And it's Archie Watkins and Jack Wass, Astro Matthews, Dax Miller and Fraser Payne rounds out the grid for this mighty final. Off we go then, drivers heading on round for the formation lap. And of course they will come round, get themselves into a standing start ready for this one. So, good to see lots of banter going on in the live chat. Good to see you enjoying all of the races. As Megan Earing cheering on Eli. That'll be Eli Parkhouse in this one. And Anders Landan saying great job to Rory, dominating it. He was, wasn't he, in seniors? He's been absolutely on a charge today. But of course, Jarek Metters won the final yesterday in senior rotax, so you never know. See if you can turn it around in the slightly elongated final. Of course, for all these finals, slightly longer than the heats we've been used to so far today. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for those heats, 9 minutes plus 1 lap for these finals, but they will go through thick and fast. We've probably got about 2 hours in total left of today's racing action. Make sure you're sticking with us for all of it, because it's going to be awesome. And we're going to crown yet more final victors in 2026 here at the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Off we go. The mighty final begins, and the 77 leads us away. Reynolds leads, with Castleman chopping in second place. And as we would expect, which you've seen in all the racing so far this weekend in Mighties, they all form an orderly queue on the inside of the circuit. Some of them then decide to break to try and make up some places, but the top 6, is that? Yes, top 6, all working together up through into Spoon for the first time. A couple of drivers getting shuffled out wide, a little bit of contact there as the 24 finds a way through. That is Eli Parkhouse. Clearly, the love in the live chat for him, spurring him on to gain positions on the first lap. He finds his way through. I think Luca Pede has snuck on by with him as well. As Luca Pede's now trying to overtake him. Up the inside then, into 4th place he goes, and does relegate Eli Parkhouse backwards. Still trying to spot who it was, the driver that they overtook in all of that. Says the 42, then the 24. So Joshua Chung now getting overtaken. Up into 3rd goes Luca Pede, where he's seen in heat number 1. He's able to go from 8th to 1st in a 7-minute race, relatively comfortably as well, to be fair. How does he do in this one then? From, it was a bit further down, I think it was 8th again? I think so, maybe 6th. I've lost my grid now on my screen, so I can't quite tell you. But either way, Pede gaining lots of positions there on the first lap of the race. As to be fair, it should tell me on the live timing. 6th in KO. He was 8th for both of the starts in the heats, courtesy of his qualifying, where he told me he was all on his own, wasn't able to use the slipstream of anyone else. So lesson learned there for Luca. Qualifying down in 8th place, but those results have got him back to P6 for the final. Up and under he goes. He'll try and open the door here on Castleman, and a little bit of a hip check there from Pede. Just a bit of a, all right, Castleman, mate, move out the way. I'm coming through. Thank you. And up into 2nd place he goes. And now it's only Oliver Reynolds between him and a race win here in the final. We're only just getting to the end of lap number 2. This is an impressive showing already here from Luca Pede. Not that I should be surprised at all. He's our O-Plate champion from earlier this year. And he has been mightily consistent and dominant in this championship so far. Before today, he'd only got firsts and 1 second place across all the racing so far this season. Today, sadly though, had that issue in heat number 2 and finished slightly further down the order. His first time not finishing in the top 2. Well, apart from that one in heat 2, he did it again in heat 1, and he's there at the moment in the final, up into the top 2. But at the moment, can't find a way through on the 77. Lovely up and under. Can he get the overlap? He can. Luca Pede to the lead of the race. Great move there, down through compression. You saw him set that one up way back. He knew that the 77 of Reynolds covers that one off on the inside line, but then runs out to the middle of the circuit. So if I go a little bit wide, I can carry that speed, get the inside line, and Bob's your uncle. Through into the lead goes Luca Pede. 6 minutes on the clock still in this one. But again, we saw in the final yesterday, Luca was still hell-bent on defending, despite really having a little bit of pace over the drivers following. He's got the fastest lap in this one already, but felt the need to defend, held that inside line, and he was able to battle and hold on to the race win. But it did make it a little bit more tetchy for him because he kept all those drivers close behind. And here you see Reynolds trying to fight back already. Down into the carousel we go. Castleman has caught them back up as well. Joshua Chung now in 4th place. Parkhouse now in 5th. Veslovsky 6th. Dira 7th. Orzla in 8th. Smith 9th and Paris 10th. But the top 3 still very much broken away now. Chung needs a bit of a push here from Parkhouse, or some good squabbling at the sharp end. Let's see if P defends here at the first corner, because he's actually got about a kart length now. Closes a little bit out at the final corner, but he could run the outside line here and be absolutely fine. He's not going to, though. I think more lessons to be learned there for Luca, but understandably so. To remind you, these drivers are all 6 to 8 years old here in Mighties. These are very, very young racers. The experience and talent on show for them at such a young age is amazing, but every day's a school day. As I said earlier in the stream, I'm 26 years of age and every day's still a school day. So as a 6-year-old, definitely every day's a school day, especially when you're at school. Yeah, there you go. But Luca Pease, I think with his overall pace, could hit his normal lines here and just drive off at the front. But he's feeling the need to defend, especially they're down through the first corner. That cutting into the inside line there takes away all his exit speed. Just allows for Reynolds and Castleman to just stay there, keep on his bumper, and keep pushing through this race. We look back into the order then. This is EJ Dira involved in a battle, that was with Teddy Veslovsky. So it's Veslovsky, Dira, Orzla, Smith, Tetlow. Yeah, all involved in that one. So down to P10, that battle, which is cool. Good battle going on up and down the order, which is nice to see, especially with drivers of this age. The only way you're going to get faster is through experience. Time behind the wheel is the only way you're going to get quicker, whether that be testing or whether that be racing. But really, racing conditions are what really increases and really speeds up that process. As all to the inside line go the leaders. Bit of a heart-in-mouth moment there, not only for your leaders, but also for the back marker. But Luca read that fantastically well. It has opened up a bit of a gap. I think Reynolds actually might now feel like he needs to defend here from Castleman. As here's that big squabble behind. They find their way round Fraser Payne just about. As Fraser gets a little bit forced out of the way there, down through compression. No love lost between these drivers. They're only 6 to 8 years of age, but my goodness, do they get the elbows out? The old Spanish archers have been sharpened by these young drivers, and they continue to squabble. So the 24 Relight Parkhouse trying to break away there in 5th, and Teddy Veslovsky knows it. Taps the helmet, wants to work together with EJ Dira and Ayrton Orzla. Whether they will, though, is another thing entirely. Again, quite wide there off the top of Spoon for Luca Pede. But again, Reynolds and Castleman seemingly not able to get stuck in at all. Chung now very much finds himself in no man's land as Parkhouse has dropped into the clutches of, I was going to say Veslovsky. No, EJ Dira, of course, getting past earlier on in this lap. So we saw Veslovsky wanting to work together as they headed up the Dragon Straight. Clearly, EJ Dira took no notice of that and sent it up the inside into Spoon. Veslovsky thinking about it though, back up the inside, not going to happen. Down through Devil's Elbow we go yet again. And through onto another lap of this race. Leaders now onto lap number 8 of this one. And so they go out of Club Corner once more and up the Dragon Straight. Fittingly named, I think, the Dragon Straight. Like they also call the kart club there, the Dragon Kart Club. Great, great. I love how proud Welsh people are of being Welsh. It's fantastic. I think we need a bit more of that in England, but let's not get into politics. Looked as though Reynolds had got a nice up and under there, but couldn't quite get to the inside line. So again, just as we saw in the final yesterday, Luca Pede seems to have an answer to whatever Reynolds or Castleman is able to bring out the locker. Castleman has the up and under though. This is a change to second place now potentially. The RCE driver trying to force his way through. Not going to happen. And that has lost them both a considerable bit of time now to Luca Pede. Up and under attempt there from Castleman. Got on all sorts of bouncy bits there. Came a bit of a bucking bronco, that kart number 46. As he came down the hill, through to the start-finish straight once more. And again, the screams from the from the balcony is great. Andrew up there, surrounded by all of the friends and family of these young drivers, as they're all cheering them on to get stuck in as we head through into the last few laps of this one. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. I think we will be on to the last lap next time around. Here is that battle behind, still Parkhouse versus Dira versus Veslovsky. Now they're starting to reel back in Joshua Chung as well. So this is very much now a three-way battle for the race win. Those drivers behind are not going to catch up. Now they've already put a lap on Fraser Payne, and now catching Dax Miller. As they go on to the final lap as well, could Dax be a bit of a spanner in the works here? They come up to him at the final corner. Around the outside will go Luca Pede. As there you see so many people watching and taking in this final. And speaking of final, on to the final lap we go. And thankfully, Dax Miller gets the blue flag and is able to move out of the way and let our top three scamper on by. Once more, to the outside line goes Oliver Reynolds, and actually might end up getting overtaken here as Castleman takes the inside line. Nope, is able to slot back in. Some good attempts here from Oliver Reynolds. As I say, Luca Pede's defence is just magnificent. He has an answer to everything that Oliver Reynolds throws at him. Reynolds trying to carry that speed up and under. It's not going to happen. And these Mighties rumble on through this final lap of proceedings. The last time we see these drivers racing here at Gleneagles Park this year, at least as part of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Only a couple more corners for Luca Pede to hold on to this. I think he's done it, you know. Down into the final corner we go. Through goes Luca Pede, and your O-Plate champion takes another win in Might Ease. Pede wins it on the road with Reynolds and Castleman, your top three on the podium. And look at that battle behind. Parkhouse did get sucked into the battle then on that final lap. EJ Dira managed to sneak on by to fourth place, so well done to EJ Dira. As you saw there, that battle really being kept alive thanks to the slight defending from the O-Plate of Luca Pede, but also the 77 of Oliver Reynolds did have a better first sector than Luca Pede. So getting nice and close, but as we say, Luca Pede had the answer to everything that was thrown at him, and yet again, another win in the final for Luca Pede. Great showing there. And lovely to see all of the chatter in the live chat there. All of you supporting all the drivers out in that one. Lots of support for Eli, support for Pat, support for Aiden. So much love in the chat, which is great to see. Keep those coming in as we support the drivers through the finals. Here are the results then from your first final of round number 4. Luca Pede from Oliver Reynolds and Nathan Castleman. Then Dira, Parkhouse, Chung, Veslovsky, Orschler, Paris, Jones the top 10. Then Tetlow, Smith, Watkins, Matthews, Wass, Miller and Fraser Payne, the last driver out there in Might Ease. As we say, they're done and dusted for the weekend. Then Might Ease complete. 2 more Bambino finals though coming right up. Next up, it's Iami M1s for their final. Well, as the drivers get prepared, the parents and mechanics get the car prepared, and the Iami M1s scream back into life. Let's see in the live chat. Who are you supporting for this one, ladies and gentlemen? Make sure you let me know. Let's run you through the grid then. Oakley Rudman is on pole position with Teddy Smith alongside him. Jack Rossi Minner, we know how he likes to make overtakes, and this time he's starting from the second row. Let's see what he can do. The O-Plate champion from third place. Alongside him is Jules Nash. So the first time today, we don't have an all RCE top 4. However, 5 of the top 6 are RCE, so that makes it quite interesting. Presley Knight and Shade Downey joining in with the picture there on row number 3. Row 4, that's Henry Exton and Jed Evans. Then it's Stanley Thurston and Bryla Stevens who round out the top 10. They're followed by Frank Tingle, Nicholas Anser, Gabriel Chu, George Miller, Freddie Heyer, Albert Ohm and James Talbot. Rounds out the grid then. 17 runners for this second final of round number 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Up the Dragon Straight then go our drivers for the first time, and you can see some aggressive weaving from a few drivers there in the middle of the pack. Really getting the left hand down, right hand down, left hand down, right hand down, trying to get some heat in these tyres. Understandably so, they're a pretty hard rubber on these Iami M1s, designed to be used all year round. course, we had the same on the Might E's with their all-weather tyres. I'm 99% sure that these Iami M1s also run all-weather tyres. I'll double check that when they come up to the grid, because I don't actually have it in my notes. Silly John from the past didn't write that down. Cheers, Silly John. Right then, let's press on to the final here in Iami M1s. Presley Knight still leading the championship from rounds 1, 2 and 3, but it's very close. 10 points between the top three. Presley Knight leading the championship. Jack Rossi Minute second. Teddy Smith third. This will be interesting, and it is. Not quite those three on the sharp end of the grid. Presley Knight down in fifth. Race start for this one. Rossi Minute third. Teddy Smith in second. Oatley Rudman, who's on pole position, is fifth in the championship, and that's courtesy of a couple of difficult results earlier in the season. A 21st in Heat 2 at round 1, a 13th at the final at round 1, and a 19th in the final at round 2. But he brought that back yesterday with a first, second and third. Let's see what he does in the final here today for round number 4. Parents and guardians sent off of the circuit. Jack Rossi Minute rolls forward, and his dad runs in to make sure he gets pushed back into his correct position. Oh, was that a jump, or was that a fantastic start for the number 9? Either way, Oatley Rudman breaks away beautifully there at the sharp end. Look how quickly he scampered off there. That seemed too good to be true, didn't it? Back me up, chat. Back me up, chat. Well, let's see if they press on with this. Well, we'll quickly see on the live timing whether a penalty does come through. And through they go, up into Spoon for the first time in this race. The number 19 of Teddy Smith has had a nice start there. Holds on to second place. Rossi Minute, though, has not. He's dropped back into the pack of RCE drivers. He's trying to fend off from the 16 of Presley Knight. He just about keeps ahead of him as the 51 of Shay Downey gets past, but not for long. Back through goes Rossi Minute, but he'll go wide. Tries to move over to cover off and does. That invites Presley Knight back through as well. It's been only a matter of a couple of corners. Shay Downey drops 2 positions. And now they need to down the weapons here to Rossi Minute, Knight and Downey. They need to work together here to close back up to your top 3. And you might have just possibly heard the "Come on, Teddy" in the background as the parents once again getting involved here as the final kicks up of Iami M1. Always great to see the passion not only from the kids but also the parents and mechanics as they all want them to not only have lots of fun, but also see how far up the grid they can get in these finals. Well, Teddy Smith, of course, your victor in the final yesterday. At the moment, he's in a great position, isn't he? They're in second place, right behind his teammate of Oatley Rudman. And now he's trying to get in front of his teammate of Oatley Rudman. Up the inside goes Teddy Smith. What a move for the number 19. And straight back to the sharp end goes Teddy Smith. He planned that one very nicely, didn't he, young Teddy? And up to the sharp end of the field he goes. But it's Jack Rossi Minute who now takes the fastest lap. Nice exit from Oatley Rudman. They'll run side by side up the Dragon Straight once more. Smith with the inside line, though. Is there enough running? As there is the Teddy Smith supporters clan as they head up into Spoon yet again. Teddy losing out, keeping the race lead. He's able to fend off from Oatley Rudman and keeps him behind, but crucially Smith defending heavily here. This is going to back all of the drivers back into each other, and this battle pack for the lead is only going to get bigger. Rossi Minute up the inside, into third place he goes. Jules Nash, that is, getting relegated down to fourth. And Presley Knight trying to get involved with them as well. Not quite able to make the most of that move from Rossi Minute ahead. He has to rethink that himself to find a way past his RCE teammate. Well, on to lap number 4 we go then. Not even close to half race distance in this one. And we're going side by side for the lead once more. Smith covering the inside line. Rudman using the extra exit speed from taking the outside line. But Rossi Minute has the slipstream and Rossi Minute has second place. Well read there from Jack. I think Rudman was a bit too focused there on Smith ahead. And Rossi Minute said, thanks very much. I'll use the slipstream close up to the back of Smith and I will take the position. Thank you very much. Up to second place he goes, but of course he wants one more. But looking to re-attack there, down through into compression once again. Rudman had a little sneaky look at the inside line. Not quite able to get the overlap though. And Jack Rossi Minute continues to hold on to second place. Teddy Smith will be a tough cookie here to find a way past though, to say the least. As we say, your final victor yesterday. Both previous ones going to the 16 of Presley Knight. He was dominant back at Rowrah. It's all three wide contact! Contact between the three leaders, they're both going to go off! All three of them involved there, and Rossi Minute, that's gone up and over his shoulder. You saw him grab his shoulder in discomfort. I hope Jack Rossi Minute is okay after that one, and straight to the scene of the accident. Wow, that was a big one there up at the top section of the circuit. I hope all drivers are okay. Was it Oakley Rudman or Teddy Smith? Trying to spot if it's the 9 or the 19 still in the lead. I think it was Rudman that went off to the barriers. And I think confirmation there from my producer Stuart, the number 9, off to the scenery. So yes, there you go. That is the 18. Jules Nash is in the lead of the race. Since when? Where did he come from? I agree, Stuart. Where did he come from? What's happened there? We saw Teddy Smith drop back into the pack after all of that, but it's Jules Nash who's the one that's made up for it. Oh, guys, don't go 3-1 again into the same corner. Oh, my goodness. Over the crest we go, into Spoon once more, and it's Henry Exton in second place. Go on, Henry. Shay Downey is in third. No, Presley Knight's back to third. Then it's Teddy Smith now in fourth. So Shay Downey slipped back into fifth now. And with them is Jed Evans. Jack Rossi Minute still in there as well. Stanley Thurston now with the fastest lap of the race. Well, that incident has blown this race wide open. And not only that, it has blown the championship wide open as well. What a shame for Oakley Rudman. And he's going to lose some points in this final. As I think he is out. Yes, he is. He's up and out of the car. He's not continuing on with this final. Well, these drivers got to be careful here. They're going to get a push to the inside line here. Henry Exton will the 16, and he's going to take it. 19 of Teddy Smith going, do I go with you? Do I go with you? I will choose the inside line, thank you, and I will choose my teammate. Both of them get Henry Exton and Jules Nash as well. They're going to get through. Presley Knight to the lead of the race, and Teddy Smith follows him through. Awesome battling, and once more, we're back to an RCE top 4. But look who's back in the picture as well, Jack Rossi Minute. He's there in 5th place. What an awesome final this is so far in Iami M1. And we've only just hit over half race distance, really. Less than 3 minutes now left to go in this one. And this has been an awesome final. What a shame for Oakley Rudman. Oh, I tell a lie. Oakley Rudman is circulating again around the circuit, but he is a lap down. So good to see him. He's not going to be DNF. He will be classified in this one, which is great for his championship. But here we go. Up the Dragon Straight, and it's a choice of the M1s. Who do I decide to push up the Dragon Straight? Teddy Smith holds the inside line and tries to hold the lead up over the crest. It's going to be very close, though. Cuts smack across there with the number 19. On Teddy Smith, sorry, so no, that's Presley Knight back into the lead then. 16 finds his way back through. Shay Downey's now into 3rd place. Holds that round the outside of Jules Nash. So Nash from 5th to 1st, now back to 4th. Jack Rossi Minute's going to look up his inside, not quite this time into compression. But whoever gets into the lead defends like their life depends on it, which creates great racing for us to enjoy here on the live stream, courtesy of Alpha Live. We continue to press on in this race. How has there been no chatter in the live chat? This race has been amazing. Come on, guys, get stuck in. Who do you think's going to win this one? 1.5 minutes still left to go. Smith now goes up the inside. It's Teddy back to the lead once more, and he gets a nice push from his teammate. Oh, a bit of contact there between Downey and Knight. Knight holds 2nd. Downey then to 3rd. Rossi Minute and round goes to 28 of Stanley Thurston. What a shame. The driver with the fastest lap of the race with a 53 dead. Spins round up at Spoon, and that's the 28 off. Oh, no, that is Stanley Thurston. So he must have spun round, tried to rejoin, and then got stuck on the grass, sadly for Stanley. Looks as though he's going to be dropping down the order like a stone. What a shame for Stanley Thurston. Well, these drivers continuing to battle on, down through into Devil's Elbow yet again. A little bit wide that time from Teddy Smith. But can he do the double here at Granny Golf? That would be amazing in such a tightly fought Iami M1 field. To win both finals would be unbelievable. Teddy Smith leads us on then. We're on to lap number 10 now at this race. Look at the push from Downey on Presley Knight. Rossi Minute's going to the inside though. Can he push Teddy Smith through? No, it's around the outside for Knight, but yes he will. Down through into Spoon, and it's Rossi Minute through into 2nd place. I don't know how I'm going to keep my voice going for all these finals if they're like this. My goodness, this is epic racing, and Rossi Minute's back into 2nd. So Teddy Smith and Rossi Minott, now Knight in third, Downey fourth, and Nash in fifth. And I think he'll be broken away now as a top 5. Just about, yes, they're battling over 6 behind. That's Exton, Tingle, and Evans. Exton was in second place only a couple of laps ago, but this will be it then. On to the last lap of the race. The timer hits 0 here in Iami M1s, and this is it. Smith versus Minott onto the last lap. Will Minott go to the outside line, or will he push? It's yellow flags. Yellow flags. We still have Stanley Thurston stuck on the grass then clearly up at Spoon. Yellow flags. That is crucial. One overtaking opportunity potentially gone here. It's yes, they all stay single file. Good to see. Yellow flags being observed by our young drivers. Actually, that is a lovely exit from Teddy Smith off of Spoon. He does still cover off any moves, but that is a lovely first part of the lap from the number 19. Teddy Smith only has half a lap to go to do the double here at GYG in Iami N1, but Minott, Knight, Downey, Nash still pressuring him as we head down into compression. Through into Devil's Elbow for the final time. It's a bit wide for Smith. Rossi Minott's got the exit. Can he do enough? Through into the final corner we go. The crowd screams. To the line we go, and Teddy Smith wins. Teddy Smith wins again here at Gleneagles. What a showing. And the Teddy Smith fan club rejoices. What a showing there from the number 19. And he's won both finals here at GYG. What a showing as well from Jack Rossi Minott. Dropped back earlier in that race. And don't forget, Jack Rossi Minott effectively got punched in the shoulder by the back of another car as it flipped over the top of him. And then he carried on and got back into second place. What a race from Jack Rossi Minott. And he is made of some tough stuff, is Jack Rossi Minott. Amazing. Right then, rest of the order looks like this. Presley Knight in third place. A good podium for him there. Followed by Shay Downey, Jules Dash, Henry Exton, Frank Tingle, Jed Evans, Nicholas Anser, Briella Stevens, your top 10. Then it was Gabriel Chu, George Miller, Freddie Hyatt, Albert Ohm, and then James Talbot, Oakley Rudman, and Stanley Thurston. Of course, Rudman and Thurston not making it to the end there, sadly. I think Rudman actually did in the end, sorry. Take that back. He did rejoin the action, but not the points he would have hoped for. Double victory at GYG, though, for Teddy Smith. And fair play to Jack Rossi Minott after getting smacked in the shoulder by a car going over the top of him. Carried on to second place. Big shout out to you, Jack. You're a hero. Right, off we go then. Our last Bambino final of the day. And it's the Koma C50s coming up next. Right then, Koma C50 time. And yet again, it is Jace Hannon on pole position. But you won't believe it, it's not Matthew Pearson alongside him. It's Logan Grassi on that front row. Matthew Pearson and Dalton Dyke Wickfield are on row 2, with Reggie Rhodes and Noah Gallagher on row number 3. Then behind them, 15-car grid for this one. It is Robert Hanley and River DiGiorgio Miller. Following them, Duke Campbell and Jacob Hayward-Wright round out the top 10. Ayrton Edwards-Jones and Henry Isles making it all Welsh row number 6. And then Tristan Begley, Regan Abercrombie and Aidan Hughes round out the grid. Interestingly enough there, we've got Welsh, Scottish, Irish there, finalising the order on the grid for this one. Good to see drivers from far afield attending here at Gleneagles. And good to see a much higher number of Welsh drivers getting involved as well with, I was going to say in their backyard, but really even if you're about 20 miles away from GYG, it takes you about 3 hours, it seems, around the B roads around here. So still won't have been a close one, but great to see them getting involved. And it's the last time we'll get to see that Gleneagles karting livery on the number 17 of Ayrton Edwards-Jones. Well, off we go then. As we say, it was quite an interesting second heat, if I'm not mistaken, in Koma C50. Try and get a result from that one. Yes, Jace Hannon did get his way back to the lead, because of course Jace and Matthew both dropped down the order. It was a chaotic race, to say the least. But Jace managing to get back through to the lead. Yeah, trying to look through the lap replay. After lap 1, Aidan Hughes took the lead, Pearson and Hannon second and third. Then they dropped down, Hannon to 4th, Pearson to 8th. And then they battled on back through. Logan Grassi back to the lead, as then there was another bit of contact, wasn't there? Hughes and Dyke Wickfield dropping down. And that then closed them all back together, allowed for Hannon and Pearson to close back in. But Hannon had not been had been able to get out of the incident a little bit quicker. That meant he was back on the scene faster and managed to get the win back at the end of the race. Amazing from Jace Hannon. Sadly, Aidan Hughes was disqualified for scrutiny and non-compliance in that second heat. And that would have really hampered his starting position on the grid for this one. Well, yes, he's down on last place. Well, we've seen him. He was leading that race in heat number 2. And if I look back to Koma heat number 1, he's up in 5th place. So definitely out of position is Aidan Hughes. Definitely one to be watching out for coming through the field here in, once again, this 9-minute plus 1 lap final. The last of 3 Bambino classes here for round number 4. The HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. I didn't check the live chat since I encouraged you all to speak about that race. Ted to win, come on Henry, absolutely well done Jack, 2nd place. Yeah, lots of love for all those drivers in the last race. That was an absolute stormer. Possibly race of the weekend, that one. That was brilliant in Iami M1. Let's see if the Komas can replicate that. And also, welcome to all these extra people getting the Slipstream pass. Alex Goodyear, welcome. Kieran G Racing, Tracy Dixon, Ria Wilkinson, Maddie, Gillian Blanford, Ben Doherty. So many of you joining Slipstream. And we look forward to welcoming you for the odd rounds of the Super One for the rest of the year. Off we go then. It's a poor start from Logan Grassi. He chops across, gets a bump, luckily for him, from Reggie Rhodes. But look who it is, Matthew Pearson, who sneaks on by. We might go 4 wide here, almost, up the Dragon Straight, as it's a 22 on the outside. That's Noah Gallagher. Middle is the 14 there of Dalton Dyke Whitfield. And on the inside is Logan Grassi. They're still 3 wide as they try and turn into the corner. But it will be Noah Gallagher who takes 3rd place. Dyke Whitfield into 4th. And that is Logan Grassi from 2nd on the grid down to 5th there after only a few corners. That's a real shame there for Logan Grassi. Battling really well in the second heat of the day earlier on. But really, we got that really exciting race in heat number 2 because Aidan Hughes had a stormer of a race start, got past Hannon and Pearson, and thus they didn't bother working together. They got stuck in with the scrapping. Sadly for the neutrals here in this one, Hannon and Pearson have cleared off already at the sharp end, courtesy of that poor start from Logan Grassi. Well, Grassi now trying to fight back here on Dalton Dyke Whitfield. Out the final corner they go onto lap number 2. But it is already a 1.8 second advantage for Hannon and Pearson. And there you can see already, Pearson making no attempt to overtake. What was that going on in the background for 4th or 5th place? That was aggressive chopping across there from one of the drivers. I didn't quite spot who that was. They're going up the Dragon Straight. As I was saying, yeah, Pearson not making any attempt here to make a move on Jace Hannon. I think it is back to how it's been for the last few races before that heat 2 really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Pearson is going to push Hannon here through to the final lap of the race. He did that in the final yesterday, waited. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it there. I was about to eat my words. But no, Matthew Pearson stays behind for now. As I was saying, Matthew pushed Jace all of the final yesterday, then went for the move down at Carousel. He got alongside. Stewart didn't think it was enough, though, because Hannon turned in and Pearson spun round as he clattered into the side pod of Jace Hannon. But luckily, they'd built up a 15-second gap to the drivers behind because they'd just been working together the whole race. And that meant that even with that spin, Pearson finished about 8 seconds behind Jace and then 8 seconds in front of whoever was in 3rd place. I think we're going to see more of that here today. Although there was a little look on that previous lap from Matthew Pearson. So I am ready to eat my words at a moment's notice. See if Pearson decides to go for it earlier on because, as I was saying, he waited to the last lap yesterday and it didn't work. He waited to the last lap this morning as well in heat number 1 and it didn't work. He couldn't get the move done and had to settle for 2nd place. And given how close it is in the championship here in Koma C50s, those kind of margins of not quite getting it done on the last lap is what could win Jace Hannon the championship. They went into today joint on points, 378 each. Now, of course, that heat 2 would have blown things out of the water because Jace Hannon managed to win that race, but Matthew Pearson was a little bit further down the order. Dalton Dyke Whitfield there managed to hold on to place there all the way around the outside at the final corner. Logan Grassi not happy about something there as he throws his hands up in dismay. Hands in the air, but he very much does care for Logan Grassi. He's still trying to put the pressure on to Dalton Dyke Whitfield. Your race leaders here once again, as they're not clearing off as quickly as they have done in previous races. as that gap has stayed at 1.8 seconds for the last at least 2 laps, if not 3. As there, those two continue to battle. That is Grassi back through then, isn't it? Yes, so Logan Grassi has got the move done then on Dalton Dyke Wickfield. As, hey, Matthew Pearson is looking a bit more fiery in this one. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but he looks to be setting up moves here. There's potential for changes at the front, and maybe they're realising they're not quite pulling away as they would like to. Noah Gallagher's keeping them at about 1.8 seconds. I say that's probably going to go up almost by a second. Classic. Classic. It's up to 2.7. Well, clearly working together is working. But I think what Matthew Pearson's doing is just a case of, if Jace makes a mistake here, if I find a way to get past, I might as well go for it. I'm not going to lose that much time, and we've now got a good gap. Well, that's why Gallagher's lost time. He's dropped all the way back into the squabble behind. Now it's Gallagher versus Grassi versus Dyke Wickfield here. Dyke Wickfield for 3rd place. Pearson continues to push Hannon. Down through the carousel once more. As here is the battle behind then. So Logan Grassi has got through into 3rd place now. Noah Gallagher falling into the clutches of Dalton Dyke Wickfield, but not being overtaken just yet. Still there in 4th place is Noah Gallagher. It was a good showing for him for a lot of that race, keeping within a touching distance of the top 2. But with those two working together, 2 engines is always better than 1, and Noah had no slipstream to use at all. He was way too far back. It was only a matter of time, really, before he dropped on the back of these two, and sadly for him, it has happened. He's dropped out of the top 3. For the moment, he's managing to fend off from Dalton Dyke Wickfield. And luckily for them, it's about 3.5 seconds, then back to the next battle. Reggie Rhodes versus River DeGiorgio Miller. That is a squabble for P6 behind them. And then Aidan Hughes from the back of the grid. He's had a good run in this one. 7 places gained already, up into P8. There's a warning for the driver behind for Jude Campbell comes out. Non-specific, just a warning. And he has Robert Hanley and Ayrton Edwards-Jones for company as well. And a bit of a gap further back then to Henry Isles, Tristan Begley and Jacob Hayward-White. The biggest mover, very much Aidan Hughes in this one. As we would expect, though, he's out of position for this race start, courtesy of that scrutiny and non-compliance in heat number 2. Hopefully all complying here in the final as he cuts his way through the order. We've still got 2.5 minutes left to go. There's still definitely potential for Hughes to catch, Hughes to catch Rhodes and DeGiorgio Miller. We've just lost quite a bit of time on that last lap. Not sure what's happened there on that previous one for Hughes. Oh, I say that, it's just on the same time, but he's dropped now 3 seconds off. Don't know what's happened there. Anyway, we look and keep an eye on our race leaders. Again, for the moment, seems to be a cookie cutter of the final yesterday, as there's the move from Dyke Wickfield down at the carousel. Nicely done from Dalton. Just squeezes Gallagher ever so slightly wide, and is able to use his own momentum to get past and into 4th place. And now it's only Logan Grassi between himself and a podium here in the final. Of course, trophies for the top 5, but you want to be in that top 3. You want to be in that top 1. And we're waiting with bated breath to see when Matthew Pearson goes for it. Now, interesting enough, in previous races, it's been split between who's fastest in which sector between Hannon and Pearson. Well, in this race, Pearson is fastest across the lap, and he's fastest in both sectors. I'm not sure how much by, though, because their overall fastest laps, there's 0.02 of a second difference. So still, they're basically inseparable at the sharp end. Well, Dyke Wickfield has now very much turned his attention to Logan Grassi. We head down into the carousel once more. Just over a minute left to go. These drivers lapping in about the minute marker. So this time around, it'll be on to the penultimate lap of the race. As we say, for the last of our Bambino races. Another warning coming through. This time it's a Reggie Rhodes. Drivers just need to be a bit careful here over these last couple of laps. Well, after this one, race 19 of the day, your Koma C50 final. There'll be 5 more finals left to come after that. And here we go as the timer continues to tick down. Not too long until we bring this race to a close. They really haven't dropped the 3 behind, though, Hannon and Pearson. But given they haven't battled at all in this race, And Grassy and Dyke Whitfield and Gallagher have been fighting in this race, yet they've not lost a huge amount of time. Now they're all there together in a train. Could be some, if they can work together here over this penultimate lap and close that gap by at least a second, maybe on the last lap, there could be murmurings of more places. Let's wait and see. Grassy from Dyke, Whitfield and Gallagher, still those chasing 3. But you saw when Hannon and Pearson were in the shot, ignore that on Reggie Rhodes on the left-hand side of the screen, that's not correct. Hannon and Pearson, Hannon is now defending as they come through into the final couple of corners. Not quite able to get the overlap is Matthew Pearson, but this is it then. Just like we saw at round 3 yesterday, he's got one final lap to get it. He's up the inside at T1 already. Well, last time around, he waited until the carousel and it didn't work out. This time, he's grabbed it at the first time of asking. Will that be enough here for Matthew Pearson to take the victory in the final here at round number 4? We've seen that Jace Hannon likes the odd rounds and Matthew Pearson likes the even rounds, because Hannon won round 1, Pearson won round 2, Hannon won round 3, and now Pearson's in the lead at round 4. Covers off the inside line, down into carousel. Hannon trying to cover off and trying to gain the exit speed, and he has. Beautiful from Jace Hannon. Slight bit of slidey stuff there from Matthew Pearson, and he gives up the race lead down at carousel. Well, it needs to be aggressive here as look at Grassy, Dyke, Whitfield and Gallagher closing in as well. I don't think it's quite going to be long enough. They needed another lap, but here we go. Overlap for Pearson. He'll have the inside line into the final corner. There's going to be contact here between the two and they're both off. Both the leaders are off in the final corner. Who's going to win? It's Logan Grassy. Logan Grassy wins in Koma C50s. I can't believe it. Grassy wins from Dyke Whitfield second, Gallagher third, and then our two drivers across the line in 4th and 5th. Wow, what an end to the race that was. The timing doesn't know what's going on, but I could tell you, Logan Grassy has won the final. Unbelievable. The first driver who's not named Matthew Pearson and Jace Hannon to win a final this season in Koma C50s. And he had to make sure he was there, ready to take it. But you saw that, you just knew it was going to happen. Pearson had the inside line. He had that overlap. And I'm going to say it, I'm not a steward, but he was entitled to that corner. He was entitled to that space. And Jace Hannon did not give it to him. Squeezed him all the way to the apex. And Matthew Pearson was never backing out of that one. There was always going to be contact. And Matthew Pearson ended up going parallel with the circuit. He nearly came out the kart there. That contact was so heavy. But what an ending that was. We can't show you the results because the timing is not a happy bunny. But I can tell you, it's Logan Grassy who wins in the Koma C50 final. Wow. What an end to the race that was. And just like I said in the previous one before that, guys, can we have some more boring finals, please? My voice cannot carry this through. Oh my goodness. Yet again, another fantastic final there in Koma C50s. But those are all our Bambinos done and dusted then. Race 19 comes to a close and we look on forward to race 20. It's our first split grid final of the day. Microax and Iami Water Swift Restricted. Right then, first split grid final of the afternoon, but of course not a proper split grid final because we only got one Iami Water Swift Restricted, that being Santo Amico, so he'll be at the back of the grid for this one. He gained 18 places in the final yesterday. Let's see if he can beat that record here. The round number 4 final. Here's your grid. Ralph Ewer, he has been on fire so far today, and he is truly deserving of that pole position. Ellis Holt alongside him on the front row. Jensen Drummond and Charlie Cahill then on row 2, followed by Tommy Delaney and Buster Scott. Then it's Archie Mostyn and Hugh Riley on row 4. Then James Hudson and Oakley Howlett rounding up the top 10. They're followed by Alfie Ward and AJ Halil. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, great to talk to her earlier. She starts from 13th place on the grid. Unlucky for some, I hope it's not. Unlucky for her. Alongside her is the American of Max Stone. And it's Jackson Foots and Ezra Robinson Matthews, Hayden Bailey and Cooper Galloway, Jensen O'Connor and Daniel Debreo, then Matty Smith, William Ewer, Daniel Thompson, Sam Hope, Ralph Dempsey, and your singular Iami Water Swift Restricted driver of Santo Amico. Well, here we go then. This grid is rather shuffled up, to say the least. Watch out for Ezra Robinson-Matthews coming through from 16th on the grid. He has been on fire so far today. I had that incident back in heat number 2. Just hoping he's back on the grid, trying to spot him. I have seen him. He is definitely on the grid, which is good to see. A couple of incidents earlier on in Microax, so great to have them all back out on the grid for this one then. Right, let's go 2x2 formation. Has taken these guys a couple of attempts at the start previously. Can we do it first time of asking here? Yes, we can. Off we go. Nice start from Charlie Cale there, trying to sneak straight to the inside line. Not quite going to happen, but he has gained 1 position out of all of that. He might gain 2 if the door's open there, as the 85 tries to go to the outside line. That's Buster Scott with a beautiful start, but to the outside line at Spoon is always a bold one to place yourself there. It's worked out for him, though. He's been given the room, and now he might even go up to 3rd as he puts it up the inside of Charlie Cale. He does. Lovely start, and he's up to 2nd as well. What a start from Buster Scott. Not only is he a very kind young man in helping the cart off of Eleanor Shelby Parsonage back at round number 2 at Rowra, but he's also mighty, mighty fast. Up to P2 he goes on the first lap. Oh, Cale having a bit of a sniff there at 3rd place. Tried to stick the nose in where maybe it shouldn't be. And luckily was able to back out of that one. Sticks in behind as one of our Sodi for test drivers off on the grass. That is the 78 of Daniel Debreo. I think he DNF'd in heat number 2, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And sadly, looking as though he might be out of this one already. That's Ralph Ewer trying to hold off Buster Scott. Scott trying to get the up and under, and this is going to make it tasty. Ralph Ewer defends down into the carousel, and he will be backing them all up once more. Charlie Cale back through into 3rd. That's fending off from Hugh Riley and Jensen Drummond. I think actually Drummond might have lost the place. I think Teddy Delaney's now involved as well, as there is the Sodi driver stuck on the outside of the circuit, so at least dropping a lap down, and effectively that is race over when you drop a lap down in a 9 minutes plus 1 lap heat race. It's not a heat race, it's the final, John. Screw your head on, mate. On to another lap we go. It is lap number 3 of this one, and it's now Charlie Cale with the fastest lap. Oh dear, one of the Tom Day Racing drivers is off there. That is Matty Smith, I think that was on the 81. Yes, it is. And Matty Smith now dropping down the order. What's happened to Ellis Holt as well? Ellis Holt started on the front row. Ellis Holt started 2nd place in this, and he's down in 25th, a lap down. So something's happened that I've not quite spotted on the screens. Again, something I didn't spot is Buster Scott's in the lead of the race. When did that happen? Buster Scott has got it done, and through he moves on Ralph Ewer. Well, for the first time in this race then, Buster to the lead. Oh, looking down the inside there was Ralph Ewer. Again, like we saw from Charlie Cale on the first lap, maybe sticking the nose in where he doesn't deserve to be just yet. And thankfully, they avoid any serious contact. Here onto a new lap we go, and it's Tommy Delaney with the new fastest lap. We're a breakaway of 7 at the moment at the front. Scott, Ewer, Cale, Riley, Drummond, Delaney and Hudson. All there at the sharp end. But AJ Halil then leads the next charge. Good to see AJ Halil continuing on with his journey through national motorsport as well. Yet another driver that's come through from the Rye House Kart Club. Archie Mostyn going with him. Same with Matthews. That's Ezra Robinson-Matthews. He's gained 6 already in this one. But take a bow, Santo Amico. We are, 3 minutes into this race, and he's gained 14 places as Santo Amico. My goodness. He gained 18 in the final yesterday. He's gained 14, and we're not even halfway through. Battle for the lead, though. Back through goes Ralph Ewer. Buster Scott trying to get the inside line again. They run very wide at the final corner. Might be a move for 3rd. The 9's just about able to back out of that, and actually opens up the opportunity for Hugh Riley to get stuck in. Wait, hold on a second. Who's number 9? This is Ellis Holt, who's a lap down. But Holt will be on leader's pace is the issue here. So he might try and stick with them. Wouldn't be advised, though. Would not be advised. You're going to have the book thrown at you, Ellis, if you try and do that. So just move out the way, let the leaders go. I know it's frustrating, because you should be up there in with them. You qualified on 2nd place for this race. But these things happen. Don't get stuck in and get yourself a city black flag. You did a nice job there of moving out the way. And the leaders continuing to press on. I think he might still be in the middle of that pack. We'll try and spot him as they continue on round then. But still, with the batting at the front and the defending between these drivers as well, we are continuing to see, what is it still? 2 seconds between the top 9 we are still here, and we are about to hit half race distance. Buster Scott in the lead, Charlie Cale now in 2nd place. Nice last lap for him, finding his way past Ralph Ewer. Ewer's managed to stop that negative momentum, though, sitting there in third place. They're still in the podium positions and still right on the coattails of your two leaders. Who's going with them? Hugh Riley and Jensen Drummond there, is it? I think it's Drummond on the blue car, so I think Delaney might be through. We'll double check. Head on down into compression yet again. As there is that car out for a few laps, now getting dragged to the side of the circuit. Sadly, Daniel Debré, our only driver out of this one. Matty Smith was able to get back underway after those issues earlier on. On to lap number 7 we go then. Ralph Ewer, new fastest lap of the race. He's using that slipstream to perfection. And now he wants back to the sharp end. Issue for him now is he's got Kale in between himself and Scott, though. Bit of argy-bargy, up over the crest they go, and up the inside goes Ralph Ewer. Nicely done, but he'll slide on wide, and Kale will go all the way around the outside. Beautiful from Charlie Kale, and now under pressure for third place here is Ralph Ewer. That's Hugh Riley trying to make the most of it, and yes, the number 9 is still there in this battle. That is Ellis Holt. I say that, I don't actually know if he's a lap down. It could be a transponder issue. So I'm not going to speak about that too much. He's there in the battle, and he's getting stuck in, and I've not seen a blue flag for him, crucially. So he might actually still be in this battle. It might just be a timing issue that's put him a lap down, because we didn't see anyone from the top pack heading off piste earlier in the race, so it might just be a timing issue. So bear that in mind. He's there in what it would effectively be 5th place at the moment. Try and tell you if we can work this one out. It'll make it easier for me if he doesn't get in the top 3, but I'm sure that's exactly what he wants to do. Right then, less than 3 minutes left to go in this race. I think this is the longest period of time that one driver has led the race. Buster Scott leading this one for a good few laps now. Kale initially slipping into the clutches of Ewer, but Ewer going wide there up at Spoon. Kale getting back round the outside, and then those brief few moments of Ewer having to fend off with the drivers behind. Let's Kale focus on Buster Scott yet again, but Kale doesn't seem like there's been any particularly obvious place here where you go, yeah, that's where he could send the move. That's where he's clearly got a good bit of overspeed. And for the moment, continuing to sit in behind. New fastest lap this time goes the way of Hugh Riley. They're on the 87, chasing down our top 3. And like we say, the number 9 still there with them in 5th. That's the 97 who's gone off piste. So that's Alfie Ward. What a shame for Alfie Ward. I know he was visiting Kart Sim last week to get the hang of this GYG circuit, being coached, funny enough, by Ronnie Smith, who races in the seniors here today. The 2 drivers in the same championship, one coaching the other. I know that happens a lot as well. We were chatting with Jarrett Metters yesterday, and he was saying how he was coaching other drivers here today whilst racing as well. Unbelievably impressive to be able to do that on the same weekend. But clearly working out all right for Jarrett, because he won the final yesterday. We turn back to this one then. So was pressing on really well, was Alfie Ward, having a good race, but sadly he's got a eye on that lap. He drops down to the back of the pack. He was up in 12th place when that all happened. So was battling in that group from AJ Hill backwards in 10th. Santo Amico's now in 9th. He's getting 17 places. He only needs to get 2 more to beat his record of 18 from yesterday. And don't forget, there might be penalties post-race as well, where he gains a couple more cheeky ones. But he is now, he's with Ezra Robinson Matthews, and they are only, what's this, 2 seconds. There they are. They just went past in the background of your shot. The yellow car leading Santo Amico as they try and close up to the leaders here. But time quickly ticking down. Buster Scott is looking, I don't want to say comfortable out in the lead, but he's managing this pressure really, really well. This has been mightily impressive. And to remind you, back at round number 2, he had the mental fortitude to stop his kart, get out, and help get the kart off of Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Amazing that, the camaraderie amongst the grid, even in young drivers like this here in Microax. As we press on. What were you pointing at? Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Ellis Holt is back on in 5th place. Okay, so we have a confirmation then. He is not a lap down. That was just a timing issue for Ellis Holt, so I'm glad we didn't speak about that too much. I did go on a little bit of a rant to you, Ellis. Apologies. You were absolutely in your fair right to get involved with that battle, as you are there in 5th position. Give me a bit of stat note off the information I had. I think it was fair. But off we go then. Timer hit 0. We're going to head onto the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. 85, sorry, Buster Scott leads us onto it. And I think Charlie Kale is just a bit too far back here to launch an attack. Look at that. Slipstream lost ever so slightly just with that distance behind for Charlie Kale, and Ralph Ewer smells blood in the water. He wants this second place for himself. I mean, he'd love the race win, but looks to be slipping through their fingers now. As Hugh Riley in the Senna tribute helmet, still with the fastest lap, but hasn't been able to make any moves over the last few laps. These 7, isn't it? Yeah, these 7 have been nose to tail, basically since half race distance. As there's the move, up the inside goes Ralph Ewer. Great move, beautifully done from Ewer. He takes second place, but none of them could challenge Buster Scott. Round the final corner comes Buster Scott, and he wins. He wins in the final. The first driver not named Zayn Safoglu to win in a final here in the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series Microax class. Safoglu couldn't be here today. He steps aside, and it's Buster Scott who sighs through to the 4 and takes his first victory in the final of the year. Brilliant to see. What a shame for Tommy Delaney, though. He was up in that leading battle for most of that race. And sadly, an off-track excursion on the last lap sees him drop to the back of the order. Well, there we go then. The horse is loving the action out on circuit. Let's run you through the results then from Microax and Iami Water Swift. Firstly, I'm sad because Santo Amico only gained 17 places in that race, one off of his personal best from yesterday. But still, well done, Santo. Good to see you getting stuck in. Buster Scott wins then in Microax ahead of Ralph Ewer and Charlie Cale. Lovely move there on the final lap from Ralph Ewer. Hugh Riley and Ellis Holt round up the top 5, followed by James Hudson, Jensen Drummond, Ezra Robinson-Matthews. Good drive back through there from Robinson-Matthews. Then Santo Amico, your only Water Swift restricted there in 9th. AJ Halil rounds out the top 10, followed by Mostyn, O'Connor, Howlett, Bailey, Galloway, Foots, Hope, Thompson, Parsonage, Ewer, Ward, Dempsey, the last of your finishers, and then Tommy Delaney, Max Stone, Matty Smith, and Daniel Debreo not making it to the checkered flag in that one. Well, there we go then. We've had one split grid final of the day. Let's get straight on with another. Up next is Honda Cadet GX200 and Mighty Cadets for their final. Right then, another split grid to get under our belt. And off we go. Hondas and Mighty Cadets on this one. Again, we struggle with the timings in this one, so I'll do my best to keep on top of things, but cut us some slack in the live chat about following each of them. Keeping an idea of who's in the lead in which race is difficult in and of itself. Let's go then. Jesse Bailey's on pole position with George Lilly alongside him. Reggie Duffelsey and Nico Veslovsky are on row 2, with Phoebe Shelton and Freddie Williams on row 3. Then it's Jaden Bond, Alfie B and Aubrey Havington Evans who round out the grid of Honda Cadet drivers. Then it's Daniel Stangarine, your winner in the final yesterday, lines up on pole position yet again. Freddie Dye and Arthur Thompson are behind him. Jacob Amis and Jax Wong. It's been a poor day, sadly, for Jax Wong. He starts down in 5th on the grid for his class. 6th alongside him is Piers Gauntlet. Then it'll be Freddie Howell and Harry Wass. Then followed by Frank Pearson, Gianluca Hudson, Emily Christie, and Samuel Kenny, the last of your drivers on the grid here for this final. Like I say, split grid yet again in this one. And a bit of a more challenging one to follow. My mother's just sent me something about tax. I'm not opening that email for a while. Right, let's press on for the final. Jesse Bailey lines up on the pole position for this one. He's been battling really well throughout today, has Jesse Bailey. Let's have a look back. Reggie Duffelsey, your victor in heat number 2. Where are we for this? Heat number 1. George Lilly, your victor in heat number 1. So no wins on circuit yet today for Jesse Bailey. Consistency is key. As we all know, both through a round and through a season as well, to do well across a season of motorsport, consistency is absolutely paramount and has been shown here by Jesse Bailey. A win for Lilly and a win for Duffelsey, but they're starting 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Jesse Bailey 1 point clear of them with that consistency throughout today's proceedings. And Phoebe Shelton as well. She's been really impressive this weekend for me. Really getting her elbows out in the final yesterday, as the horse has gone back to eating grass while we're not racing out on circuit. Doesn't look very yummy. Wouldn't be my first choice, but fair play to you, mate. Looking back at the electric carts as well, Stangarine, the Hungarian, has been doing a great job so far this year. And it was lovely to chat with him after his final victory yesterday. And of course, to remind you again, we've got two lovely little 3D printed frogs here looking over us for our live stream. So Daniel, if you do listen to this back, we've got it front and centre here in the comms box / Alpha Live van. And they're keeping us company here, and they are brilliant. Fair play to you, Daniel. Really cool that you designed that and got it all printed. And he's been selling it throughout the weekend as well. What a little entrepreneur. A big up to Daniel Stangerine, and of course his parents as well for encouraging those sort of activities. And Daniel trying to make a little bit of extra money towards his racing career. And he clearly deserves to have that backing because he has been on fire so far this season. Won the final at round 1, won the final at round 3, second in the final at round 2 to Jax Wong, as Jax Wong in those other two was second to him at both round 1 and round 3. Oh dear, what's happened down here, drivers? We've got 3 of them round, and one of them totally stuck. That is the 33 that we've got stuck on the grass. So we will be going round again. It can't be the 33, it's the 83, sorry, of Samuel Kenny. So I think we can probably assume it was Gianluca Hudson, Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny that have gone off there down at the bottom section. Yeah, we are definitely going round again. We've still got drivers stuck around the circuit. So chevron flag, there's the 17 of Gianluca Hudson getting going yet again. As the fantastic marshals having to put their back into it to try and get the drive out of the green stuff, but they do. Big shout out to all of the Orange Army here today, and a particular shout out to the medical crew here today. You've done a fantastic job, and it's certainly been needed here today. So thank you all so much for all of your efforts. Whatever you do behind the scenes, whether it be here at GYG, whether it be for the SuperOne Series, you all do such an awesome job, and it's great. It's your efforts that mean that we get to enjoy racing like this. So a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, whether on track, working behind the scenes for SuperOne, working behind the scenes for GYG. A massive thank you and shout out to you. Right then, let's actually try and go for a race start then, drivers. Hondas, nope, are not underway. Are not underway. You saw there, Jesse Bailey going, oi, slow down to George Lilly there as he pointed across. He gave the little slow, 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 slow because he knew that he was going to cross the line first and that was going to be a jump start. And indeed confirmed as they continue on. But of course, with a split grid as well, the Mighties just sort of have to get on with it, don't they? Because they're just like, well, our start could have been perfect, but because there's a false start ahead of us, we have to now go around for a false as well. So another lap for the drivers to settle into things and try and get a bit more heat into those tyres. Temperature definitely dropping here at GYG. I'm not trusting the temperature that's being shown in our van, because that says 23, and that is definitely not right. I think it's more closer to 13 than 23. My phone says 15, so pretty close, pretty close. But BBC weather says 80% chance of rain in the next hour. Interesting. What does Met Office say? It doesn't agree. It says 30% chance at 8 PM, so don't know who to trust. Let's focus on the racing. Honda Cadets get underway then, and we do get it racing. Second time of asking. And look at that, 2 trains forming all the way up the Dragon Straight. I think the orange helmeted driver is able to chop across though, and George Lilly takes the lead then as they head up into Spoon for the first time. Our electric carts kick off now as well, as doesn't look like they're going for a start. As 77's off up at Spoon. There's been quite a chaotic start up at Spoon for our Hondas. So that was the 77 of Nico Veslovsky off up at the Spoon corner. I can't see a false start here. Let me get up my live timing. Live timing does say full start, so we are going round again for another go. Looked as though it was fine there for Hondas, but maybe it was all that kerfuffle up at Spoon that caused the false start on that one. Anyway, we're going to get a third attempt at this one. I'm not sure if these two know it's a false start. They are going round as if it isn't, but there's no false start board out there going up the straight. The live timing says false start, the track doesn't. And these drivers are now going for a race start in Might E Cadet. I don't know what's happening, if I'm honest, ladies and gentlemen. We're going for a race start in the Mighties anyway. They're kicking it off. These Hondas are still very much racing, and it's been a great start for Phoebe Shelton. She is straight on the back here of red flag, red flag, red flag. Yes, that makes sense. There was total confusion out there on circuit. One half of the circuit thinks we're going for a race start. One half thinks we're already racing. Yeah, chaos there, to say the least. I think that needed to happen, that red flag, to just get everyone stopped again and actually get a consensus over what we're doing out there on the black stuff. So And sadly, that has stolen away what was the most amazing race start there for Phoebe Shelton. We had Jessie Bailey, Freddie Williams, Reggie Duffy and Nico Veslovsky off up at Spoon on the first lap there. And Phoebe Shelton just cut her way through into second and was right on the rear bumper there of George Lilly. She's going to feel very hard done by after that one. They didn't know that they had actually been false started about halfway through that lap, but it wasn't quite passed on, the message, sadly, for them. So they all stop now as they were. I do believe they'll get put back into the original order that they should have started in, because still 7 minutes on the clock. So it'll be a case of they'll send them round. They'll all need to get back into the right order, and then we'll come round for a second start. I think that's exactly what John is saying down there, as you saw the hand movements of switching around. So anyway, good, a red flag here for this one. And as I say, this is race number 21 of the day. And this is our 5th final of the day. So we're already halfway through the finals here at round number 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. And of course, it is great to have them on board for this year. Fantastic to have them on board for this year, and great to have HWE BIM Services supporting SuperOne and making sure that these drivers can all go racing every year. They are the leaders in the realm of building information modelling, Revit MEP modelling and 2D drafting services tailored to meet the distinct requirements of construction projects throughout the UK. And if you want to learn more, here's a little ad for you. Well, there you go then. If you want to find out anything more, scan that QR code that was on your screen. And if that's of interest, get in touch with them. A big thank you for them supporting the SuperOne Series for 2026. Great to have the title sponsor on board. Well, we went to the ad because we knew it was going to take a while to resort out the drivers, and it seems as though they've mostly got them back into place. But yeah, it is taking a while because they've all reshuffled themselves there on that attempt at the start. Oh, I nearly fell off my chair trying to close the door there. That was a close one. I could have gone flying out the comms box there. That would have sounded good on the stream. Right, as drivers get it back into order then, let's have a look at the grid yet again. So they'll go back into how they were before that attempt at the race start. So we said that is gutting for Phoebe Shelton, who made up so many off that start. Same for Aubrey Harrington-Evans, up 6 in that one. But that's amazing for Jessie Bailey, Freddie Williams, Reggie Duffy and Nico Veslovsky, who all lost out on that start up at Spoon. Coming together, off onto the grass they all went, and all dropped to the back of the order in their class. So they'll get put back to where they should have been on the grid, and hopefully they learn from their mistakes up at Spoon for the second time of asking. As they do, in fact, head off now. Are we going to a race start straight away? We might just be, you know. Nope, no we're not. No we're not. I got too excited. We will go round for a roll-up lap. So, running through the grid again. Jessie Bailey from George Lilly on the front row here in Hondas, then Reggie Duffy and Nico Veslovsky on row number 2. Phoebe Shelton and Freddie Williams are on row 3, with Jaden Bond and Alfie B on row number 4. Aubrey Harrington-Evans rounds out the grid in our Honda Cadets. Then the Might E Cadets, Daniel Stangarine and Freddie Dye on the front row. Arthur Thompson and Jacob Amis on row 2. Jax Wong, a tough drive for him there from 5th on the grid. Alongside him is Piers Gauntler. Then Freddie Howell and Harry Wass, Frank Pearson and Gianluca Hudson, and then Emily Christie and Samuel Kenny. That rounds out the grid then for Might E Cadets. Good to see the drivers keeping it nice and steady around this roll-up lap as we get ready to go. Some love for Phoebe Shelton in the live chat from Riley Price. I'm sure she very much appreciates your support. Again, as I say, she had an absolute stormer at that first attempt at the start, up straight to second place. She's going to have to try and do it all again. Let's see how we go for this one. I swear I'm seeing live chats that I didn't see at the time that are now suddenly there. I've got no idea what's going on with the live chat today. Anyway, let's press on. Right, another attempt at starting this one, drivers. Can we get it going? Honda Cadet GX200, a Mighty Cadet final. That was a good start. Let's go. Honda Cadets kick off the racing action then. And your pole sitter, Jesse Bailey, takes to the front. It's not been quite as good a one for second on the grid of George Lilly. Last time he cut around the outside, straight into the lead of the race. Well, this time he has to slot into second place and no one able to make moves up at Spoon. Shelton still had a decent start. She's gained 1 place up into 4th and now finds herself on the rear bumper of Reggie Dufficy. I think it's Veslovsky that they've shuffled backwards. It is, yes, 77 has dropped backwards. And oh dear, one of our electric-powered carts is off. That's the 29, is that? Well, it can't have been because I've got no 29. So possibly the 20 of Pierce Gauntlet, maybe? A few of them went off. Thank you very much, Stuart. 3 carts I've heard have gone off. Yes. Oh, that's our O-Plate. Our O-Plate champion of Harry Wass is off as well. What a shame. The young Waspy is not quite out of the race, but it's certainly fallen away from him before it's really started. Oh, our leaders here are coming up to him in Honda Cadet. Let's see if he's got his wits about him here and is able to move out the way here of the Honda Cadet drivers. They head through Spoon for the 2nd time in this race. And it is still Bailey leading from Lily, Dufficy and Shelton. Here they come up to the back of Mr. Wass. And good old Waspy does move out the way. Good to see. Of course, last name is Wass, but I know that his father owns the brand Wasp, spelt W-O-S-P, and thus their nickname for both drivers, we've got 2 Wasps racing this weekend, is Waspy. Sadly, he's not been able to fly like a Wasp in this final. Straight off to the grass on lap number 1. A real shame into the weekend there for Harry. As Jax Wong, actually no, I'm not going to trust the timing. I've fallen by that before. I thought he'd fallen down the order, but probably not. It's probably just the timing. Right, all shuffled out wide there. That's the 24, trying to get 2nd place. Dufficy's through. Nicely done there at Carousel. And Reggie Dufficy moves past George Lilly then. Well, this is the opportunity for Jesse Bailey. Bailey needs to look behind him and see that he's got a bit of fresh air. Hit your markers, no need to defend, Jesse. And he does now. Has he built enough of a gap, to be fair? Top 6 have scampered off then, the 38 and the 77. Yes, Orbial, Harrington Evans and Nico Veslovsky are there at the back of this train now. So Veslovsky, after a difficult first lap, has closed back up to the leading pack. And fair play to Orby Harrington Evans there in 5th place. Has gained 4 places already in this final from the back of the grid in the Hondas. And now trying to chase down these top 4. It was a nice move only a few moments ago to take 2nd for Reggie Dufficy. And now looking to settle into pace here to chase down the rear bumper of Jesse Bailey. Here they go now onto lap number 5 of this race. And of course, to remind you, Phoebe Shelton leading the championship here today, but here might be the move for the lead. Up the inside into Spoon goes Reggie Dufficy. Can he get it done? Not quite. Jesse Bailey able to fight his way back through and keeps the Irish driver behind. For now, anyway, for now. Still Bailey, Dufficy, Lilly and Shelton, then your top 4. As I say, Shelton leading the championship. Dufficy 2nd, Veslovsky 3rd, Lilly 4th. So Jesse Bailey, the only one not involved with the championship squabble out of these top 4, because Jesse was not with us for rounds 1 and 2 at Rowra, sadly. As here are our Mighty Cadets. Looks as though one driver has scampered off. 47 and the 27 then that is battling over 2nd place. Arthur Thompson and is it Jax? No, it is the 47. Jack Swong's there with him as well. Same with the 171. As they're not even on my timing. I need to go back to the grid. Where are we? So we have 71 of Jacob Amis involved in there. I think Stangerine is the driver who scampered off. And then the 27 of Freddie Dye there in second place. Third is third is Alfie Thompson. Fourth is Jax Wong, who's now trying to launch an attack. There he is. And then fifth is the 71, which is Jacob Amis. Okay, so I believe then, if my memory serves me correctly, it's Stangerine from Dye, from Thompson, from Wong, from Amis. I believe that is our top 5 in Might E Cadet. But Stangerine has cleared off. We knew it was going to be a tough one here for Jax Wong to try and get back to the sharp end when he's well and truly involved in the leading squabble. Doing a good job of it as well there, as he now tries to find third place. Here are Honda Cadets then getting past. Here are Honda Cadets getting past into getting past our back marker in Mighty Cadet. And there is the 30 still leading the way. Jesse Bailey, weathering the storm there at the sharp end, was under pressure for quite a while. Now again, finds himself with a couple of kart lengths. Back to the rest of our drivers at the sharp end here in Hondas. Do we have 6 now in this leading battle, or is it the back markers still involved? I see it was a blue plate. No, they all look yellow to me. I think we've got top 6 now altogether here in Hondas. Bailey, Duffersey, Lilly, Shelton, Veslovsky and Harrington Evans now involved in this leading battle. So it is Veslovsky and Harrington Evans. They've switched around over the last few laps, but now they've worked together and they've closed up to the back of your top 4. Whether they meant to work together or not. Either way, Veslovsky has dragged Harrington Evans along with him from the party. And as we say, he started down in 9th place in this one, at the back of the grid for Hondas. So an impressive showing, to say the least. Can he find his way up any further higher? As these 6, still absolutely nose to tail with 2 minutes left to go. But Jesse Bailey doing a lovely job of this. He was your winner in the final yesterday at round number 3. Sadly, he didn't get an interview because him and his family went off to get some more fuel, I think, for his kart, and missed the opportunity for his interview, sadly. But I'm sure we'll be seeing him on the top step later on in the season. They're going to have to have a chat with much better commentators than myself. So we continue on. 1.5 minutes left to go. And it's all sort of, we're in the chilled part of this race, I think, here in Honda Cadets. We settle into a rhythm here. And none of the drivers have broken formation much recently. But look at that. Little break away now for Reggie Duffersey. George Lilly's dropping down the order, but he's definitely still there. There's definitely still 6 of them. So ignore that. Shelton's up the inside. That's on George Lilly as well. So 51 still there of Lilly, but Shelton fires her way up into the top 3. Nice move there up at Spoon, and he gets it done. Oh dear, that's the 83 spun. Oh, that's not a nice place to be there, down through the first couple of corners. Who is that? That's Samuel Kenny there, who spun down at the first corner. Hopefully is able to move out of the way. There's another driver there off, I can see on the little micro screen on my producer's computer. We got another driver out of the race, sadly, so a couple of drivers falling by the wayside here at the final part of this race. Apologies to people in the live chat. We've tried to show Mighty as much as we can in this one. There's been great battles throughout both, and we're trying to keep our eyes on both squabbles here as we head through into the last couple of laps. Shout out to the More Performance drivers and team boss Sam. Thank you, Sam. Big shout out. And Beatrice Stangerine, go Daniel. Well, Daniel has cleared off, I'm pretty sure, at the sharp end in the Might E's. And of course, the timing working perfectly for the Hondas, but the Might E's a bit more of a struggle. So we're doing our best to give you the coverage here from GYG. But here we go then, on to the last couple of laps. There is the 76 of Jax Wong. So I think Jax is up into second, is he? I couldn't quite tell who was behind him there. I think he's up into P2 now. We are on to the final lap of proceedings then. And I'll have to watch when they come across the line in the Mighties. Who crosses the line first? I think it will be Stangerine, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. Here we go then. Through into the last lap of the race as the drivers in Hondas cut through a couple of back markers there in Might E Cadet. Nearly catching up Phoebe Shelton there down the hill into the carousel. She's able to just about slot back in and holds there in third place. She'll be very proud here of this top three. She's under a bit of pressure though. Still has Dufficy and Veslovsky behind. No, Dufficy's ahead, sorry. Of course, it is George Lilly behind. But around the final corner comes Jesse Bailey. He weathered the storm brilliantly, and it's a double final victory for Jesse Bailey. I think the driver was chucked off there at the final corner. They were, as here we go then. Across the line comes Daniel Stangerine to win in Mike's E Cadet. And I do believe it was Jax Wong across the line in second in the class as well. So a very well done to both of those. Particularly well done to Jax Wong there. After a difficult day, he was able to get back into second in the final. A very well done to him. And there we go then. Jesse Bailey, as we say, wins the final yesterday at round 3. He wins the final again here at round 4 with Reggie Dufficy and Phoebe Shelton joining him on the podium. And I can tell you top 2 in Mighty Cadets, Daniel Stangerine and Jax Wong. Sadly though, with the timing all higgledy-piggledy, I can't tell you anything further than that. Make sure you head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1 to get those final results from that race. But we press on then. Got a few more races still left to come here at Glan E Gorf. How many in total? 3 more left to come. And I already saw some people in the live chat getting very excited for this upcoming final. Lovely to see there Oliver Ratton saying, go Jesse Bailey. Good race from him. Oliver Ratton, we need to see you out here in this Honda field. Sorry, Greg, but we've done our absolute best there with what we've got at our disposal. The timing is all over the place. We don't know who's in what position. They're all shuffled up. They're all then on different laps. We gave it the best we could there in terms of coverage, and hopefully it was good enough to see there Daniel Stangerine taking yet another win in the final. And thank you all for joining us for that one. On to then Junior Rotax. This is going to be an interesting one. Their final is coming up next. Well, I have a sneaking suspicion I might need to lean on my voice a little bit more in this one, so let's see how it goes. 25 Junior Rotax drivers on the grid for this final, and it's an all-X-Kart front row. As Isaac Jamieson gets the final good luck lad from his mechanic, as they get ready to go for racing action yet again here at Glan E Gorf Park. It says on the timing that Jude Putterfoot is unknown chassis. Well, it's definitely an X-Kart, I can tell you that much. Look at that shot of the sky here at Wales. That is beautiful. Shout out to all our camera ops out there today. They're doing a fantastic job of covering the action here from round number 4. The HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Isaac Jamieson. What a day it's been for him today. He has been flying. He lines up on pole position for this one. Jude Putterfoot alongside him with Amy Peacock and Travis Dolby on row 2. Warwick Milam and Jack Jennings are on row 3. And then it's Nelson Taylor and Elijah Hartley on row 4. Harry Ward and Laurie McPhee round out the top 10. They're followed by Sam Stockton and Tyler Banks. And it's Alex McCullough and Archie Ray Watson. Then Timmy Shahini and Jake Cossey. Then followed by Fetcher Groans, Neve Allen, Nathan Rond, Jerry Dufficy, then Aidan Young, Brian Wheatley, Charlie Halewood, Kian Hundle, and to finalise the grid of 25, Arena Sipovalova. Well then, drivers just getting ready to go. All sitting down there in the dummy grid. Get those butterflies flying in the right direction in your tummy as the nerves begin to build. This is it, their last race of the weekend, and where points really do mean prizes. They all want to take that big first place trophy home in this one. It's going to be easier said than done though, to say the least. Let's see how we go then for this one. Jamieson, Putterfoot have been really impressive so far today. Peacock's been really good all weekend, to be fair to her. But a couple of drivers a bit further down the order than maybe they would have expected to be. Laurie McVie starting in 10th place. Alex McCullough down in 13th. But the big one, Jake Cossey, your victor in the final yesterday, starts down in 16th place. Wow. Well, he's got quite lucky. He's on the right side of 3 drivers joint on points. Himself, Fletcher Groans and Neve Allen are all on 38 points. But a 42.9 best lap for Kossi versus a 43.7 for Groans and a 43.9 for Allen sees him take 16th place on the grid. Well, I think we're just clearing a couple of the carts there from that previous race out on the black stuff as the clouds continue to come over here at Glan Igor, as that is a stunning shot there of the skyline of the sun trying its best to break through the clouds, not being very successful of it though at the moment. As we know, there is definitely some rain rolling in. We think now, with only 3 finals to go, we're going to dodge it here somehow. An entire 2 days of racing here in Wales, and there's been no rain. Simply amazing. Surprising, to say the least. But I do think there is going to be some coming in later, hence why we've got all these clouds. Oh, someone's just gone well off piece there. I just saw them leaving the shot on the right-hand side of the screen. Someone's well off down there, up at the end of the Dragon Straight. That's going to take them a while to get back on. Can't quite spot the number there from that camera shot. It's a camera quite far away. Looks like it might be the 25. Maybe another number that ends in a 5. They're doing their best to push it back on. But again, that grass is still pretty damp. As, oh, don't let it fall on you. I've seen many people do that before, particularly when I used to race back in the British Universities Karting Championship. Those carts are very heavy. And, yeah, watching BUKC university drivers trying to get their cart back on track and then dropping it and it falling straight on top of them is quite funny. But thankfully, that driver doesn't have that same issue. And hopefully, they have enough time here to join the back of the pack. It could have potentially been the 95 of Archie Ray Watson, actually, that was off there. Up at the top. We'll wait and see. We'll have that finalised on the live timing when they do come through. Question is, do we go to a false start here? We saw that the driver had got their car pretty much straight back onto the track. So they might still be there, just not getting involved with the race start, sadly for them. Off we go then. X-Kart leads us to the start, and Putterfoot trying to go all the way around the outside. He's got a good exit. Oh, 2-3 drivers off there on the exit of the corner. The 13 and the 74. Oh, more drivers involved. As there is the driver. I think it was the 55 that was off. No, it was Archie Ray Watson. It was the 95. Finally, I get a piece of information correct in the commentary box. There we go. As Ossimus got off again at the same place. Don't tell me that was Archie Ray Watson again. No, it wasn't. That was a different driver. Didn't quite spot who that was. Either way, we'll look who drops down the order at end of lap number 1. Another driver's off. This time the Vismo driver, the 39 that is, off track. That's Tyler Banks, who's out of the race. Well, he'll drag his cart back on circuit, but will lose a lot of time. To the final corner they come then, after lap number 1. It is still Jameson in the lead. But despite that good exit out T1 for Putterfoot, he wasn't able to make use of it. And Jameson leads us on to lap number 2. Dolby has got ahead of Peacock as well for 3rd place. They're then followed by Jennings, Hartley, Milam, McPhee, Taylor and McCullough. Good start for both McPhee and McCullough. 2 places gained for McPhee, 3 for McCullough, and 3 for Jake Cossey as well. Jake Cossey's up to 11th place in this one. Don't count him out in all of this too. Well, Putterfoot seems to have found a bit of pace there on lap number 2. He's closed back up to the rear bumper. And there's loads of love for Jake Cossey in the live chat, particularly from his biggest supporter, Isaac Welsh. Hello, Isaac. Welcome back. As has Cossey made up any more places? No, still there in 3rd. McCullough has, though, up to 9th. And McVie has up to 6th. Good lap from Laurie McVie. Up in 2P6 she goes. Down the hill, into the carousel once more. And Isaac Jameson, as I say, he's been so impressive so far today. I've not seen Isaac Jameson drive like this ever before. He's always been a good driver, but he's really made a step up from the last time I commentated on him. He is flying out here today at Glanigor. He's a quick driver. Maybe it's a combination of feeling really good today, improving himself continuously, and also maybe he just really likes this circuit as well. Either way, he's still pressing on in this final. Amy Peacock, though, in 3rd, is the driver who's just stolen the fastest lap. 43.4 for her, versus 43.5 for both of the X-Kart teammates ahead of her. Down through into the carousel we go once more. Peacock can't be too relaxed, though. Terrace Dolby's right there with her, and Laurie McVie makes up another place on the last lap. Now up 5 positions from their starting position. And now the Project 1 driver is closing down on Travis Dolby. He himself is trying to close down on Amy Peacock. So they'll go onto lap number 4. It's funny, fastest lap is Amy Peacock, but fastest sectors go to Laurie McVie and Alex McCullough. Well, Laurie McVie now takes the fastest lap overall with a 43.2. The 83 is out. Neve Allen is out of the race. What a shame. Was lapping there in 19th place. Kart has given up the ghost though. They won't be continuing on any further. What a shame for Neve Allen there, pulling over to the side of the road. Well, still battles continuing on here in junior rotax. Laurie McVie now, as we say, with the new fastest lap, right onto the rear bumper of Travis Dolby. And then another X-Kart teammate as well, Elijah Hartley getting involved. Then Alex McCullough in 8th, Jake Cossey now in 9th. McVie's through on Dolby, and Cossey now takes the fastest lap of a 43.1. Cossey is closing down this leading group, but well, I was going to say he needs also the likes of McCullough, Hartley, Jennings, all that sort of group, even maybe McVie really, needs for these three ahead to start battling a bit more. They've been lapping well, not working together. They've just had a little bit of gap between them for every single lap so far in this race. A good couple of tenths in it between Jameson to Putterfoot and Putterfoot then to Peacock. Will we see an attack launched? Putterfoot followed Jameson for pretty much the entirety of, I think it was heat 1 earlier on. As oh, Peacock looked down the inside. Wow, aggressive from Amy Peacock. Well, she showed her hand there, hasn't she? She wants to get stuck in here for second place, and Putterfoot knows he can't work with her. Up the inside into the corner. Oh! Oh! Blimey, Amy. I thought we were saying all the younger drivers had no fear. Well, the juniors clearly are the same. Peacock tries to pop the nose in there at the top of the Dragon Straight. We've seen that go so wrong multiple times already this weekend. But thank goodness Peacock's able to back out of that one. And Putterfoot well and truly knows he's under a lot of pressure now here in this second place. And maybe, well, you know they say the best form of defence is attack. So will we see Putterfoot now looking to launch a charge here onto Isaac Jameson? Down the final corner they go once more. New lap of the race again. And Jameson still leads onto it. There's not been a single lap in this race that Isaac has not led. Surely we're going to see clips of this up on his Instagram page. As there we go. Peacock was looking for the move on the last lap. This time she's the one being overtaken. Laurie McVie is getting stuck in once again. The Project One driver's back on the scene then. And Laurie has two X-Kart teammates to contend with here to fight through back to the front. Got started this one in 10th place, did Laurie. After issues in an earlier race, I can't exactly remember which one. Up the inside of the final corner, yet again. Off and wide goes Putterfoot. We saw that from Peacock on the last lap and it didn't work. This time, McVie was able to get enough alongside to just shove Putterfoot out the way, spook him there on the exit. And to be honest, Jude did really well there to hold that as he's back into third. Lovely stuff there from Jude Putterfoot. Loses 2, but gains 1 straight back. It's great to see Jude moving on through into owner driving. He's had a great career so far in his young life. And now working with X-Kart, pressing on through owner driving here and really showing that he is a properly talented junior rotax racer, but more contact. He's not going to be very happy with that one, is he? He's had 2 laps in a row where he's been shown to the grass there at the final corner. 1 from Laurie McVie, and now 1 from Amy Peacock. Well, bit of contact there, that one. She was decently alongside, but a tough one, that one. Again, I'll leave it to much smarter stewards than myself. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, in my opinion. As now, look, Travis Dolby's back on the scene, and look who's with him. It's Jake Cossey. Jake Cossey's gone with him. He's in 6th place. I'm sure, to the delight of the live chat. When I say the live chat, I mean Isaac Welch only. Welch, the sole Jake Cossey fan club here in the live chat. Oh, thank you, Graham. I appreciate that. Fletcher Groans is not Fletcher Groans, it's Fletcher Grounds. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me there with the pronunciation. I can only give it my best go from the spelling. So I really do appreciate that, Graham. Thank you very much. As all McVie looking for it. Looking for it up into Spoon. Not opening up this time around, though. And this is what these chasing drivers need. Peacock, Putterfoot, Dolby and Cossey. They need for Jameson and McVie to get in a bit of a scrap here. Jameson has been leading this one from lights out. But this is going to be made a little bit more tough for him over these last couple of laps here, courtesy of Project 1 driver of Laurie McVie. 33 is continuing to hunt him down as we press on. What lap times are they doing? They cross with 58 seconds to go. They're doing 43, so 3 more laps of this race still left to go. Not so great for Jameson, great for McVie. I get to remind you, McVie's come through here from 10th on the grid. Same for Kossi. Kossi's come through from 16th on the grid. He's our biggest mover in this race. He's gained 11. Got to give a shout out though to Charlie Hailwood as well, up 7. Same with Kian Hundal as well, up 9. Some great drivers moving through the order in this one. But as we head through then onto the penultimate lap of the race, it's going to be Jameson from McVie, Peacock, Pudderfoot, Kossi, Dolby, McCullough, Hartley, Jennings and Bylam are your top 10. And these 3 are straight up the inside. Yet again, poor Pudderfoot is getting absolutely demolished at that final corner. Yet another driver sends it up his inside down at the final turn. And that is Jake Kossi. Kossi's through. He's past Dolby, and now he's past Pudderfoot. There's the move for the lead. Contact, and Jameson's over the grass. Jameson's over the grass. He retakes the lead. Oh, okay. Well, he feels that he was forced to the grass there by McVie, so he deserves the position back. McVie's back up the inside into compression. There's more contact. They're both off. Both the leaders are off. And the sarcastic clap from Isaac Jameson. Amy Peacock's in the lead of the race. We're going to head through onto the final lap of this one, and Jake Kossi could still win this race. Who is it in the live chat? Isaac Welsh, you better start screaming at your television screen. Here we go then, final lap of the Junior Rotax final. He's going for it. Kossi's up the inside. Kossi's up the inside, and he's taking the lead. Peacock trying to fight back. Contact, more contact. Who's through? It's Travis Dolby. Travis Dolby's in the lead of the race. Oh, Amy Peacock's gone. She's out. What a shame. Amy Peacock off on the grass then. We continue on this final lap. My voice is about to die. Off we go then, down into the final couple of corners. It's Travis Dolby versus Alex McCullough. Where did he come from in all this? Jake Kossi still there in 3rd place. Through we go down to the last couple of corners. Who's going to take it in the most amazing Junior Rotax final? Up and under at the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line. It's the 37 of Travis Dolby. What a race in Junior Rotax, and Dolby takes it. What a fantastic race that was in Junior Rotax. Had no idea what was going to happen at any point in that race. And my goodness, did we blow that one wide open there. Yet again, just like we saw in another final earlier on today, 2 drivers going into a corner and neither of them were willing to give up the space. And inevitably, just like the last time, contact and off the circuit they go. Both of them throwing away that race because they wouldn't give up the position at that time. Short-sighted, but my goodness, did it make for a good race for me to shout about. Dolby wins, and McCullough and Kossi on the road. I have a sneaky suspicion there might be some penalties to come in with that one as well. Hartley and Jennings in top 5, followed by Milam, Pudderfoot, Taylor, Ward and Hundal. Rond, Hailwood, Shahini and Watson outside of the top 10. And they were followed by Wheatley, Young, Peacock and 17th. So unfortunate there on the last lap from Amy Peacock. Then it was Jerry Duffersey, Arena Sipolova, Fletcher Grounds. I'll get that right, thank you in the live chat. Then Laurie McVie 21st and Isaac Jameson 22nd. What an end there with Sam Stockton, Dee Valent and Tyler Banks not making it to the end of the race. Wow. I think I need a breather after that one. My goodness, what a race that was. And we've still got 2 more finals left to come, ladies and gentlemen. It's another split grid coming up next. Junior Rotax done and dusted. It'll be the seniors who finalise the day. But before that, the slightly younger drivers in Inter Rotax and Might E Super Cadet. Their final is coming up next. Right then. Oh, brief calm down after that one. I think my heart's going like the clappers after that one. I was sat on a chair the whole time. Whether that's over how fat I am, how excited that race is, I don't know. You make that up yourself. Off we go then. 2 more finals set to come here today, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, if it's half as exciting as that Junior Rotax race, this is going to be something else. Inter Rotax and Might E Super Cadet. Let's go for this one. Drivers about ready there, down in the dummy grid. And Mr. Stewart, are you ready for the grids? Let us go then. Louis Granell starts on pole position with Charlie Ford alongside him there. This is on the Inter Rotax grid. Xavier Davidson and Charlie Gregg on row 2. Let's see what Charlie can do there from the second row with Daniel Hulse and Eli Romalo just behind him on row number 3. Row 4, that has George Allison and Arlo Atwood. And then it will be, we won't have TJ McLeish on the grid for this one. Sadly, again, thoughts and prayers are with him from his earlier incident. It will be Calvin Sherlock, Leyland Bradnam, Finley Fawkes, Oliver Wynn and Evan Dearden, the last of your 13 runners in Inter Rotax. And then looking down at the mighty Super Cadet, Ansel Murray is alongside Harry Stinson on the front row, followed by Will Beattie and Logan Jackson. Then Casey Baker and Jacob Hutchinson. They're followed by Zachary Parr, Harry Watkinson, Brandon Hartley and Oscar Dudley rounding out the grid. Now, of course, in Mighty Super Cadet earlier, we weren't 100% sure over who won the race in the Super Cadet. It was Ansel Murray. I'm 99% sure. Oh, no, I do remember now. Of course, Stinson dropped back to third, wasn't it, on the penultimate lap of the race? That wasn't. They couldn't fight back through. No, that one we did know. I'm misremembering. But yes, Charlie Gregg out on lap number 2 in that second heat of the day. What a shame for the Mancunian. And that is why he has dropped down to 4th on the grid for this one. You say that as if it's crazy. I mean, 4th. He's still pretty near the front, isn't he? But let's see how he goes to this one then. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling. Hey, there we go. Right, I'm at the right point. So far this season, 1 final victory for Ansel Murray. And 2 for Harry Stinson. Stinson leads the championship ahead of Murray. Beattie not far behind at all. And same really for Logan Jackson. Then a bit of a gap then back to Hutchinson, Baker, Watkinson, Hartley, Parr and Dudley, the drivers that have scored points in the championship so far this year in terms of Might E Super Cadet. So it was around 1 victory for Murray. Round 2 and 3 went to Stinson. So he's on a bit of a roll at the moment in what is now effectively like the inter-category for electric kart racing. I believe the Mighty Super Cadet, SuperOne is the only place where Mighty Super Cadet is racing, at least for the moment. It's great to have that 3rd tier now as well. And we've always had the Mighty Bambinos, then that nice step up into Mighty Cadet. I say always, for the last few years, from when they brought in Mighties. But then that extra step up now to Mighty Super Cadet is a really nice addition. A little bit more power, some slightly different tyres with a bit more grip. So new things to contend with for our drivers in Mighty Super Cadet. And like I say, it's effectively become an inter-championship for electric racing. And they're then sharing the track with the inter-rotax class. So that makes a lot of sense then. Both are 2 inter-championships on the road together. Now, of course, penalty in the final for Charlie Gregg yesterday dropped him from what was 1st on the road to 6th place until we're said and done. TJ McLeish getting the win in the final, and again, so sad that he's not involved in this final. TJ was battling so well throughout this weekend, and again, the thoughts of everyone here of Alpha Live very much with him and his family. Let's press on though. As you can hear, my voice is getting a little hoarse. Well, it's a little horse. There's a big horse over on the hill that's watching the racing. My voice of a little horse. Let's carry on then. We go to racing action. 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock again here at Glan Igor and Inter Rotax kicking it off. The Lando Norris helmet. Again, it's tough in this one because there's 2 drivers with the Lando Norris helmet. Although might lose the race lead here. Louis Granel trying to chop back across and just about does. Up and round the outside goes to 17 of Charlie Ford though. He's trying to get back into 2nd place as he battles with, that is Xavier Davidson. Charlie Gregg, has he gone with them? No, he's lost a position on that race start. So Gregg's down into 5th. The 35 of Daniel Hulse is the one up into 4th. So a nice start for Daniel. They head down through compression and Devil's Elbow for the first time in this one as the Mighty Super Cadets cracking on with their race start. Here they are, up and over the hill. As might be a move for the lead. No, it's a 2nd place. Sorry, no, it's not even 2nd. It's a 3rd place. That's Charlie Gregg finding a way back through then on the 17 of Charlie Ford. And here then are your Mighty Super Cadets. Down the hill we go. So it is the O-plate of Ansel Murray in the lead. Harry Stinson in 2nd and Will Beattie in 3rd at the moment. We will keep our eyes peeled best for you. But as you said, cut us some slack, please, in the live chat. We're trying our best here with no live timing to cover both races at the same time. And they're both very exciting races. So, yeah, give us a moment. Give us a moment. Right, we're pressing on here. Onto the 2nd lap then. This is for our Mighty Super Cadet. And as we say, as we've gotten used to now, who's that off and wide? That's Charlie Ford. Charlie Ford He's not happy at all, is he, Charlie Ford? What a shame, out of the race and hitting his steering wheel in frustration. Started second in this final, dropped back a couple of places on the race start, but the driver for Tom Day Racing not best pleased behind the wheel there. We'll see if he's dragged back on circuit or whether he's dragged to the sidelines. Either way, he's lost a lot of time to the rest of the drivers in Interrotax, and it's pretty much race over, sadly, for him. Real shame there for Charlie, ending his race prematurely. Across the line then, as I was saying, the three that we probably expect to be at the sharp end in Mighty Super Cadet, then still very much leading the way. Murray from Stinson from BT, as they were off of the grid start. Well, these drivers all battling still, 35, 40, and another driver going with him as well. That's Daniel Holtz, Arlo Atwood, and Eli Romalo. As there's clearly been issues as well for Calvin Sherlock. He's a lap down now on the number 14. Yeah, minute 33 on the last lap. As that's, I think, what might have happened there. I think potentially Sherlock and Ford have coming together maybe. As all round there, up at Spoon. That's the number 40 of Arlo Atwood, who's gone round. Arlo was battling with Daniel Holtz and Eli Romalo. So maybe a bit of contact there between Romalo and Atwood. I was too busy looking at the timing. Apologies there. But either way, Atwood has lost quite a bit of time. And has now got the bit between his teeth to try and catch up the race leaders. Speaking of, here they are. Granell and Greg nose to tail. Greg lost a position at the race start, but he's battled valiantly through in the laps following. As we head on to lap number 5, it's a new fastest lap of the race for Charlie Gregg. A 45.803, a good 2.5 tenths quicker than Louis Granell on the last lap. I think it's not if, it's when here that he makes the move, and it's so early. Up the inside he goes. Contact between the two of them. That was a small gap to try and send an Interrotax kart into, but the Mancunian has made it work. The Manx driver, I should say. I've just realised, have I been saying Mancunian? Doesn't that mean Manchester? What am I talking about? It's a Manx driver, isn't it, from Mile of Man, not Mancunian. What am I talking about? Because they've got Manx cats and they don't have any tails, which is well cool. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Charlie Gregg's in the lead. You can tell it's the end of a day where I've done 20-something races, can't you? Off they go. Let's look back at the Mighty Super Cadets again. Ansel Murray stood in the lead, but Harry Stinson has closed that gap a little bit now. He's starting to put the pressure on. And there might be a move here sooner rather than later from Harry Stinson to press his way back on to the lead of the race. The driver from Northern Ireland trying to fly on by on the driver who I believe represents India, if I'm not mistaken. Best double check that, hadn't I? Yes, indeed. So we've got a driver representing India versus a driver representing Northern Ireland. And then Will Beattie, who is British, he is still trying to chase them down. To be fair, he's caught back up there over the first part of the circuit, impressively so. And he's very much keeping himself within touching distance of these two battling because, as we've seen plenty of times, I mean, all you have to look back to is the junior Rotax race last time out. If the top two get a bit too scrappy and end up going off-piste together, well, Will Beattie is sat in the perfect position there in third place to pick up the pieces. We look back here to a battle in Inters. Oh, lovely shot there as they head on through up the hill. 35 in the 14 it is battling. So this is for fourth place. Right, Calvin Sherlock. I said he might have an issue. He doesn't, he's there. So again, that's just the timing having problems because of the Mighties out on circuit. So Calvin Sherlock is very much there. So it's Daniel Holtz in third, Calvin Sherlock in fourth, Xavier Davidson in fifth, Eli Romalo in sixth, Finley Fawkes in seventh, and those two going side by side. That was Romalo and Fawkes. They're battling over sixth place. And Calvin Sherlock still trying to find a way through here on Daniel Holtz. Of course, this is for the last place on the podium here. Daniel Holtz trying to keep Sherlock behind. But Sherlock, I'm sure, will want this podium. Opens up the door there, does Daniel. But Calvin hadn't set it up well enough to take advantage, sadly. He thought about it, he saw the door open and go, oh, I want to get there, but he just didn't quite have the drive out the corner to pull alongside. As there is the number 8, your leader in Interrotax, Charlie Gregg pressing on through. Still only about 6 or 7 tenths ahead of Louis Granell, but I think Granell now finds himself stuck behind two Mighties. He does. That is perfect timing for Charlie Gregg to scamper off with this one. Up the inside into the carousel. Oh! Of course, there's no blue flags. They're part of a different class, so there's no need to let the driver through. They're having their own race for position, these two drivers. 1707 of Oscar Dudley, this is, battling with the 184 of Brandon Hartley. So they are entitled to the track position. But yeah, struggling to find a way through is Louis Granold. This is going to have lost him a lot of time. Lost him 1.5 seconds on that last lap alone. A 45.9 for Greg versus a 47.3 there for Granold. He's lost all that time on one lap, and that might just take away the opportunity for him to have a race win here in the final. I think Greg might have just done enough. Fair play to him, so starting in 4th place on the grid. He didn't make it easy for himself after early shenanigans in the day. That DNF in Heat 2 certainly didn't help. I'm trying to remember, I don't think it was to any fault of his own, to be fair to Charlie. But either way, he made it a little bit more challenging here in the final, but he loves a challenge, does Charlie Gregg. I still can't believe I've been calling him a Mancunian all day. What a moron, that's so funny. I've actually been to the Isle of Man as well, so what am I talking about? Anyway. Here we go, this is back to the Super Cadets. Here we go on the inside, move for the lead. Harry Stinson gets it down at the carousel. Well caught by everyone here at Alpha Live. Fantastic viewing of the action there, and well predicted not only by our producer, but by our camera ops as well. As back up the inside goes Ansel. This is going to be a ding-dong battle all the way to the checkered flag now, isn't it? And Mr. Beatty's there right in with a shot as well. Will Beatty still in the wheel tracks for these two. It will, of course, be our inters who dictate when we go on to the final lap. So it'll be, these guys have just gone on to their 3rd to last lap, as here Stinson attacks yet again up the top of the Dragon Curve. No love lost here between Harry and Ansel. As we say, Northern Ireland up against India, up against Britain. Who is going to take the spoils here? 2 final victories for Stinson so far. 1 for Ansel Murray. Can Murray get the better of Stinson here over the last couple of laps? So into Rotax now onto their penultimate lap. There is your race leader heading down into compression, and that'll mean that now Stinson, Anson and Beatty will go on to their penultimate lap. Here are the leaders into Rotax though. On to the final lap goes Charlie Gregg, and now with nearly a 3-second margin ahead of Louis Granold. Those couple of back markers really helped him draw out that gap. He was keeping Louis at arm's length, to be fair, after making that move for the lead earlier in the race. But those couple of back markers, he got through at the perfect time, read the situation beautifully, and Louis just couldn't quite find a way through as well. Had to drop back, and now it'd have been a no man's land in 2nd place. Here are your leaders once again, back up the inside there. So initially down to 3rd there for a moment was Anson. He fights his way back to 2nd place, but that might have just given the opportunity here to Harry Stinson to get this one signed, sealed and delivered as they head on to their final lap of the race. Where are we for our race leader? There he is. Across the line goes your winner. Charlie Gregg takes victory in Inter Rotax from 4th place on the grid. Very, very well done there for Charlie Gregg. And it's Louis Granold and Daniel Hulse who joined him on the podium. Hulse weathering the storm and keeping the lights of Marlo, Dearden and Allison behind. We look back though to our Mighty Super Cadets as they continue to battle through the final lap. But I think, as I predicted, Harry Stinson has benefited there from Anson Murray getting overtaken by Will Beatty. And despite Anson getting back through into 2nd, it was too little too late. Harry Stinson wins again in Mighty Super Cadet. He takes the final here at round number 4 and makes it 3 out of 4 final victories for himself. A brilliant showing there from Harry Stinson, and he continues to extend his gap at the sharp end of the championship. The top 3 then in Inter Rotax, Charlie Gregg from Louis Granold and Daniel Hulse. Top 3 in Mighty Super Cadet, Harry Stinson from Anson Murray and Will Beatty. And that brings us to a close then for those drivers. That's their final race of the day. And yet again, to be fair, another really exciting one. Kept us on our toes throughout. But I think drivers we expected to get back to the fore there did so. And yeah, Stinson taking the win in Mighties, Gregg taking the win in Inter Rotax. Well, there we go then. They're all done and dusted. We've got one more final left to go here, ladies and gentlemen. For the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series here at Granigor. Right. 34 drivers on the grid here for senior rotax. I have a sneaking suspicion they might just keep us on our toes. Stick with us. You're not going to want to miss this. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The last final of round number 4 of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series here from GYG Park. Fantastic to be back at this stunning circuit once again for another season of the SuperOne Series. And here we go then, the last final of the day. And for me, sadly, my last final of SuperOne in 2026. It's such a shame. Such a shame. The SuperOne battles are always great. Maybe I'll get drafted in later. See if I can wangle my way in. Right, Rory Hinkley, here we go then. He's on pole position for this one. Hinkley was fantastic in the heats earlier on. Let's see how he does from pole position in the final. George Cole is alongside him with your winner in the final yesterday. Jarek Metters there on row 2. It's Isaac Parkinson who joins him there with Caden Welch and Morgan Hudson-Brown on row 3. Then Kieran Denya and Max Lauder-Bennock on row 4, followed by Max Chown and Max Davies. And all Max, row number 5, and 3 Maxes rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Lewis Holt and Melissa Adrian, then Billy Edgecombe and Jacob Barron, and Lucas Steele and Tom Nottingham. George Daniels, Ollie Rowley, Izzy Lawton and Charlie Good round out the top 20. They're followed by Franklin Masama, Kian Eastig, then Harry Gill, Jay Pearson, Tom Williams, Alex Moore, then Archie Doherty, Ralph Follinew, Lucas Ollison, Riley Mason-Lewis, Emma Stoner, Robin Brain, Roddy Smith and Aaron Knight there at the back of the grid. Roddy Smith starting all the way down on the final row. Watch out for him coming through the order. And the number 8 is out already. That is Billy Edgecombe. What a shame for Billy Edgecombe, starting on the 7th row of the grid for this one. And he's out before we're even underway. What a shame. Great to see so many nations in this one. We've got England, Wales, Ireland, I was going to say, no, it is Romania. It is Romania. I was going to say Belgium for a second, but I'm pretty sure that's a blue. And then Sweden as well. So many different nationalities on the grid for this one. It's definitely blue. It's definitely blue. Ralph Follinew, I do believe. I do believe it's Romanian. Anyway, here we go. 2x2 to the lights for the last race of the day, folks. Let's get it going. Rory Hinkley leads us off the start and immediately takes the race lead. George Cole slots in behind. Jarek Metters in 3rd. And Parkinson and Welch joining them for the fun as well. On we press on, up to the top section of the circuit. Lovely wide shot there of Spoon. Anything can happen at the senior rotax start. Keeping it nice and wide. But to be fair, looks as though they've all given each other enough room there. As we then head down and through into Carousel for the first time in this race. Top 3 already trying to break away. It's only been a few corners, guys. Wow, impressive stuff. And that's, of course, Hinkley, Cole and Metters now, your top 3. No, it's Parkinson in second, apologies, is it? No, I was right. I was right first time I'm asking. It was Hinkley, Cole and Metters. Parkinson's then heading up the next pack with Morgan Hudson-Brown just behind him. Then Denya, Lorna Bennock, Welch, Chown and Holt, your top 10. As already piling on the pressure is George Cole, almost looking for the move there up the inside. Through and out of Spoon. Can't get it done just yet, though. But it is looking feisty, isn't it? Looking very feisty. Drivers continuing to press on then. Got some love for Rory in the live chat. And yes, Vinny, I'm afraid you missed the junior final. You can look back at that one. Just scroll back on your timeline. You'll be able to watch that whenever you want. Someone's saying, Freddie saying, up the TDR. Tom Nottingham is winning the final. Or Isaac Parkinson. At least you're hedging your bets there, Freddie. Well, for the moment, neither of those two in the top 3. Whereabouts is Tom Nottingham? He's in 27th place in this one, I'm afraid, Freddie. Isaac Parkinson still in 4th at the moment. But again, he's the cork in the bottle, really, to the drivers behind. Oh, he's not in 4th. I think he's been passed. I think he has. I think he's dropped into 5th now. Yes, he has. Is that Morgan Hudson-Brown who's gone past? Yes, it is. The number 3. Hudson-Brown's up into 4th place now, and he's the one leading the charge to your top 3. Really, they need them to shuffle around a bit more. Well, they have at the end of the last lap. Cole's through into the lead of the race. He gets past Rory Hinkley. So for the first time in this race, Another driver leads us on. So now it's Cole from Higley and Metters. Still about 6-7 tenths back to the next drivers as Metters is down the inside. Contact and off. Oh no, Rory Higley, he's off down at the carousel. That was such a clumsy incident there between Higley and Metters. Metters had the inside line, ran a little bit deep, and Higley wanted to dive back to the inside. Bit of contact, got stuck on the grass, and as you see there, we've had a whole day of racing with no rain. That grass is still absolutely sodden. You get on that at all, and you're stuck there for quite some time, as proven there, sadly, by Rory Higley. Well, your pole sitter in this final cannot win this race. George Cole, now the driver in the hot seat as well. Close and over! Whoa! That was a big one for the number 7. Massive off for Kieran Denyer. He'll just be happy he landed on all 4 wheels. That was a massive off there out of Spoon. And that camera angle does not do it justice. Quite how much that grass drops off out of Spoon. It is a hill off of Spoon, and he flew over the crest of that hill. Thank goodness Denyer lands back down and carries on in the race. Well, that reshuffles up the order in the top 10 once again, and Lucas Steele sneaks his way back into the top 10. He very kindly came and said hello to me yesterday, so well done, Lucas. Up into the top 10 he goes. Biggest mover in this race, though, Ronnie Smith, is up 17 places so far in this one, up from 34th to 16th already. Issue is leaders continuing to scamper off it. We'll keep an eye on Ronnie, see if he can cut his way through the order any further. Here is the 95 of Caden Welch in 6th place at the moment. He's got Lewis Holt. No, it's Max Davies now behind him for company. Lewis Holt, I think, now dropped behind. No, sorry, it is Max Chow behind him, apologies. Then Lewis Holt and Max Davies. Getting my 5 and 9 confused. It's amazing to see them on the brakes there, coming up over the hill. They're totally sideways, drifting the car into the corner, as late on the brakes as they dare. The kart control from these senior rotax drivers is sublime. But the 95, not only is he trying to keep Max Chow behind, he's got Lorna Bennock just in front of him as well. He is now in a Max sandwich, is Caden Welch. Can he pull on clear in his Lightning McQueen machine? Jarek Metters has set the fastest lap and closed up to your race leader. 1.5 tenths of a second now between George Cole and Jarek Metters. Don't forget, Metters won the final yesterday, and he's been driver coaching other drivers throughout this weekend while he wins races. He's up the inside. Into the race lead goes Jarek Metters. He made 2nd place up down there at the carousel, and he's done a carbon copy there on George Cole. Metters into the lead. And of course, to remind you, he's seeded number 3 because he finished seeded number 2 because he finished 2nd in the championship last year. Same for Morgan Hudson-Brown with his seed number 3. Same for Chown with the 5. Same for Davies with the number 9. So Metters takes the lead of the race then. We are well and truly over half race distance in this one. But can Metters hold on? This will be interesting to see if he can. He's only got a few more minutes to do so. But I say that, I'm not the one driving the car. So let's see if Metters can do it. He's been in this position many times before, though, and as we say, winner in the final yesterday. Sadly, he didn't join us for round number 1 and round number 2. He could really be on with the championship charge here. Sadly for Jarek, a 2nd, a 1st, and a 1st yesterday. What a showing from him at round number 3. And he's doing pretty similar efforts here at round number 4. And yeah, no real re-attack is there from George Cole. Slotted in about half a second now behind Jarek Metters. Hudson-Brown, again, a further 8 tenths back from Cole. The battle's up and down the order. Here's the 20 of Lewis Holt. Holt battling with Davies and Daniels now. So those drivers have gained a couple of places. Daniels now the one up into the top 10. I think that's Lucas Steele who's been shuffled back. Yeah, he's down into 11th, but he is involved in this squabble as well, I do believe. So there they are, onto another lap of the race then. Holt from Adrian from Davies. And then second or so back to Daniels. He is battling with Lucas Steele, as I mentioned. Ronnie Smith now up 20 into 13th place. And sadly for Isaac Parkinson, our biggest dropper in this one, down from 4th to 14th. He just gained a place back on Ollie Rowley, back up into 14th for the last lap. But a real shame for Isaac Parkinson, dropping down the order. And of course, we press on through this race. 1 minute and 15 left on the clock now. There's a couple of warnings coming through in this one. 2 contact warnings for Kieran, no, 3 contact warnings for Kieran Denyer. I thought that meant a penalty. Maybe that gets applied after the race. Contact warning as well for Tom Nottingham, another one for Isaac Parkinson, and a warning for Jay Pearson. Or both the drivers that you're cheering on in the live chat, Isaac Parkinson and Tom Nottingham, both getting a contact warning. Freddie in the live chat. Yes, you spotted it before me, Freddie. Isaac going off-piste, dropping down the order. A shame for him, up in the top pack for a good while in this race. Oh no, off the road goes to number 50. Number 50 off of the road. And that is Archie Doherty. He'd already dropped down to the back of the order. I think whatever issues he was having in this race continued to compound for the X-Kart driver. A shame for him. So we look forward to another X-Kart driver. This is the 27 there battling. That was Lucas Steele continuing to battle with Jacob Barron now. So Jacob Barron's moved on through to 11th, passing Lucas on the previous lap. The time is going to hit 0 on this lap. This is the penultimate lap, not only of the race, but also of the weekend here from GYG, as that was a nice move there, finding their way through. Couldn't quite spot who that was. I think in the middle of the top 10 that was, around sort of Lorna Bennett, Chown, Holt kind of area. As blue flags are out. Oh, okay, this could be interesting as we head up to the final lap. As, thank you, apparently it was Lorna Bennett making their way through, and yes, it was Lorna Bennett getting the move done on the number 5, so I think there was a re-switch around there. Chown had got back through on Lorna Bennett. Lorna Bennett repays the favour, as there's the 48 and the 20 continue to battle. Melissa Adrian makes a move on Lewis Holt as we head onto the final lap of the race. Jarek Metters leads us onto it, and can he make it? 2 wins from 2 in the finals here at the senior rotax class of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. Metters has only got about 500 or 600 metres longer to go here to make it 2 from 2 from GYG. What a showing from Jarek Metters. What a shame that the first couple of rounds clashed with another championship, as he's gone back-to-back here at GYG. Jarek Metters wins again in senior rotax. What a race of Jarek Metters into victory from 3rd on the grid. George Cole has to settle for 2nd, with Hudson Brown in 3rd, fittingly for the driver of number 3. What an end to the race that was. I saw there was a close one across the line there. That was George Daniels and Max Davies, half a tenth separating those two across the line. Oh, what an end to the day that was. Not quite as insane as the junior rotax race, but still a very, very exciting one there to finish everything off here from GYG. Let's run you through the results then for that last final of the day. Jarek Metters wins ahead of George Cole and Morgan Hudson Brown, followed by Caden Welch, Max Lorna Bennick and Max Chown, then Melissa Adrian, Lewis Holt, Max Davies and George Daniels, your top 10. Jacob Barron, Lucas Steele, Ronnie Smith, good showing for Ronnie Smith there, up 20 places to 13th, followed by Isaac Parkinson, Izzy Lawton, Ollie Rowley, Frank Namasama, Alex Moore, Kian Easting, Emma Stoner, Riley Mason-Lewis, Tom Nottingham, Charlie Good, Rory Higley, Robin Brain, then Kieran Denyer, Lucas Ollerson, Ralph Molyneux and Jay Pearson, the last of the drivers on the leading lap. Behind them was Aaron Knight, Archie Doherty, Tom Williams and Harry Gill. Sadly, at least those last 3 not making it to the checkered flag in that one. What a way to finish here in beautiful Wales. The Welsh countryside never disappoints for views, and the views we've had today of the racing action have been epic, courtesy of Alpha Live. Make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel to not miss any of the future rounds of the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series. And again, to remind you, all of the even number rounds will be available to the public live. All of the odd number rounds will only be available to Slipstream Pass holders, and the public will get to see it uploaded a week later. So make sure you join the Slipstream Pass on the Alpha Live channel. It's super simple. Literally go onto the channel, click join, and get it sorted. And then it's just a monthly payment to keep getting so much extra content, including the odd number rounds here for Super One. What an event this has been here from GYG. This circuit never disappoints. It's one that has a special place in my heart because I met my beautiful beautiful girlfriend here as well. But it's such a good track to race around, and clearly the drivers are agreeing with me as well. Those finals were sublime there in round number 4. A little bit more chaotic than round 3. I think potentially because the drivers know they're going home now. They don't need to use the car again for at least another week, so might as well send it. Some brilliant finals there to cap off the day's action. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes here at Alpha Live for making it possible. The producer next to me, the camera ops all out on circuit as well for making this stream possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the Orange Army, everyone behind the scenes at SuperOne, and especially a big thank you to all of the medical staff here today as well. Massive thank you to everyone who makes the HWE BIM Services SuperOne Series possible. Well, that's round 3 and 4 done, and from myself, John Ratcliffe, it's my goodbye to SuperOne for this year as well. Go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. I'd really appreciate your support, but it will be Mr. David Sullivan back in the box next time out for rounds 5 and 6, where we head to Clay Pigeon. Mark your calendars. That one's on the 6th and 7th of June. You're not going to want to miss the action. You watched those finals, right? They were epic. Make sure you join us for that. From us here, though, at GYG, it is goodbye, and I hope we do see you at the next round. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and from us here at GYG, it's goodbye.